It's my pleasure to introduce our speaker today. Dr. Tammy Nelson is a renowned speaker on sex and relationships, a certified sex therapist, and founder and executive director of the Integrative Sex Therapy Institute, and the developer of the groundbreaking Integrative Relational Therapy IRT approach. She's the author of 6 books, host of the podcast Trouble with Sex, and one of Psychotherapy Networker Symposium's most popular speakers. And last but certainly not least, Tammy is also a dear, dear friend of ours at the Psychotherapy Networker team. So with that, it's my pleasure to welcome Tammy Nelson. Tammy, thank you for joining us today.
Thank you, Ryan. Oh, it's really great to be here. I'm so thrilled to join you and everybody else here. And I'm excited that there's 16,000 people that have signed up for today. A little bit mind-blowing to think about that you and I and everyone here is part of this incredible community. And so today and tomorrow, as we go through this, or if you're watching this later and from the comfort of your home and from your office, I want to just take a moment to appreciate you. And also, I'm going to be talking about how we as therapists today are really at the cutting edge of psychotherapy. Like, we are the front lines today. And this is really the first time in history that we can talk about trauma in the way that we're going to talk about it over the next couple of days. So I am going to share some slides with you. We're going to do a bit of work on ourselves. And that's obviously optional because I can't see you if you're doing it or not. And I can also give you some resources for not only for your clients, but for the work that you need to do in order to continue to stay healthy and vital doing this really difficult and sometimes challenging work. And I'd like to also have time for some Q&A. I probably am not going to be able to answer all of your questions, but I'll let you know at the end how we can connect in order to answer some of the questions that maybe we don't get to. So I'd like to start, if you don't mind.
Tammy, I'll let you take it away.
Thanks, Ryan. Ryan is going to keep an eye on the Q&A throughout today and tomorrow, and he's going to make sure that we get to a lot of your comments. If you have a tech question, we have Tim today from the Networker and Pessy, who's going to manage some of your complicated technology questions like, wait, I can't hear anything. So please, don't hesitate to ask. But I'd like to start today, if we could, because today we're talking about trauma and relationships. I'd like to give you also permission to be in relationship to yourself in a way that feels a little bit more pleasurable and less suffering. So when we think about trauma, we think immediately about how painful it is and how long-lasting it is and how inevitable it is to suffer. And particularly at this point in time in history, we are all struggling with some sort of trauma, and we're going to talk about that. So I'd like to give you permission for being present today in a way that is a little bit more pleasurable and less struggle. So if that means moving your laptop outside and sitting outside, if it means getting an extra pillow, if it means moving into your bedroom or onto the couch, I want to encourage you to make this a little less painful than it has to be. It's hard to sit on Zoom all day. I know, I'm on Zoom all day, sometimes 10, 12 hours a day. And my neck can sometimes feel like it's coming off of my body. So please find a way to adjust your screen, adjust your chair, adjust your shoulders, stretch. We'll do some stretches throughout the day. We do store trauma in our body. And I'd like you to come from a place today and tomorrow where you feel that not only can you release old trauma, but maybe not take on more. This is not designed for you to take on the history of the generational trauma that I'm going to share with you, but it's also not designed for you to create the armor that you need in order to protect yourself to hear all this. So create whatever you need in order to be open, receptive, and also protective of the parts of you that need space and that need room to integrate information without taking on emotions that might trigger old feelings. And I'm going to give you some skills to handle activation, which is different than a trigger. So activation means we're all going to feel our feelings, and we may feel feelings that are really intense. And it could also be that those intense activations include crying or deep memories or regret or anger. All of those can even perseverate over time. They may stick with you through lunch, but that's different than being triggered. Being triggered is when emotions or memories get activated that are in a well of experience that have not been processed and are not about this particular moment. So all of those things are possible. And you, as a therapist, I know, have resources to take care of yourself. And the first resource is knowing that you can shift your body where you're sitting, that you can make your learning space more spacious, that I'm acknowledging that sometimes we have restrictions. There's kids running around. I know some of you are in climates right now that are super hot. It's like 110 degrees in some places, even higher in some places in the US. I know that some of you are struggling to fit in work on these days and your educational learning process. So give yourself some space to do all of that. And I'd like to start with just a brief relaxation to honor you and the space that we're in today. So if you're comfortable, you can close your eyes for a moment. If you're not comfortable or not in a place that you can do that, don't do this if you're driving. Don't close your eyes. But you could look at a spot if you're sitting in a safe space on the ceiling or on the floor, and just take a couple of deep breaths in and just acknowledge what's in your body. When I took that deep breath in, I have a muscle that I pulled on my back, and even taking a deep breath in like hurts. So whatever you notice as you take a deep breath in, exhale and try to release it. When I exhale, I can feel the tension in my neck from the last 2 days and the 2 nights of being on Zoom teaching. So as I exhale, I relax that. And I give my shoulders permission to let go. So as you inhale, you notice. And as you exhale, you let go. And as you inhale, you notice how you're suspended from the floor or from the chair, not really settled. And as you exhale, you let your feet settle, you let your bottom settle, you let your shoulders settle, you let your spine settle. And as you breathe in, you find your center from the base of your spine all the way up to the top of your head. And as you exhale, you let the base of your spine relax down towards the floor. And as you inhale, I'd like you to imagine all around you, arm's length in front, to the sides, and behind you, a space that is just yours. And as you exhale, just fill that space with light, love, protection, whatever you need to make this your space. So we're going to make this not necessarily a safe space, but a shared space, a space that we share with our experience, and we have a choice of what we share, who we share it with, how we share it. This is our shared space. The space around us is our space, and it may not always feel safe, but it's our choice to choose to revisit or visit things that might be activating. I think of the risks that we take that are exciting, the risks that we take to push our growth edge. They might not feel safe, but they might be exciting for the parts of us that want to expand, the parts of us that want to meet new people and take risks and open up to share our space. And just notice how open that space around you feels, or how closed. And maybe you need to move some furniture or move some emotional space around you to make it a little bigger or a little wider or a little tighter. And then just ask for more light from above to come down and surround you in whatever way you need for today. Feel your feet on the floor. And then come back to your body, to your heart, to who you are, and know that whatever you need for today is exactly what you'll take with you and take from it. And then whenever you're ready, just wiggle your toes and your fingers and really come back into your body. Just notice your body now. Is it any different than when we first started? You'll have to forgive me because my throat is very dry from talking so much, because I talk a lot. And notice, is your throat dry? Notice, are your shoulders feeling better? Notice if you're warm and you need to turn on some AC or a fan or open a window. Notice if you're cold, you need a sweater. Notice how your body has shifted. What can you do to care for you? And I would suggest that you take out a piece of paper and a pen. I love to write on my laptop, but it's also something different, and it uses a different part of your brain to write on paper. So if you can take some notes writing on paper, that would be important throughout the day, as I'm going to give you things to write about. And I am also going to show you some video and some other things that you can comment on. So integrative relationship therapy is the type of couples therapy or relationship therapy that I've developed over the years. I've been in practice since I was about 25, and I'm going to turn 62 this summer. So you can do the math, but I've been seeing couples and individuals for a long time, and I'll tell you about some of my history and how I started. But really, the way that I've developed my theory over the years is very integrative. It takes all of the trainings that I've done and uses the skill set in a way that I believe is needed today for the type of relationships that people are in today and the way that we as therapists need to work. I think we are in a very unique time in history, and we are at the cutting edge of a lot of new interventions and a lot of new skills, while at the same time using, the tried and true ways of healing and the ways of listening and the ways of being present for the people that we treat. And at the same time, we have the technology to actually look at people's brains in an MRI machine and see how therapy affects treatment. How does therapy actually change our brains when they're affected from trauma? How is our brain affected from trauma? And how can we, using different modalities, actually heal people from trauma? We have proof that there is healing possible. And so now psychotherapy is different than it's ever been. And so now we have to be held accountable for the work that we're doing. And the other thing that's different than it's ever been is that we, as the therapist, have to be present in our own work. That we are not only the therapist sitting on the couch as the projected object, but we are present with all the generations before us, sitting with the client, and there is an interaction that's happening that may not be visible, and we'll talk about that too. So many of you have read my books. If you haven't, we're going to talk a lot about integrative sex and couples therapy today, and there's many chapters in there by other therapists that are specialized in this area. So if there's questions that come up for you today that are not answered, you may find resources there that apply to your specific population. So in 2 days, I know we can cover a lot, but we can't cover everything. So you may find more specifics in some of these books, and I certainly can help you with other resources from other authors as well. Please note that the experience here is definitely mediated by culture, race, gender, and other variables, which are never represented in the literature by all races, cultures, genders, and diverse populations. In other words, a lot of the research around relationships and trauma and sexuality and couples, it's very myopic. It's historically been done by white middle-aged men. Now it's somewhat more diverse, but we need more voices in this field. We need more writers. We need more researchers. We need more people who want to contribute to the field, particularly in relationship therapy as it intersects with trauma therapy. So if you're at all interested in writing or in speaking or in being on podcasts, or if you have an opinion, which I'm sure none of you do, if you have an opinion about this, I'd like to help amplify your voice, because I think we need more diversity in this field in order to better represent what's actually happening in the world. So please, let me know how I can help you. And if you have an idea for a book, or if you've already written a book, or you want to write a book, that's one of my joys and my side hustles, is to help people figure out what they're meant to say in the world. So I can help you find your voice. And don't tell me you don't have time to write a book, because I have no time and I can still write books. I can tell you how to do it. It's like a magic formula. The key is you just write. So I'll help you figure that out. And there's a lot of publishers today that are looking for your voices, that are looking for the clinical voice, the academic voice, the voice that can help people to apply these approaches. Why? Because everyone is suffering right now. We are in a time in our world that, for the first time in history, and I know I keep saying, oh my God, this is the first time, but literally this is the first time where we have all universally gone through a pandemic where we could all see it on the internet. It's not like we didn't know what was going on in, the Sudan, or in Greece, or if you're in Australia, it's not like you didn't know what was going on in New York. We all watched each other going through the pandemic because we have this central nervous system, which is the internet on the planet. So we all went through this traumatic experience together, and some of us survived, some of us didn't. And frankly, it's still going on. I mean, my husband just had COVID for the third time, vaccinated many, many times. and was in the hospital for 3 weeks. Came home on oxygen and had to have, a procedure done on his heart from COVID. So they're saying that there's another strain. I think the new strain is called the flirt strain, which for our purposes is quite astounding. So it's still out there. Most people will not end up in the hospital, hopefully, but the repercussions of long-term COVID are still there for people. There are sexual side effects of long-term COVID. There are some people that have erectile dysfunction, memory issues, brain fog. All of those things affect relationships, and those traumatic experiences of going through being in, excuse me, there's some background noise. The traumatic experience of being home in quarantine has a variety of effects depending on where you were and how you were in your relationships at home, and the different privileges that people had to take care of their kids, or where they were financially. So we've all been through that. And that's just a piece of it. So I'm going to talk to you about my framework for working on trauma. And you can take what you need and leave the rest depending on where you are in the world and how you apply this to your clients. That's really what integrative relationship therapy is. It's integrating the work that you have been taught how to do in a way that can work for your clients. So the first stage is really, how do you assess for trauma? How do you assess how it's applying and interfering with people's relationships? And what are the signs and symptoms? Like, how do you know this is really about someone's trauma history, someone's generational trauma, someone's historical trauma, the racial trauma? How do you know what it is? And then how do you decide what to do? And then what do you do? That's the application. So we'll talk about some of those options. And because we're in a climate affected world right now, I just was teaching a class last night to 65 people in Korea. It's the rainy season there, and it's very hot and humid and rainy. And my translator was in Washington, D.C., where it was 105 degrees. Some of you might be living there now. And it was really humid and the power went out. So, I'm trying to talk to my Korean students. I don't speak Korean. I know how to say 감사합니다, which means thank you. That's about it. And so the climate shifts and the climate changes affect us on a myriad of levels, right? So the extreme heat causes, water crises, which causes flights from places where there's no water to places where there is water, which causes immigration, which causes crisis of overcrowding, which causes war. So we're seeing this from all over the planet. And it's one of the things that people are not taught to ask about. Like, how does the climate affect your relationship, your world? I live in California. There was a couple of years where the fires here were drastically affecting my family. And living on the edge of that trauma of, do you have to get in your car and run, certainly affects your relationships, and who are you going to save, and what are you going to do with the animals, and where are you in the world, and how have your parents been affected from natural disasters? How have your parents been affected from fires and floods and earthquakes? Something to ask people, because those are still in their body. And then the physical and emotional trauma from cancer, other debilitating illness, life-threatening illness. I just taught a course on cancer recovery and the many sexual side effects of estrogen blocking or testosterone blocking medications, and how long the effects of radiation chemotherapy actually last in your body, and the body image issues that affect your grief process and your self-esteem, and the idea of sexual identity that's affected by having any kind of debilitating illness, and particularly life-threatening illness. And it's amazing because I've done trainings for medical doctors that had basically 15 minutes of training in how to talk to their clients about sex. I go into their offices sometimes and there's no brochure, there's nothing about sexuality after cancer. And so I know that there's some of you on this call, all in this class, who are nurses and doctors, pelvic floor therapists, and I would love to know that you have the language of around integrative relationship therapy, that you can talk to people about the trauma of cancer and how it affects you sexually, how to recover your relationship. You know, grief and loss. I just did a talk with David Kessler. I would recommend him if you are looking for someone who's the expert in grief. And the idea of grief and loss as trauma, as an ongoing trauma experience. When we talk about, you know, the symptoms of trauma, which many of you I'm sure know, you know, the implications of the crossover of grief and loss. I'm working with a couple now who, he's an alcoholic and in denial about his drinking. So he'll travel for work and drink in the airport, and then he will be in a hotel room, and sometimes he'll have an affair in a hotel room, and sometimes he won't remember, but she'll call him in the hotel room and she'll hear somebody's voice in the background, and sometimes he'll be in a blackout. So they're in the process of grief and loss around the identity that they had in their relationship. The last trauma was he had been sober for like 60 days, and then she realized that he'd been drinking again in the airport, and she had the apprehension that he was going to cheat on her again, that maybe he would get fired from his job, that she would have to break up with him, and they have young kids. But what made it more traumatic was that they were in the process of selling their house, and they had just bought a new house. So the layer of grief and loss on top of that was, how can I grieve the loss of the vision of the future that I had of our relationship? So if I have this vision of us with this new life that I thought we were going to have together, now I have to let go of the vision that I had of our marriage improving. So trauma always has grief and loss embedded in it. It always has the grief and the understanding that you can never go back. So there's a process here of the narrative of the trauma. There was an earthquake, there was a sexual abuse, there was a death of a loved one. Now we can never go back to where we were. So the narrative comes first, then the grief comes next. And the grief and the loss is about not being able to go back to the narrative that was. So first, when someone comes into a session, they tell you the narrative, they tell you the story. It usually lasts from about 5 minutes to 25 minutes is the first part of the narrative. And then is the grief. And let's say you have an hour session, the next 20 minutes is the grief and the loss, what we can no longer have, who we can no longer be, what we can no longer experience. And then the last part of the session, usually the smallest part, is trying to create a new vision. This is your job as a therapist. What is the new vision going to be going forward? How can we begin to visit a new narrative? What is the new narrative going to be? We're going to be alone in this new house. I'm going to be a single parent. We're going to have to pack up and move to a new city. We're going to have to go through the burnt remains of our home. What's the new narrative? Because there is an understanding in this turning point that you can never go back. Sometimes you'll hear in affair therapy, I wish we could go back to the way we were. But the the healing really begins when people realize if we go back to where we were, we're going to end up here. So that the grief process is really where the healing begins. So if you work in trauma, if I'm a ketamine therapist and I did MDMA training with the MAPS Association, a lot of that was with people in the military. And there's a lot of vicarious trauma or secondary traumatization, just listening to the stories. Yesterday, I had a student who was telling me about her client who, and again, I'm going to tell you stories that might be difficult to hear. She had a client who was in the house when someone was murdered in her house, and murdered with an axe. I mean, it was very violent. And so just hearing that story, she, the therapist, was really traumatized. And I, as the therapist, was traumatized hearing the details of that murder. And the vicarious trauma spreads out into the families of the therapists that are telling the story. So my instinct is like, I want to go tell my husband, like, oh my God, you wouldn't believe the day I had. I don't, because I don't want to traumatize him. But then I have to tell, someone that supervises me or my therapist, or, the idea of vicarious trauma is it feels like you want to pass it on or else it's going to stay in your body. Vicarious trauma feels like someone is feeding you something poisonous that you want to get rid of, and not on purpose. The world in and of itself, it can be toxic. The world of trauma is toxicity. And secondary traumatization, some of you have worked with people in Ukraine, Russia, Israel, Pakistan, Sudan, Gaza, like the secondary traumatization of people in war is very high. People coming back from Iraq, Afghanistan, that kind of vicarious trauma feels like you have to do something with it, which is why we see a high level of substance abuse, trying to discharge it from our bodies, disclaim it from our psyche. And so asking yourself what is in your psyche or in your body that you're trying to disclaim or discharge, and how are you doing it? Or are you swallowing it? Therapists have actually a high rate of compulsive eating or drinking to try to be a bigger container to contain the trauma, or to wash it through, or to shove it back down. So being conscious of that. Somebody also told me the other day, which I hadn't thought of, is that therapists that have a lot of trauma in their sessions have a tendency to get out of sessions and yell at their kids. I don't do a lot of parenting work anymore because my kids are grown and I don't really want to work with kids. The person that told me that is a parenting expert, and they were saying that that's a form of discharge, chaotic discharge after working with trauma, and that they really are developing some interventions and skill sets for therapists to be aware of what they're taking out on their kids. No, none of us want to yell at our kids, of course, but I mean, we do occasionally, but we don't want to do it as discharge from trauma. Now, the risk of being a trauma therapist, particularly if you're working with couples, is that working with couples in general is a setup from the get-go. So you're walking into a session with a couple, and it's natural and normal to align with the victim. So we, as the rescuer are doing what the world does, which is polarize. We are polarizing the narrative so that there's a good and a bad, a right and a wrong, a victim and a perpetrator. Just like in politics, there's a good and a bad. Just like in war, there's always a good guy and a bad guy. Every TV show, every movie, every book, the narrative is always about the conflict, and the conflict is always about someone who's causing it and someone who's being victimized by it. This narrative is getting old, right? And it's part of our human existence. It's part of being on this planet in this existence right now, in this lifetime. So we as a human therapist, particularly in this triangulation, sometimes have repetitive experiences from our own childhood, right? If you grow up with two parents, it makes sense that there's a parallel experience from being in this triangulation. There's been lots written about it, the Oedipal complex, all of the things that a child will do to try to get attention from two people, trying to get the love from a couple who are primary to each other, who love each other, and then are trying to share or integrate a third. If you didn't grow up with two parents, there's other scenarios where we can triangulate, but this is a very common one in our society. I had a single mother for most of my life, but interestingly, I had a brother and sister, so there was some triangulation there, and there was a triangulation between my mother, my brother, and myself, or me and my sister and my mother. Or if you think about the ways that we triangulate in order to be loved and get attention, it's a really common thing in Western civilization. And the problem with doing it in therapy, triangulation is like a redo of trauma, right? This is a trauma triangle. So if a couple comes in, let's say with an affair, it's normal to automatically assign these roles. I'm going to fix you. You're the one that was cheated on. You're the one that cheated. That lasts an average of 2 sessions until you find that the perpetrator was actually the victim first. Most people who cheat feel abandoned or hurt prior to the affair by their partner. So you find out that the person cheated first, or there hasn't been a sexual relationship for a decade, or there's some narrative prior to this particular trauma. And so now your triangulation switches around. You see the victim as the perpetrator, but now you have damaged their collusion. So their dance of victim and perpetrator has worked for them on some level. How has this role worked for them in their relationship to contain the trauma, or to have some kind of understanding of the framework of the trauma? So when you begin to shift it around, now you become the perpetrator because, hey, don't pick on my partner. They didn't mean to do that. And I'll take the blame for being the bad guy. I'll take the blame for being the cheater so that their family can blame me. Or I'll take the blame for being the cheater so that when we break up, her friends won't blame her, or whatever the narrative is. Most people come in not wanting to change their narrative. They come in wanting to feel better. They don't want to change the narrative. They don't want to change the collusion. They many times want to change their partner, and they want to change how they feel, but they don't necessarily want to change the dance. And that's important, because when we're talking particularly about trauma, we take on roles that are historically have impact on our survival. So we have to honor that the couple is colluding in a way that feels important to them. So a better question to ask is, how has this affair worked for you? How has this situation, whatever they're in, worked for you? Now, that's not something you can ask someone in the first session. You have to create that space of trust around you, the two of you, the three of you, the four of you, the five of you, so that they can begin to have some insight into the collusion of how this is beneficial to them on some level. But that's how trauma therapy works. It doesn't work where people come in, you say, oh, you're doing it this way, you should just change, and people change. And if any of you have been doing this therapy for a while, you know that the first couple sessions seem positive, and then after the third or fourth session, they come in and you say, I can't believe that they haven't listened to me. I thought we were doing so good. I thought I was being such a good therapist. Why are they doing the exact same thing they did when they first came in? Because they're like a rubber band. They'll start to stretch, they'll start to shift, and then they'll pop back to the way they were in order to survive. So that's a sign that there is trauma in the relationship, that there's a traumatic history. And so that's good information for you. So now we're still in the assessment phase. We're not in the application phase yet. Assessment is much longer than you think, much longer than you realize. So in order to be trauma informed, we have to shift that judgment of like, why are you doing that? And why aren't you listening to me? To curiosity, and ask, instead of why is that person doing that, I wonder what happened to this person. I wonder what happened to this person that they are taking on this role of being the perpetrator, or are taking on this role of being the victim in this relationship. I wonder what happened. Because I did my best work trying to get them out of that. And yet they are perpetrating now against me, or now I feel like the victim, or what's happening now that we're still in this trauma triangle. That's your best form of assessment. If you continue to be in the trauma triangle, then there's trauma in the room. So the triangle can be a closed pattern of repetitive energy. It feels like it's going nowhere, right? Like, oh my God, we're going to be stuck here forever. And it needs an outside force to get out of this cycle. So it may be why someone has an affair. Like, we got to break out of this somehow. It's hopefully why people go to therapy. But keep in mind that whether the couple has a third person as an affair partner, or the couple has a third person as a therapist, it's still a trauma triangle. So it's still a parallel process. So they've just traded in the affair partner for the therapist and repeated the same trauma triangle. So, be careful that you don't, align with them in a way that puts you in the privileged position of being the therapist, while the outside affair partner is the perpetrator that's ruining their relationship. We sometimes put ourselves in that privileged space because, we're the know-it-all therapists, and somehow we're going to save everybody. It may just be a recapitulation of the problem. So now we need some kind of outside force to heal them from the trauma. I really believe that that's why psychedelic therapy is so powerful right now, like ketamine therapy. They're looking at MDMA this month. It's been through phase 3 trials, and they're looking at whether or not it's going to be legal or not. And then psilocybin will come right after that. I believe that it's because it takes the authority away from us and gives it back to the client. So it's saying that the client has their own inner wisdom. They know what they need to heal. They have their own inner healer, and they know what they need to do to work on their relationship or to heal their trauma. We are there as guides. And we are there to hold that space for them so that they can find their way out of it. It takes them out of that triangulation of looking for the person that's going to rescue them. They find their own rescue. They realize that they can rescue themselves through their own inner psyche. And it certainly saves a lot of time. I'm not saying that it's for everyone, but I find it fascinating that we have come to this place in history where we are giving the power back to the client and their own internal experience and their own inner wisdom. And it doesn't mean that we are not valuable as guides and as people who can help the trauma survivor integrate the experience, because the medicine in and of itself, or the drug in and of itself, is not the key. You know, it's not like you can just go home and do your psychedelic experience and be healed. The key is in the integration of the experience, hence integrative therapy. You have to be able to integrate what comes up for you and understand what it means. So, you know, MDMA therapy, ketamine therapy, psilocybin therapy, you have to have sessions after the experience to talk about what happened and what came up in order to understand the meaning of it. So I'll give you an example. I had a client who had gone through ketamine therapy. I didn't do the ketamine with them. They went to someone else to do the ketamine, and I did the integration sessions with them. They had been through a terrible car accident. The trauma had destroyed most of their lower body. They had smashed their pelvis and crushed their knees, and they were in a wheelchair and hopefully will be eventually in a walker. But they were having terrible trauma symptoms and a lot of physical pain. And they went to, I think, 2 ketamine sessions where you take ketamine. It's depending on the dose, it can be very psychedelic or psycholytic. Psycholytic is a lower dose where you can talk about the experience. Psychedelic is you go deeper into a very visual and sort of a physical experience, and then you come back out. It's very short. It's like 40 minutes to an hour. And she came about a week later to tell me that her psychedelic experience with the ketamine was very physical, but also very visual. And she saw herself as a fish. She felt like she was swimming in the ocean, and she could feel, almost like a dolphin, she could feel her body flying through the waves. And what she said was that she could feel her spine moving with her hips and her legs. And she said, I feel like they misdiagnosed my injury, that this is about my spinal cord. It's not just about my hips and my knees, that there is a part of my spine that has disconnected from my lower body. And I can heal my spine. I know what my spine needs to heal. And it's not sitting in a chair. I need some kind of movement. And so we actually talked to her surgeon and we talked to her physical therapist. She's in physical therapy. And her physical therapist said, I don't know if you should move. I mean, that kind of movement can cause severe pain. And she met with the doctor, and the doctor said, look, if you want to try it, we can do this certain lower back movement with medication. And now she's doing it. And I don't know if it's going to work. Nobody knows. But she was called to her own body, to her own healing, to her own experience. And I hear that all the time, like the call to inner healing. I had another client who she realized that through her ketamine, that she had always been treated as an outsider in her family, that she was a therapist, and that her parents used to leave her home alone a lot. She was an only child, and she didn't have a connection with a grandmother or a grandfather or cousins. And they always treated her as if, they would joke around saying, you must be adopted. I mean, you're so different than us and you're so alien to us. And she, in her ketamine experience, had a vision of herself being an alien from another planet. And then she realized, I separated myself from my family and made myself alien with um, a different color skin in her mind. She used to imagine she was green. She was from a family from Nigeria. And she said, I used to imagine my skin was green. And now I realized from the ketamine that I did that because I didn't want to be part of the family. It's not that they treated me like I was different and therefore I felt different. I didn't want to be part of that family because I felt that they were dangerous. And it was my way of having other people outside the family recognize that I didn't belong to them so that they would come and rescue me. They would come and rescue me and take me back to where I belonged. And it was just so human and heartbreaking. And so we talked in the therapy integration about what it meant to be human and what it meant to be rescued and what it meant to rescue herself. And part of her trauma symptoms were about needing to be rescued in situations, and how she would show people in relationships, but she wouldn't tell people what she needed. She would show people, I need you to do this. I need you to act this way. I need you to make me feel. I need you to have sex with me in this way. I need you to say you're sorry. But she wouldn't tell people what she needed. So she was trying to show them, and she was trying to get rescued. And the last part of that is that she started wearing bright lime green clothes to honor that little girl in her who was trying to be rescued and trying not to fit in, and also just to honor that she did belong on Earth. And we're still working around that, what that means. It's very sweet. So the trauma symptom for her was also that she had this emotion that appeared sometimes out of context. Like she would get very angry if like something would fall. What happened to her? Oh, something fell off the shelf at a CVS or maybe I shouldn't say the brand name, at a drugstore, and nobody came to help her to put it back on the shelf. Nobody noticed that she needed help. And she stood in the aisle of the store and just sobbed. And she couldn't understand what was happening. She was angry. She was hurt. She felt really helpless, like helpless with the small challenge of putting this toilet paper back on the shelf. And so that kind of trigger where the emotions feel really out of context is a sign that something's connected to the past, right? We know this from our trauma work. Bessel van der Kolk talks about how, the intense reaction to something minor is stored in our body, how our behaviors don't match our history. We can freeze when we're frustrated. I have a trauma response when my husband was in the hospital. I noticed that an old trauma response, I sat in front of the TV and ate candy. It was around Easter time, so the Peeps were out, and I love a good Peep. Peeps were especially good this year. But all I did was eat sugar, and people were calling me saying, can I bring you dinner? Do you want to go for a walk? Is there anything I could do to help you? And I wasn't answering their phone calls. I didn't want them to bring me anything. I didn't want to see anybody. I just wanted to watch terrible TV. And I realized that when I was young, I was very abandoned as a kid, very neglected. I grew up in a really difficult home. My mother worked 3 jobs. We traveled a lot. I lived in like 15 homes before I was 10. We lived on the road. My parents were together till I was about 7. And, we lived definitely like gypsies. And I remember that that's how I survived. Like I just sat in front of the TV when we did have a TV, and nobody made me dinner because nobody was home, and I just fed myself candy. I mean, what else would you feed yourself if you were a little kid alone? Um, and I just felt like, oh my God, I have regressed to that response, that freeze response, because I had this life-threatening terror that my husband could die. This must have been how I felt as a kid, a life-threatening, intense trauma feeling of survival. So, amazingly, we will develop a survival skill because we as little humans are very resilient, right? We will find ways to survive. I just read a memoir recently about a young child who grew up in the turn of the century in England, really, really in poverty and just basically like a wild child on the streets, and what she had to eat and what she had to find at like 6 years old, and how we will develop relationships even with people that are abusive because we need to survive. And part of that is affecting how our brains develop. So it's called emotional regulation resiliency. Our brains will develop even if we're traumatized, and even if we don't feel safe, even if we don't attach to someone who's safe for us, even if we don't have safe attachment figures to care for us. If we begin to create relationships with anyone, with a neighbor, with a grandparent, with the guy from the grocery store, we will begin to develop healthier attachment. We will begin to develop more resiliency. I survived my childhood and became a very independent person. I can take care of myself and I could take care of my kids. And I became an entrepreneur who could run her own business. I'm very, very good at it. It's also my downfall. I've been, accused of being sort of the lone wolf many times, but it's also the thing that helped me be successful in life. So the emotional resiliency that you develop as a result, oh, thanks for that little heart. That was sweet. It's also the emotional resiliency that you develop as a survival skill. We'll talk about that a little bit more this afternoon when we talk about what your benefit is. Like, oh, more hearts, thank you. It's amazing the emotional response you need when you talk about something vulnerable. So what happens in your brain when you're reminded of trauma? So talking about your trauma, like the difficulty with language, like you might start to lose the capacity to say words. Like I can feel myself getting choked up when I talked about those hearts. Decreased inhibition of emotions, like you might try not to cry, but you can't help yourself. You might not be able to express yourself in the way that you would like to. You might stop being an intelligent person altogether. Your prefrontal cortex is the part of you that is like the grown-up part of your brain, right? Your brainstem is the fight or flight. So if you're reminded of your trauma, the blood flow increases to your amygdala and the emotions are activated. So you're not speaking from your prefrontal cortex. Now, many of you on this call might be trauma experts, so this might be a do-over for you. Some of you are new to this. What I noticed in this field is that there are so many trauma courses right now. You can learn about trauma from a lot of people from a lot of different areas, from the polyvagal area to learning about it through yoga. So I want to encourage you to take them all if that's your interest, because we need all of this. So take what you can absorb from this, and if it feels new, learn more. If it feels like a repeat, become an expert. Let yourself really absorb that, like, oh, I think I know that and I think I can use that. Then honor that in yourself. Like pat yourself on the back, because this is a relatively new science. So good for you if you've come this far. Now apply it to yourself. Now apply it to yourself. And now apply it to maybe teaching it to others or expanding it to a different population. If you're, say you're using it for individuals, start using it for couples. Say you're using it for couples, start using it for couples in sex therapy. And notice that you can function at a higher level in this capacity than you think you can. You can function at a higher level than you think you can. You know, what does separate us from animals is that we have a capacity for choice. So we are not just reactors. We are not just, oh my God, you said something that upset me, so I have to say it and I can't hold back and I'm going to cancel you and I'm going to, tell everyone on the social media that, you said something that I disagreed with. Like, that's a reaction. That's happening a lot today in this field because trauma is triggering for people. Trauma triggers people's trauma. Talking about trauma can be traumatizing. But we don't have to get reactive about our trauma because we have flexibility and a capacity for choice. And I want to reassure you because a lot of people get burnt out working from trauma for just that reason. I supervise somebody who works with a lot of sexual abuse and sexual assault and perpetrators that have been put in jail. And they said, the kickback that they get, not from the perpetrators, but from other therapists because they work with the perpetrators, is really astounding to them. And they can't take it. It's burning them out. The other therapists are like, how can you work with them? What's wrong with you? Those people are horrible. And she said, it's not my job to educate people to say, look, if we're going to stop sexual assault and sexual abuse, we can't just work with the victims. We have to work with the people that are doing it and understand why. And not everyone's meant to do that. It's not an easy job. But it's so interesting how people have that brainstem response because it's triggering our trauma. Like, oh my God, I don't want to work with those people. Those people scare me. I wouldn't know what to do. I'd be afraid of them. I'm afraid for you. I'm worried for you that you're going to be hurt. And so instead, they get reactive. But we have a capacity to be flexible and adjust in the moment. And the key is to go from reactivity to curiosity. Like, wow, how do you do that? How do you take care of yourself? What's that like for you? I'm so amazed that, you have the resilience and the flexibility to hold a space for people like that. Like, or people who do that, not people like that, excuse me. How do you manage that in your life? And so to hold that curiosity. And because our behavior is more complex than just an instinct or conditioned behavior. Like, people are not abusers. People are people who abuse. People are not bank robbers. There are people who rob banks. And so we have a neocortex that integrates a large amount of information that we attach a meaning to, right? So the incoming input, it sends an urge or a tendency. So we get a large amount of information coming in. I'm in the city, I'm walking through the streets, there's a whole bunch of stimulation. And then somebody's walking towards me and my body will have a physical urge or a tendency to walk away from that, right? So the information that is perceived through my brain sends the physical urge. So, and then we apply logical thought to calculate what will happen if I cross the street or what will happen if I keep walking towards that person. And then we find new ways to modify our responses. Next time someone's walking towards me that I feel there's some kind of information coming that my body responds to, then I'll calculate what to do, and then I'll remember from last time because now that's in my brain, and I'll find a new way to deal with it. Your brain will continue to learn new complex ways of dealing with things. If you've been traumatized many times by that person coming towards you, and every time they come towards you, they hit you over the head with a stick, you have a couple different choices. You can continue to walk towards them and get hit over the head with a stick because sometimes trauma freezes your response. Or you can hit them back, or you can not refuse to go down that street, or you can hide when everybody comes towards you. So we condition ourselves to respond to certain things, but we also learn. And that's what the goal of therapy is. Like, how can we learn different responses? Now, when we get triggered, that higher nervous system, those higher choices don't function. So our lower nervous system, our fight or flight, our survival system functions. I'm going to go at that person with a stick. I forgot what we talked about in therapy. Or I'm going to run and hide behind this garbage can in the alley because I forgot what we talked about in therapy. I forgot that I can go across the street. I forgot that I have choices. I forgot that I'm making up that there's a person coming towards me at all, and that it's a shadow. I have to align with, I have to align and integrate the information. So that flexibility emerges slowly in therapy, just like it emerges slowly in childhood. So children need help with their reactivity. So they need to learn how to modulate their autonomic arousal. So in other words, we mature and we develop autonomy as our prefrontal cortex develops. So they need help in the grocery store when they're stamping their feet saying, I want it now. They need to learn that they are going to get it later. That's not how they react. Just like we need to learn, I want it now. We can't scream and yell as adults either, even though sometimes we do yell at our partners that way. I want it now. How come you're not giving it to me now? So we're in therapy and we have to relearn how to modulate our arousal system. Our arousal system is triggered by something. And for whatever reason, we have not developed that flexibility to remember, to reintegrate the system that tells us that we are reacting in a way that's not using our prefrontal cortex. It's very hard. When my husband pisses me off, I like react. There's nobody in the world that can trigger me like my husband, right? He probably doesn't trigger you in the same way. I watch other people react to him. I'm like, doesn't that piss you off that he just said that? And they're like, no, it's fine. You know, we're in the kitchen and he's telling me how to cut onions and I'm like losing it on him. And I see other people in the kitchen with him and he says, you know, you should cut the onion this way. And they're like, oh, okay, that's a good idea. I'm like, I can't believe that you were okay with that. I am triggered by somebody telling me what to do because I grew up not having anyone telling me what to do. And I needed to know how to do it my way. And I needed to be independent in order to survive. So now when somebody tells me what to do, especially in a really bossy way, I get incredibly triggered, right? I get like this overwhelming, like, do not tell me what to do. I will do it my way because I need to do it my way in order to survive. So, but I don't think that in the moment, I just yell at him. So, you know, that new system is still coming online. We've been together for a long time too. And I'm only admitting this to you 16,000 people. So the goal here, Piaget used to talk about, is decentration, which is the having your emotions, not being them. So not being a bitch, but being angry occasionally. Like, I'm sorry, I just swore, but not being reactive all the time and being defensive, but being able to experience the emotion, understand it, and choose whether or not to react. to feel that frustration in the kitchen and to choose, am I going to get mad at him for saying this? Or am I just going to roll my eyes and make a joke about it? Am I going to say, well, you cut the onions then? It's not that important. Or am I going to say, it's not that important, I'll just do it his way? Like, how am I going to choose? Because I have the emotions, they don't have to decide for me how to be in relationship. So because I have the emotion, they don't have to decide for me how to be in relationship. Obviously, that's harder for kids. It's easier for mature adults. It's harder for people who've had a trauma response that has become very rigid in their brain. It's not that I'm not grown up. It's not that I'm acting as a little kid. It's that there is still that little part of me that has become very rigid because that was replayed over and over and over in order to survive. It was a life-threatening experience. Therefore, it was a survival skill. Therefore, it's much more integrated into who I am as a person. So changing that can feel life-threatening, which is why when you have that couple that comes in, changing that triangulation can feel life-threatening. It's not like, oh, let's just shift this around and let's not blame your partner. People can cheat. No, it feels life-threatening to get out of those roles. So action tendency means that when we feel those stimulating emotions, it triggers a physical action. So the function of emotions is to take action. We learn to identify what action is associated with what emotion. So there's an arousal cycle of emotion, right? Like when you feel tender or love, or when you look at a baby, the tendency physically is to go towards them, is to hug, is to hold their cheeks, is to be affectionate. That's the action tendency. And there's a reason for that. It's built in as a caretaking system. There's also an arousal cycle of anger. You get triggered, you escalate, there can be a crisis of emotion, but then there's a recovery, and sometimes there's like depression afterwards. So if you've ever worked with veterans or people who have rage, there's a cycle of rage. There's a trigger, it escalates, there's a crisis, and then there's a recovery, and there's usually remorse and then depression. So the feeling that's in your body gives you the tendency to do something. Now, sometimes people are frozen around those emotions. Sometimes people never experienced caretaking or attachment. So when they feel those feelings, they don't go towards you. They don't attach. They don't hug. Sometimes when people experienced anger, they went right into crisis and they got physical. So action tendency means that emotion is triggered into something that moves into your body. Barack Obama actually said this, which I thought was interesting. There's still a reptilian side of our brain that leads people to not trust others if someone sounds different or looks different. So that action tendency, when you feel an emotion, is triggered differently when someone looks different than you do. So going back to this little girl who pictured herself as looking different than her family, she didn't trust them. And so in her mind, they became people that looked different than her. But basically this quote is about, we automatically align with people who look like us. And this has to do with racism and the division that we feel in this polarization in our world today. There's us and them. There's me and you. There's the Democrats and the Republicans. There's terrorism. There's this idea that there's always an other, and usually that other looks different. And that can sometimes lead to what we call false prediction. So it's the projection of what we think is going to come. And then when we think that's what's going to come, then we activate physically. So I'll give you an example of right after 9/11. I was living in Connecticut at the time, and I was treating, Connecticut's kind of a bedroom community for people that commute into New York City. It's halfway between New York and Boston. So the lower half of Connecticut is New York, and the New Haven and up is really Boston. So I was seeing people that were commuting into New York during 9/11, and afterwards there was just so much trauma. And I was working with people who, were starting to fly again, and they would see Muslims get on airplanes and have a physical response, like the racism that was in the airports was dramatic, and they would react physically. Like some people were getting off planes, people were getting nauseous. They were bullying people. So it's a false prediction of like something bad's going to happen if someone that looks like that or doesn't look like me gets on a plane. We form images through our vision or our touch. And when our internal and external experience match up, then we can start moving. Moving is the opposite of rigidity. When we feel traumatized, we stop moving. So if everyone on the plane looks like me, I can relax. I can stop freaking out. There was another person I worked with. She was a gymnast, and she was sexually abused by her coach. And when she would get on a bus to go to a meet, if it was all girls on the bus, then she could fall asleep and take a nap, because they would leave at 5 o'clock in the morning to go on these weekend jaunts and all day meets. But if there was any men on the bus, it didn't matter if it was a coach or they had these like sort of guides that would go with them because they were going to different states. She would sit up all day on the bus. She wouldn't sleep. She wouldn't eat. She would get sick by the time they got there. So her internal and external experience had to align for her to feel like she was in this zone of safety. So trauma means we're responding to past feelings or triggers or reminders, and we automatically act in ways that do not fit in the present. So her abuse by her coach had been a couple years before, but if a coach got on the bus, she acted as if that had happened yesterday. And so I know for you as therapists, that does make sense. We're going to take questions in a couple minutes, but let me just get through a couple other slides. I see there's a bunch of comments. So boundary violations. Most trauma happens in interpersonal relationships. Most trauma. I know we've talked about climate trauma and things like terrorism, like 9/11, but the trauma in and of itself is a boundary violation. I mean, that's certainly a boundary violation. But the trauma that we're going to talk about for the rest of today and most of tomorrow is about interpersonal relationships and how do we help people heal. We lose the ability to choose our autonomous actions, and we can't self-regulate if there's been a boundary violation. So for her, being on the bus, losing the ability to relax and to take a nap, and to just self-regulate, like to be able to self-soothe, she couldn't do it because of that boundary violation that happened in such a close personal relationship. And it happened to a lot of girls in gymnastics, by the way. So chronic independence, I'm a poster child. The amygdala forms this fear response. So it controls your autonomic nervous system, and freezing or creating a sense of immobility. Immobilization becomes habitual. So we develop chronic independence. So that feeling of being immobile, sitting on the couch, I can't move, I can't get up, I can't go out, I can't get up and make myself healthy food. It's a freeze response. And it's also, I don't need anything from anybody. I'm not going to ask anybody for help. That chronic independence is actually a survival skill that comes from a boundary violation. It could be chronic neglect, it could be chronic abuse, it could be one-time abuse. Okay, so before we define what is actually the difference between trauma and post-traumatic stress disorder, let's take some questions. Ryan, do you mind?
Absolutely, happy to do it. Just making sure, am I coming through okay? Can you hear me? You see
Yes,
me?
fine, perfect.
Perfect, perfect. Yeah, I've got a number of them so far. I'm gonna filter by the most upvoted. Originally posted by Ruth Ann, and it was asking earlier, she was asking from earlier, can you give additional examples of how trauma triangulation might work with other relational dynamics besides an affair?
Yeah. So I personally think whenever you do couples therapy, it works in every dynamic, right? So someone comes in and says, can you just fix my partner and then we'll be fine. So there's usually a dragger and a draggee, and there's usually somebody who feels like you need the therapy, someone else who's maybe willing to come, but not as excited about it. And the narrative is usually, let me tell you what this person has done wrong or how we're not working. And the underlying story is because this person is doing too much of, or never does, or always does. So it's very clear from the get-go who's the victim and who's the perpetrator, like who feels victimized and who will readily identify who's the perpetrator. Now, that doesn't mean that they don't switch back and forth, because the narration is always, you did this to me, you did that to me. The important piece for us as therapists is to not align with one or the other as they are in their victim mode, and also to not align as a rescuer. And the way to do that is to never put ourselves in that superior position. And that's hard because we've been trained to put ourselves in the superior position. I've been in, I've taken a bazillion courses, I've been bazillion certifications, I have letters after my name. Of course, I'm the expert in the room. However, if I put myself in that privileged, superior place that, Western medicine has given us, like I have all the answers, they're in the bottom of my desk, I will only pull them out after you pay for a certain amount of sessions, then it takes the power away from the couple themselves. And every couple is different, every client is different, only they really have the answer to what they need. So we have to put the power back on them and their inner wisdom to find out what will actually be healing for them. So in the rest of this course is 2 days of the integrative relationship therapy course. I talk again about how to give them back their inner wisdom, but that's like a short answer to a much longer intervention. But thank you for that.
Thank you, Ruth Ann. Next question, originally posted by Laura. How does polyamory, ethical non-monogamy fit into the idea of trauma triangle?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, even if you see, like I work with people who are in open monogamy agreements, and some 4 or 6 people at a time who are in relationship with each other. And so there's a lot of trauma triangles within that bigger pod. And what I see there is not so much a projection of the parental roles, but the sibling roles. So it's like they are all navigating and negotiating um, the sibling experiences that they've each had coming from different parents. So, how come they get Tuesday nights and I only get Wednesdays? Or how come they're sleeping in the better room? Or how come they get to go out for coffee with so and so and I didn't get to have coffee with them? How come they get the bike and I didn't get a bike for Christmas? It's like all sibling stuff. So you still see the triangulation, but there's more of them. So it's just more complicated.
Thank you. Next question is from Jessica. Can you speak on trauma dumping when people turn around and share the vicarious secondary trauma stories with people in their life?
Well, yeah. I mean, I may have done a little bit on that on you guys dumping my story, but there's a difference between sharing your stories as it's relevant and dumping your stories. A lot of therapists do dump on their spouses, like, oh my God, you wouldn't believe my day. This happened, this happened, this happened, this happened. I used to work in a psychiatric hospital where I worked with dissociative identity disorder or multiple personality and severely abused, sexually abused clients, people that had been abused in cults and satanic cults, like really traumatic experiences. And I desperately needed to dump that stuff on somebody. And I couldn't dump it on my partner at the time. But the problem was there was no place to dump it. I had one supervisor group at work that met every 2 weeks in a group. And so that was the only place I had to dump it. I had to get therapy to be able to have a space to talk about it. And I started having symptoms in my body and nightmares and the idea of trauma dumping is very natural and normal because again we're trying to shed the snake out of our body so that it passes through. The desire to have that stuff pass through us is actually a sign of health. Like we want to have a sign of health. I think the question is really, what do you do when someone is dumping on you? So it's not so much how do you not trauma dump on somebody? The question is more, what do you do when someone's trauma dumping on you? If you're a therapist, I mean, that's kind of your job to take their trauma. But if you're a friend or a partner and someone's doing it, it's really important to understand what your own boundaries are. What I find is that if you've been through a lot of trauma, you are more likely to take other people's trauma on. You're also more likely to watch horror movies, or like detective shows where people get hurt and killed or kidnapped or I find that fascinating. I don't quite have a handle on what that's about, but it's like we are re-experiencing it on purpose, trying to have control over the experience because I'm deciding what I'm going to watch. I'm deciding when I'm going to watch it. I'm deciding if I can turn it on or off. I'm not trying to have control over it. So I would just encourage you to have control over what's coming into your system and know that it is coming in, that sometimes it could be overwhelming and you have the right to turn it off or turn it down.
That's fascinating. And also, Jessica didn't mention specifically what perspective, but I am kind of curious in terms of like with clients' experience of trauma dumping. Do you have any guidance or as that you offer to your clients as far as how much they shouldn't, what that looks like?
Meaning, if the client is on the therapist, what we should tell the client.
So I think you spoke a lot to therapist perspective of trauma dumping, but as far as is the clients dumping on people outside of therapy, being dumped on, kind of that experience. What's it like for them?
So what's it like for our clients when people are dumping on them? Is that what you're asking?
Yeah, yeah.
Well, I think learning our own boundaries and our limits and our capacity to say, I don't want to hear this. Is part of healthy boundaries. So what you're teaching people is how to set boundaries with other people. I'll give you an example. I have a client who was staying with her brother who was watching CIS, that show about sexual violence every week, some sexually violent thing happening. He would keep the TV on in the kitchen, cooking, and she was like, she wasn't saying anything. And part of the therapy was learning to have boundaries with her brother and say, I can't listen to this. So he wasn't trauma dumping on her, but the TV was trauma dumping on, and he knew that she had been through her own violent history. So, I mean, it's really having the courage and the strength to say, I can't watch this, or leaving the room if he wants to watch it, but I can't be in the room with you.
Wow, that's helpful. Appreciate that. Next question is from Terrence. I'd like to know more about how to distinguish abusive relationships from regular conflict and how to avoid colluding with the abuser by staying neutral.
Okay, so recognizing abusive relationships
from regular conflict, distinguishing the abusive relationships from regular conflict. We'll start there.
Yeah, I mean, if you've been in an abusive relationship, it's actually harder to distinguish that from regular conflict. So if you've had abuse in your past, you might normalize abusive behavior instead of calling people out on it. Really being aware of an abusive cycle, that what gaslighting is. Some background noise. I think it's you. Yeah. So what gaslighting means, what it means to be in an abusive cycle where somebody is abusive, then they deny it, then they blame you, which is the gaslighting part, when they tell you you're crazy for feeling that way, and then it increases, and then they apologize, and then they get remorseful, and then they say they'll never do it again, and then there's a time of real kindness and gift giving or sexual connection and real intimacy, and then it starts again. So recognizing the cycle, being able to point out to your clients or to your partner or whoever, this is abuse. This is not just regular conflict. We keep ending up here over and over again, or you keep ending up here over and over again, or being sensitive to the way that somebody talks to another person. I'm trying to think of an example. I have one couple that, and this is so controversial, but he tells her that he's not attracted to her anymore. And there's a difference between saying, I feel like our relationship has really lost a lot of its juice and we're not feeling as much desire for each other, versus you've gained a lot of weight and gotten really fat, and I'm just not hot for you anymore. One is taking responsibility for the relationship together and perhaps being curious about it. And the other one's just being mean. And so, really not tolerating being mean or being rude. That's really the first line of defense, I think, against abuse.
Appreciate that. Do you ask both partners how the dynamic is benefiting them when there is clear abuse?
That's a complicated question because it depends on the kind of abuse. If we're talking about trauma and we're talking about, reliving a trauma cycle. So, like I have a couple who, one of them was in a sexually abusive relationship in their early teens. now as an adult, she'll sort of act out in adulthood some of the things that she did as a teen, and then she will feel really bad about it. She'll go into shame and sort of a shame spiral and withdraw, and then they'll get intimate again. He'll promise to never make her do it again, and then he'll sort of manipulate her into doing this particular sexual act again, and then she goes into the shame spiral. Like, it's a real sort of abusive cycle. I would point out to both of them the repetitiveness of the cycle, and ask how it's working for both of them. My common experience is that it's not that the abuse is working, it's that the remorse cycle works in abusive relationships. So it's the time when they both feel really intimate. She goes into her shame spiral. He tries to make it up to her. He feels really bad. There's a time where they don't have sex. He says, I'm sorry. I love you. I'll never do it again. That's what she needed back then by her abuser. So they keep recreating the same scenario so she can get what she didn't get back then. And so she's trying to heal from her old experience, but it's not working because it's not from the right person. So, but it's a way for your brain to try to take control of an experience that you didn't have control of back then. It's like a lot of people who had sexual assault experiences will sometimes have sexual fantasies of being assaulted because your brain is trying to take control and have a pleasurable experience in your imagination so that you can be in charge of what happened. I'll decide who does what to who, when it happens, how it ends, that when I say no, or if I say no, and how it's going to go this time. Your brain is an amazing thing, how it tries to rewrite history. You're actually rewriting the neurological pathways of your brain. So she's trying to create a new deer path in the woods where the neurological pathway ends in someone saying, I'm really sorry and I love you. Or the fantasizer is trying to create a new neurological pathway where she says, yeah, that was good for me. It was my choice. It wasn't an assault. Or I got the person arrested, or whatever the end of the fantasy is. We are trying to heal our brains all the time. The important part for the therapist to confront is that they're actually doing it. You are actually doing it. You have control over this. This is a choice, even though it feels unconscious. Once they know and have conscious awareness that this is something that they are creating, now they have a new a narrative. Because once they have the narrative, then they can grieve the relationship that they thought they have, and now they can create something new.
Right. Need to double back to second half of Terrence's question was how to avoid colluding with the abuser by staying neutral.
Mm-hmm. Well, let's use this couple as an example. Like, this guy would say, well, she wants me to do it. She likes it. We both enjoy it. It's not like it's hurting her. It's no big deal. We've always done it. All couples do it. And you don't want to align with the victim by saying, he's really hurting you. And you don't want to align with the abuser by saying, well, that makes sense. I get why you're trying to do that. And I get that you feel like you're helping her. The way to step away from that triangulation is to not have the superior position of, I know how I'm going to fix you, but are you noticing this pattern? What do you as the couple notice about the pattern? How is this working for you and how is this not working for you? So it's not that you necessarily want to stay neutral, but you want to have four legs of a table, and the fourth leg of the table is their own inner awareness. Like where is their inner therapist going to sit in the room? Like, how are they going to teach you about what they're doing so that it's no longer like a three-legged table, now it's a four-legged table? So what can you tell me about what's working about this and what isn't working about this? I don't want to hear that from the victim. I want to hear that from the quote unquote, abuser.
Yeah, that's good. Let's see. Next question is from Claudia. What are your thoughts about or experience with IFS and other forms of part work?
Well, that's a good question because I'm going to do a class with Frank Anderson on IFS and sex. So you'll get more of that if that's what you're looking for. I do IFS work, and that's part of internal family systems. That's part of the integrative relationship therapy approach, just like imago therapy. I'm an imago therapist as well. The idea in trauma work is that we have protector parts. We have smaller parts of us inside that are exiled, and we have protector parts. Like my protector part is a very independent part. Like, I'll take care of myself. She was developed very early on in life. Like, I got this. And it was almost like I told the little girl inside of me, I know no one's taking care of you. I'll take care of you. I got this. It's under control. And she's the protector part, right? So the exiled part is that little girl that's still sitting in the corner wishing someone would take care of her. And she sometimes sits on the couch and eats candy still. And so she needs the protector part to say, okay, Tammy, we're gonna make a nice dinner. I'm gonna make you a salad. I'm gonna take care of you. Like, that's how IFS would be used in situations around trauma. And a more dramatic example would be that, some people really do have parts that are not integrated at all, that may actually operate separately, like in dissociative identity disorder. But the parts of us that we all have are like the part that's showing up today for your class that asks the question is different than the part of you that's going to be home with your family. That's different than the part of you that's going to be out dancing at a club or at brunch with your friends or home eating candy in front of the TV. Like, we all have different parts. I think the short answer, because we're going to take a break in about 2 minutes, the short answer and the beneficial part that you can integrate today with your clients, if you have clients this afternoon, is to word things like, so a part of you likes to have sex this way with your partner because it makes you feel blah, blah, blah. A part of you enjoys feeling humiliated after sex. A part of you wants to rage at your partner because of the way they cut onions. A part of you doesn't feel safe in therapy. When you use that parts language, it relieves the person from feeling like, this is who I am. I'm trapped in this situation. This is all of me, and I have no other options. It relieves us from the burden of becoming our trauma, becoming our emotions. This is not who we are. This is something that was done to us. And we've developed different parts of ourselves in order to survive. So even if you can use that language with people, it can really help them to focus on the parts that are working and the parts that need healing. And again, this is a way to restore the power to them for their own inner healing, their inner wisdom. What parts of you can take care of that little girl? What parts of you can take on the healing in this relationship? It's an empowering language to use. We're back. I'm just reading over some of your questions, and we're going to cover some of these this afternoon, and then there'll be more time as well for questions. So we're going to have lunch um, from 10:50 to 12 o'clock my time, which is Pacific. So I'll let you figure out what that is in your time zone because you're all different. Um, but I just wanted to comment on something that Charlotte said. I have heard of a research project that evaluated women's fascination with true crime shows, and watching the show appears to lay a memory track at the neurological level for how a woman would survive a particular threat or situation. I'd love to know if anyone in the audience has also heard of that study or where similar could be read. I'd love to know where that is too. That is fascinating to me. So it actually is creating survival skills. I don't know if we are learning our best survival skills from true crime shows because they don't always survive on true crime. But it certainly is a way of processing the crime that's in our zeitgeist, right? I cannot watch any movies or shows or crime documentaries, particularly the ones that have children in them. Like that totally freaks me out. So it may be because I have had children. I'm just super sensitive to it because of my own history, whatever. I think I think it's so interesting that it's so common and popular in our culture and in our society that people are so into it. And I think that it is a way of working through it. Again, it's creating this new pathway to a happy ending, right? Because they always resolve it. I mean, the person doesn't always survive. And so a lot of it's like horror porn. But there is like the resolution in half an hour, 2 hours. But then there's things like, Game of Thrones and these really incredibly violent shows about certain time periods in history that supposedly were past, and that perhaps there is a very subtle message there about women needing to empower and rise up and step into their power, and the implication of patriarchy. And look, there is no avoiding coming from a feminist lens here if we're talking about sexual abuse and trauma. We have to be able to come at this from a perspective of women owning their power and finding their voice. It's not to say that men and boys are not sexually abused, and we'll talk about that. And it's not to say that trauma doesn't happen, men to men, male to male, etc. But we have to honor and acknowledge the need for women to regain, step into, and voice their power and their strength. There is no other way for us to move forward as a culture. And so we are going to come from that lens today and tomorrow. But I also want to define post-traumatic stress and reinforce for you that not everyone that experiences a trauma has post-traumatic stress, and not everyone that has post-traumatic stress has post-traumatic stress disorder. So you can have a traumatic experience. Most of us do. Most of us are. Most of us have had. But post-traumatic stress disorder is an actual diagnosis that happens when you've experienced or witnessed a traumatic event. And it could be a natural disaster or an accident, a terrorist act, war, combat, rape, or you've been threatened with death, violence, or serious injury. I have a family member that was raped by an Uber driver. They were roofied and in a water bottle. And it never went to court because of the failure of the legal system. And again, the witness of the traumatic event can be just as traumatic. So even though this family member was extremely traumatized, as you can imagine, they don't remember it because they were roofied. So they're they were found afterwards and brought to the hospital. Clearly, they were sexually assaulted, and their brain has, because of the chemical that they were given, their brain doesn't remember it. It may eventually come into their consciousness, but it's actually the people that witnessed the event, in other words, that found her, that were at the hospital with her, that heard about it, that knew the system, that went through the failure of the legal system with her, that were more traumatized by it. So it can be a failure of the recovery process, also, that creates the post-traumatic stress disorder. It's any exposure to a traumatic event and the intense psychological distress that occurs as a result. So she had EMDR, a series of EMDR, and is still in therapy, but it's not necessarily the psychological distress around what happened. It's more around, the choices and safety and the world, et cetera, that is a wider conversation. But for the people that experienced it with her in whatever context, that psychological distress can cause post-traumatic stress disorder and can create their own trauma around their sense of safety in the world, and obviously getting into a car service and the feeling of like, is the world safe at all, particularly for women or anyone for that matter. PTSD is diagnosed when symptoms last longer than 1 month. So the differentiator here is that you can be really traumatized and be really overwhelmed, and the symptoms can get better. I think we underestimate the resilience of our brains, of our neurological systems, and of our coping skills. Now, that's different than just denying it or avoiding it, right? It really is a process of recovery. So to prevent the distressing reactions, survivors will avoid stimuli that provoke the feelings, and this avoidance behavior can be severe enough to significantly impair their daily life. So it's not even the event itself, but it's the things you do to avoid getting triggered that can then impair your life. So never leaving the house, never getting in a car. The woman that had the car accident, the woman that had the dolphin experience, she'll never get in a car again. She swears, like she won't get in a van. We do therapy by Zoom. Like she will not, because she was in a car accident. She's terrified of anything with four wheels on it. Now, hopefully that won't last, but she gets to physical therapy, luckily with a wheelchair that's down the street from her. So they wheel her there. If she has to have surgery again, she doesn't remember getting to the hospital for surgery. So I'm sure they took her in an ambulance. But the avoidance behavior can be really distressing to her life. So we'll see as her trauma improves over time, if the avoidance behavior will improve as well. Sitting in front of the TV eating sugar is an avoidance behavior that can impair your daily life if you kept doing it every day for the rest of your life. 1 in 11 people will have PTSD in their lifetime. That's a pretty significant number. PTSD and the health effects. Now, many of you know this, particularly if you're on this course, you probably know something about post-traumatic stress disorder. Some of you work with military people. I'm going to talk about that later. Some of you focus on sexual abuse trauma. Some of you work with the betrayal trauma of infidelity or narcissism or sociopathy in relationships. But that idea of hypervigilance, of like always watching, when is the next car going to come? When is my partner going to have a heart attack again? Is he breathing okay? When is my partner going to go on his phone and check his texts? When is she going to have another nightmare about her Afghanistan stay, avoiding people, places, and things, difficulty concentrating, either feeling really intense feelings or too little. I have a lesbian couple that I see. She was sexually assaulted by one of her superiors in Afghanistan. And when she reported it, she got demoted and she had to like clean bathrooms for a couple months. And that was actually more traumatizing, to be sort of kicked out of the herd, cut off from the herd of her people and her support system, and sort of demeaned by the men in her unit. And so now she is very shut down from her emotions in her relationship with her wife now. She says the only time she feels anything is during her dreams. Some people have an intense startle response. Some people re-experience the trauma. My daughter actually got in a bad car accident. She got hit by a truck. She was in the passenger seat of a car, and it's really hard for her to be on the highway where there's other trucks around. So she gets very hyper vigilant. She's always watching for the trucks. She gets a little body sort of twitches, like when a truck drives by. I mean, for perfectly good reason. People get somatic symptoms and chronic illness that have to do with their body. Really, the body keeps the score, like Bessel van der Kolk says. It really stores in various ways, like fibromyalgia, where it's stored in your actual tissues. The issues are in your tissues, or irritable bowel syndrome. I mean, just the name irritable bowel syndrome sounds traumatic and is reflective of trauma. Just my irritation. And one of my clients says, I just don't give a shit. I just don't give a shit. And I asked, like, what are the symptoms in your body that you're having? She says, I'm constantly constipated. And I'm like, well, maybe you should stop saying that. And what are the messages that you're putting into your body? And I asked that of all of my clients. Like, do you say, oh, my partner's such a pain in the neck, pain in the ass? This is such a this is killing me, this situation. Like, what do you say that perhaps is putting a message into your body? Just be very careful with your words. Many people with PTSD have sleep issues, always exhausted, and can't sleep. Now, the stages are the crisis or the emergency. What happens right afterwards, after 9/11, after the buildings fell. The crisis was actually the trauma bonded people. If you were in New York, Connecticut, Long Island, New Jersey, that whole area, like, we were like a family. And everyone was rushing to the city to do Reiki on each other and to do healing. That was the emergency stage. But then there's also the denial phase. Not everyone goes through denial. Like, oh, they didn't really mean it. She didn't mean to say that. He didn't mean to hit me. I'm fine. Everything's going to be okay. The short-term recovery stage is when you have immediate solutions, interventions. This is what we can do now. This is the house we can rent in the meantime, since our house burned down. This is where we can live with the kids. You can take the kids on the weekends. I'll have them during the week. Like, what are the immediate solutions? And then the long-term recovery, where you can really do intensive therapy. What are the intensive therapeutic interventions for your particular client or couple or group? So post-traumatic stress disorder causes a decreased activation of your medial prefrontal cortex, which means it's harder to plan. It's harder to create a vision. When I say that the third phase of treatment, whether it's in the actual session or in the whole phase of treatment, is creating a new narrative. It's creating a vision for the future. It's the application of your intervention so that you can move on with a new life, it's really hard to do that if you have post-traumatic stress disorder. Your brain has a difficult time making those plans. It's hard to anticipate what's going to happen if you do certain things. It inhibits your responses. So it's an inhibition of inappropriate responses, but it also inhibits appropriate responses. So it can just inhibit all of your responses. So you can go into freeze or fight and not know. In other words, like, all right, I'm gonna leave my partner because they're lying to me and they're having an affair. I can't really decide what I'm going to do, where I'm going to live. I don't know what's going to happen if I live alone. I don't know if I should tell my family and my friends. Should I tell people on social media? Should I, like, not knowing how to make those decisions could be because of PTSD. You probably know that when people go through trauma, the stress hormones that are released are adrenaline, norepinephrine, and cortisol, because they work with our sympathetic nervous system, the fight or flight system. That's part of the stress. But what's unique about PTSD is the memories, right? The flashbacks, the shame and the hypervigilance, the things that we do to avoid all of those symptoms. That's unique about PTSD versus I've had a traumatic experience. I can process it and then I can move past it. PTSD, you don't move past it. It's very difficult. Clients say, when am I going to get over it? I can't tell you that. There's no magic answer. And I don't know if getting over it is really the goal. Learning to integrate it into your lifelong experience is probably more realistic. Learning to integrate it into your lifelong experience is probably more realistic. So if you've had any kind of post-traumatic stress, particularly if there's been sexual abuse or sexual assault or incest, negative body image is the number one thing that people complain about when they're trying to integrate into their sexual relationship as adults. And they feel like the less attention paid to the body and to their internal sensations, the better. Like, getting out of the body is the goal of someone who doesn't want to feel the memory that's stored in the body. So compulsive eating, compulsive starvation, like anorexia, to not feel anything, to get out of the body, to dissociate, anything to just stay in your head, compulsive intellectualizing, obsessive compulsive disorder symptoms, being on your phone all the time, like being in social media, being a gamer, like being in your, I'm sorry, I just got a text that I couldn't avoid. I'm like, wait, being in your distractibility technology. So you all know what your distractibility technology is. You're probably on your phone right now while you're in this class. You might be playing a game. You might be looking at your email, your text. You could be talking to your friends on text. You could be sending things on social media. You're welcome to say things on social media about this class as long as it's positive. The idea is anything to avoid being in the body, being in the sensation, being in the feeling. And so the goal is to identify your physical sensations, to translate what you're feeling and sensing into words. So I just want you to practice that right now. Like, put down your phone for a second. I'm not going to know if you're doing this, so this is optional. I can't see you. But if you would like to play along, just put down your phone for a second and put your feet flat on the floor and just do a little body scan. Like, from your feet, just feel your left foot and your right foot. And then feel your left shin and your right shin, your left calf and your right calf. And just notice your left knee and your right knee. And your left quad and hamstring, those are the big muscles in the tops of your legs and your thighs, and your right hamstrings and your right quadriceps. And then just notice from your hips all the way down to your feet. Just notice how your legs feel. Just notice them. You may not have even known you had legs. Maybe you don't have legs. Maybe you're other abled. And just notice what that is feeling right now. And from your hips, your lower back, your pelvic floor, all your reproductive organs, your genitals, your abdomen, notice where all that is sitting in the bowl of your pelvis. And just notice it and notice how it feels. My lower back hurts from sitting. So just see if you can move it a bit to be more comfortable, to be more flat in your seat, to feel more pleasant, to feel more pleasurable. Feel it, notice it. We have a way of cutting off our awareness of our genitals so that we can function in the world, so that we don't have an erection all the time, or we're not having an orgasm as we're sitting in this class. And that's beneficial, but it can also be a problem when we want to be aware of them. So just notice them now. Move up to your stomach, your belly, behind your belly button. Go all the way up your spine to your neck. Just notice it. Notice if your spine feels aligned. Notice your shoulder blades and put them back down your spine. Notice your shoulders and try to lift them up towards your ear and then slide them back down and just notice them. Notice your belly. How does it feel? Is it hungry? Is it gurgling? Is it tight? Is it bloated? Go all the way up to your heart space around your ribs, that cage that protects your more vulnerable, delicate heart space. And notice your arms, your biceps, and your triceps, your elbows, your left elbow, your right elbow, your left lower arm, your right lower arm. And then your hands, your left hand, your right hand, your left thumb, your right thumb, and each finger, and your left palm and your right palm, the back of your left hand, back of your right hand. And maybe you don't have all your parts, and that's okay too, just noticing that, noticing what that's like right in this moment. And then just notice your neck. Oh, noticing your neck and the sensations in your neck, from your neck all the way up to where it meets your skull. And notice your jaw and how much tension we keep in our jaw. And you can smile, loosen your jaw muscles. Just notice your cheeks and the muscles in your face, around your eyes. Smooth out your forehead muscles all the way up around your skull. Just notice your head. How does your head feel? Closing your eyes, how do your eyes feel? Are they tired? Are they sore? Just being aware now from the top of your body all the way down to your feet. Just be aware of how you feel. And see if you can name some of those feelings. Tired, sore, good, pleasant, warm, happy, loved, cared for, full, hungry, have to pee, anxious, restless, solid. Whatever emotion comes to you or whatever description comes to you, we're just translating those words and those emotions into a language. You can, whenever you're ready, you can wiggle your fingers and open your eyes if you had your eyes closed. That's just a noticing. So notice if you had any negative thoughts about your body, if you were able to even go into your body, or if you were stuck in your head outside your body, if you couldn't feel your lower body. Some people can't feel parts of their body. Like if I say feel your legs, you can't feel them, or if it can't feel your belly, just notice that. Notice, why couldn't I even notice my heart? Why did I dissociate? Was she even talking? Was she talking about my back? I didn't hear that part. She skipped the whole upper body. Just notice it. There's no judgment. It's just a curiosity. Just be curious. And notice that you can do this with your clients in the room. If you feel them getting triggered or dissociating, just say, oh, notice let's just do a quick body scan. Just notice your body right now, from your head down to your feet. And are there any parts that you're not feeling right now? And you can also do this with IFS. If you're a younger part, does the younger part feel the body? Does the protector part feel the body? Does the alcoholic part or the addicted part feel different parts of the body? Are they outside of the body? Another interesting thing about trauma is that trauma is stored in the amygdala. That's a part of the brain that doesn't recognize time, which is part of why actually psychedelics work, because psychedelics work on the parts of the brain that bypass meaning and also awareness of your spatial connection to time in the moment. So you have experience without it registering where you are when, which is why you don't realize that you're here now. And it doesn't create meaning in the moment. You don't have like an observing ego that looks at it and says, oh, I know what this means. This dolphin means this, blah, 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 blah. Or I'm seeing a giant purple penguin, and I know this must mean that I'm talking to my mother. There's no parts of the brain that are all online at the same time. Trauma can be stored in the amygdala, where it processes fear and threatening stimuli. It can be real or imagined. And it's important because that's the place that detects threat. And when it lights up, it says to your brainstem, okay, get the hell out of here, or fight. And it also, in that part of your brain, will attach emotional significance to something that happened. Like, oh, that was scary, or oh, I hated that person, or oh, that was, I hate that race of people who I was at war with. It stores memories and emotions so that we can recognize similar things in the future. Oh, that wolf that attacked me when I was in the woods, stored in my amygdala now. Now, when I see a dog, I feel that same emotion, and I feel also that call to action in my body to run. If your amygdala is overstimulated and you're in that space too much, too often, for too long, that like anxiety outweighs the logical parts of your brain. So that's what causes panic. Like if you recall our rush to fill our houses with toilet paper during the pandemic, that panic to like do something, like there's some action required as a result of this feeling. There's a feeling in our amygdala of fear. There's something traumatic happening. There's something desperate going on in my brain. I have to then do something. And if I have to stay in that place too long, then I'm in constant panic and anxiety. The toilet paper didn't really make us feel better. There might have been like, I saw people getting in fights in the grocery store. Like there might have been like a moment in time where you felt like, oh, I scored, right? I scored. I found the toilet paper. I filled up my grocery cart. I saw people smashing grocery carts into each other in parking lots. You took too much toilet paper. You're not allowed to take that much. I mean, it brought out the fight or flight in people, right? That was the fight response. Okay. So let's talk about the lasting effects. So the lasting effects on a person's mental, physical, social, emotional, or spiritual well-being, what are the permanent effects on someone's brain? What are the permanent effects on someone's brain? I'm going to show you a couple of short little video clips of a session with someone who lives in Iran, and they're doing immigration paperwork. They're trying to leave the country. Now they are therapists, so if you know them, please don't share. outside of this course. Most of the videos I have are of therapists who have volunteered because they know that I'm going to show the videos to you for educational purposes. So I just want to send out a global thank you and appreciation for your bravery and for your participation. Thank you so much. But in this particular couple, they are talking about the influence of his childhood and what he experienced in his childhood and how it's affecting his current relationship. And so I want you to think about how you're affected by your own intersectionality. In other words, what your culture and what your society taught you about surviving. What did your culture, your society, your community, your family, what did they teach you about what to do in the face of an emergency? Some people have the privilege of feeling like, I'll be fine. I have money, I have resources, I can get a nanny, I can get a tutor to homeschool my kids, I can work from home, I have enough room in my place. Somebody was saying, oh, we had a pool at home, we had a hot tub, we had a sauna, my kids had a big playground in the back, I had a nanny, I had someone to homeschool my kids. I could work from home. My husband quit his job and he could stay home with the kids. And I thought, wow, it sounds like the pandemic was a great experience for you. And they said it really was. It brought us all together. We went from commuting 3 hours a day, never seeing our kids, having the nanny raise the kids. And now we're all close together and we're eating together, meals together every day. The kids are happy. And then there were other people. I met with a woman who had just immigrated here from another country. Her citizenship had not gone through. She was a single mom. She was working under the table illegally. She had to stay home with her kids because she didn't have childcare. She didn't know anybody here. She lost her job. She couldn't homeschool the kids because she barely knew the language. They were learning English for the first time. And she had a hard time getting out to get food. It's not like she could order in. She didn't have a lot of money. I don't think she had a credit card. She was really, really suffering and struggling and terrified. She had one friend who had a grandmother that lived nearby that offered to come, but the grandmother was afraid she was going to get sick, and then the kids would get sick, and the grandmother wasn't that healthy. I mean, the disparity of privilege in the communities in my area in Los Angeles was just intense. And so how people experience traumatic events really depends on their resources, their history, their privilege, their support system, and also what you learned about surviving. Interestingly, my instinct when there's a crisis or when, something happens is, well, we can always move. Like I've moved so often in my life. I never lived anywhere more than a couple of years. So I get sort of antsy every couple of years, like, oh, it's time to move. It's time to clean out the closets. But I have no problem at all with picking up and moving. While my husband lived in the same house his whole entire life with his parents and has only lived, I think, in 2 places since then. He's much more rooted in. So like if there was to be an earthquake here, he doesn't have a go bag. Everyone here has a go bag with water and batteries and stuff. Like he just doesn't have that mentality of being mobile. And so thinking about your own family history and your own community, your religion, how do you respond to trauma and how do you integrate these experiences? I have someone who, as a boy, he was sexually abused by a priest in his church. And on the East Coast at the time, there was a community where a lot of kids were abused by in this particular church. And how people responded to those boys at the time was denial. They didn't listen to the boys. Now that the kids are all grown up, the boys actually have like a support system where they meet, and the priests all got called back to Rome or wherever they go. None of them went to jail, but they have this integration experience where they share and integrate their experiences around what it means today. Now, because the experience is not unusual, unfortunately, in America and in other countries, and in the experience of growing up as an altar boy or in church, they have an assumed community. In other words, they are aware that this has happened to other people. That's a different awareness and a different type of integration than not understanding that your experience happened to other people. There's not a big support system for people who've been abused by Uber drivers, but there's a big support system for people who've been abused by priests. There is a big support system for wounded healers, for wounded warriors, for people coming out of different military activities. So finding a community where you feel like there are other people, even if you don't take advantage of it, helps you to integrate the experience. So if you think of your own trauma, do you feel like there's other people who've had that experience, or do you feel alone in your experience? And how does your culture, race, background, religion, family react to your trauma? I treat a lot of gay couples who the trauma of coming out to their family differs depending on their family's response to and how they react to being gay in general. So how does your family feel about sexual orientation, gender, being trans, being in a relationship, having children? Like, how is your community holding space and integrating trauma? That's crucial to find out for your clients to help them move forward and heal. Excuse me 1 second. Pardon me. And the other piece that's so important is the body, right? We touch on this a little bit. And as you went through your body and the scan of your body, and I'm noticing in my throat, it's not just from talking a lot. If I were to look at my body somatically, and I was in therapy, let's just say I was the patient and the therapist, I might ask myself, what are you struggling to say or not say? If your throat had a message, what would it be telling you? To stop talking? Which is actually very interesting because the message of my childhood was don't tell. I grew up in a very interesting community, and my mother was not very proud of it. And so she would make it very clear that I wasn't to tell people. And so the fact that I've been talking so much about my childhood in this presentation, I wonder if I'm having like this somatic response of like, you're not supposed to tell, you're not supposed to talk about your childhood. And so I'm getting like this, this self-stimulated somatic response. It's sort of like, I'll give you another example. I work a lot with men who have erectile dysfunction as a sex therapist. And I will ask them, if you're having problems getting an erection, what would your penis want to say? What is it trying to tell you? And it's amazing if you ask your body parts what they're trying to tell you, if you include them in the therapy, if you include them in the message, if you're not just in the cognitive, intellectual piece, what the message is. For instance, a lot of times if and this is not just heterosexual men, but anyone with a penis who gets out of a long-term committed partnership, a lot of times men who are widows or widowers, widowed or widowers, will try to start a new relationship and will feel like they're ready to move on emotionally and spiritually, psychologically, but they won't be able to get an erection with their new partner because their body still feels monogamous to their last partner. So as much as they've done the grief and the loss work of letting go of their last committed partnership, their penis is still saying, no, I'm still with this other person. And once they're able to do that somatic work, then they can grieve that old narrative and that loss and make a decision about moving forward into a new relationship. So it's the same thing with any kind of trauma, right? We know trauma is connected to grief and loss. Our bodies don't run from danger because we're afraid. Rather, we're afraid because our bodies run. This is David Wallen's work. The idea of whatever's in your body is teaching you something. So somatic experiencing therapist, some of you are. I had someone tell me once, I have these very thick wrists, like kind of fat wrists. And they said, sometimes that happens when, as a child, you reach out for someone and then you realize no one's there. And so you pull back. And when they said that, whether that's true or not, when they said that, it hit me on such a deep level. I was like, oh my God, that's so true for me. My body is telling me something. So if you're, I've always had a slouch. I've always, covered my heart space, protected my heart space. It's very difficult in yoga for people to do heart opening exercises. I've practiced my whole life trying to stand up and put my shoulders back to be more vulnerable in my heart because I protected my heart my whole life. People in yoga, I'm a big fan of yoga healing. People in yoga, if they do the camel position or upward dog, your heart is very exposed, and people cry in yoga. People cry in child pose. It's quite common because what we store in our bodies has to do with self-care, protection, the energy, the voice, the experience, the message. The message is in your body. Oh, sorry. So it may be that your body is armoring against the experience. It may be that you're dissociating from your body. It may be that you have an aversion to sex, which is showing up as closing in on yourself, not being able to get an erection, shutting down from intimacy in some way. Where is your body telling you? What message is it telling you? So I just want you to go through your body again, noticing where in your body the intense response was that you noticed from our body scan. So say your lower back was hurting. I want you to go back to your lower back and ask it right now, what are you trying to tell me? And just take a moment to have it write out to you on a piece of paper from your lower back. I'm trying to tell you, stand up more often, or get outside more. What is it trying to tell you? Just take a moment. I'm going to give you about 10 seconds. So if you're listening to this at home, hopefully you're not driving. This slide is supposed to say body armoring. next to numbing and dissociation and sex aversion. I don't know why it's not popping up. But the idea of body armoring is the things that we do to protect ourselves. So like the man who can't get an erection, he's protecting himself from the emotional layer that he hasn't connected with yet about letting go of his last relationship. If your lower back is hurting, perhaps it's protecting you from taking a look at what you need to do to stretch into the rest of your body, because perhaps you are looking at avoiding understanding what it might mean to go outside. I mean, I'm just making that up. The closed pattern of repetitive energy and trauma that requires some kind of external force to break the cycle is called trauma reversal. So if you've always sat in a certain way and your body is starting to adapt to that, you want to do something to reverse the trauma of your body armoring. So maybe you want to stand up at your laptop. A lot of people have stand-up desks now. Maybe you want to, do yoga while you're listening to this class. So you maybe want to get down right now on the floor and do some stretching, which is fine. We can't see. You want to do trauma reversal. So, what you've adapted to in your body, your adaptive response is fine for you. That's great. If you've learned to sit in a certain way and not have your back to the door, which is why you're sitting in the chair that you are, that's great for you. It's keeping you safe. But stress can be perceived as a demand that exceeds your immediate resources. So if you're starting to feel stress, that means that you're not in the moment where you can handle what's coming towards you. Like you need more resources. So stress can be a sign that something else needs to happen for you to deal with what's coming towards you. Your body being stressed can be that sign. If you've had any kind of sexual or physical abuse, sometimes we don't listen to our body as a sign of stress. I can push through my body stress and work for 12 hours at a time and say, I'm just going to stay in my head and I'm going to work, instead of taking that as a sign of stress and taking more breaks or stretching or doing what I need, take some deep breaths. And this is important for you if you are a trauma therapist or if you've been through trauma. I'd like to say a few things about resilience, because I can tell you that people who have been through trauma do not want to be called resilient. They want to be able to say, I didn't ask for this. I didn't ask to be resilient. I don't want to feel like I'm resilient. I would like to have never had to have this experience. So please stop telling me I'm resilient. I'm resilient out of, not choice, but out of necessity. So it's not like I built that skill and I should be proud of myself. Like I had to do it. So that's the response. Now that may or may not be true from our perspective. I mean, we might look at someone and go, wow, that person's really resilient. But there may be other ways that we can be more positive around people's resourcing. The exposure to managing stress and the capacity to be flexible is great, but if you aren't resilient and if you aren't flexible, that's not necessarily an insult to your capacity either. It just might mean that the stress or the threat was really great. So let's not compare each other's resilience. I know that according to research, people hold on to trauma energetically, emotionally, and physically. So they might be really resilient physically, like, oh my God, you were in that car accident and you got up out of that wheelchair and you walked across the room like the first day. That's amazing. You are so resilient. But maybe they emotionally are just a train wreck. right? So we have to be really clear that that we honor that. You know, sometimes women in particular will hold on to trauma around sexual abuse or assault um, because they don't feel safe sharing it. There's not a community sense that talking about it will be acceptable. It can feel like trauma dumping. Thank you for the person that asked about that. And, you know, even like in the Me Too movement now, it's kind of quieted down, where we've seen that, yes, some people have been called to respond. Some people have gone to jail, and then they've also been released, or things have happened that not everyone who's ever had a Me Too moment has been um, been responding in a way that has made the victims feel okay. There's been a lot of victim blaming. So women in particular tend to hold on to trauma in a different way. Marianne Williams said the wounding of women leads to a wounding of the world. The denial and suppression of women's voices has left humanity almost bereft of hope. You know, we are at a place that is somewhat tragic around the abuse of women. There are studies that show, and I think Hillary Clinton said this, that in countries where women have the most rights and the most independence and are the most employable and that have the most education, those are the most advanced societies. In the societies where women's education and sexuality and voices are repressed, those countries do the worst economically and tend to be the most just depressed in their capacity for caring for their citizens. So we know that lifting of women's voices actually leads to the success of a whole culture of the planet. We also know that, you know, pleasure is the seat of the reproductive system. So women's pleasure has been connected to shame and repression since the beginning of time, since Eve ate the apple and was blamed for the downfall of humanity. So we know that the repression of women's pleasure, women's sexuality, the control of women's bodies has had a big impact on how society is run. And that if women were in touch with and in control of their capacity for pleasure, I mean, maybe we could take over the planet. But that is how we, that is how we perpetuate the species. So we're going to talk more this afternoon, not so much about how to repair sexual trauma, but how to talk about pleasure in a way that isn't traumatizing, isn't shaming, doesn't feel like it's a privilege only for those who have to earn it, isn't for people that, work really hard and at the end of the week get to binge on pleasure, because pleasure in our society has become a privilege for those who deserve it. In other words, if we work really hard, then at the end of the week, you can take a weekend off and binge on pleasure, but then you're going to be hungover. So then you can get back to work. But those who are in the top, 1% can have as much pleasure as they want. Usually it's very sexualized, and they can traumatize women during that pleasure weekend in their helicopters or whatever. That trauma narrative is very mixed in with sexual abuse. And they can have all the sex and the women and the helicopters they want, but the rest of us are at the bottom of the pleasure pyramid, and we're going to have to work really hard to get to experience pleasure. For those people who don't have the privilege of pleasure, who have to work all week on many jobs, take care of kids, don't have extra help, pleasure is not affordable for them. So we're going to talk about pleasure as an entitlement for all of us, because pleasure is part of being human. And what does that mean when it's become something that someone else tries to take advantage of or repress or abuse? So how do we take pleasure as power in our lives, or take back pleasure? Because pleasure is the opposite of trauma. Pleasure is a very loose, resilient, if you will, forgive me for using that word, experience. Trauma is a rigid, responsive experience. So, if something happens that scares you or that hurts you, the system responds by shutting down or shutting up, or getting ready to run or fight. Pleasure creates an opposite response, where it allows the system to relax and receive and witness, so that it creates a sense of safety in the brain in order to prepare one for the experience of pleasure. The experience, it doesn't have to be sexual pleasure, just some kind of sensual pleasure. Getting ready to sit down to eat a meal, getting ready to dance, to hug, to take a deep breath and look at a sunrise. Like, those pleasurable experiences are relaxing, receiving, witnessing experiences. Peter Levine, who writes a lot about trauma, said when repair does not take place in a timely enough fashion, then the shame becomes chronic. So if you have, let's say, a sexual trauma and it doesn't heal or get repaired quick enough, it gets integrated into your experience of the meaning of pleasure. That pleasure and shame are now interwoven. And so now we have a chronic narrative about the world or the self, and that becomes the truth. And so that then is the consequence of the trauma. In other words, I am unattractive, so I can't relax and feel pleasure because I can't take my clothes off. I'm unattractive. No one's ever going to want me. I'm unlovable. I'm unwantable. I shouldn't want or think about or feel or imagine or look for, or, there's a lot of should or shouldn'ts in the self-narrative when shame is connected. Shame is, if you really knew me or knew what I was thinking, you would be horrified, or you wouldn't love me, or you wouldn't like me. Shame is integrated into who you are as a person. Different than embarrassment. Embarrassment is like, oh, I did something. Shame is, I am something. And so how do we repair that, particularly when there's sexual damage? So the greatest damage from a violation are things that we may not even realize, like that we might act with a lack of boundaries. In my class I was teaching last night, someone was talking about the teacher had called about their kid who was in a classroom and was touching all the little girls. And it turned out that the kid was 6 years old, and he was just going up to the little girls and touching their face and saying, oh, you're so soft. But the mothers are in a very interesting place in the world right now, where they're, hyper vigilant about touch and what's appropriate and what's not, hyper vigilant about teaching their daughters about boundaries. And when the daughters come home and say, this boy is touching me all the time, they were in a panic and told the teacher. So how do you then tell the little boy, you can't touch girls that way, if the little boy is just touching their face and saying, oh, you're so soft, without creating shame that then gets integrated forever with the pleasurable experience of touching someone else's skin or face, or feeling connected to the beauty of another person. It's not that the little boy went around and touched them under their dresses, or acted in a way that perpetuated a sexual abuse narrative, you can tell with little kids, sometimes they'll act out sexual abuse that's happening at home or in another scenario. They'll act out things that seem wildly inappropriate or above their pay grade, if you will, like above their age level. And then you should definitely be concerned. But the idea about sexual violation is that we lose our sense of what boundaries really should be. You know, if you have a sexual abuse history, it can be confusing to know what it's okay to do in bed with a partner when you're an adult. What is it okay to say to a partner? What is it okay to own around pleasure? And is pleasure okay, or is it a slippery slope? So we're going to talk about pleasure as a form of disorder, pleasure disorders. Instead of talking about trauma creates sexual disorders, trauma creates relationship disorders, trauma creates diagnostic issues and symptoms, we're going to talk about pleasure disorders. Why is it that someone would have an issue with pleasure? So there's pleasure denial, pleasure resistance, pleasure aversion, and pleasure rejection. And I'm going to explain to you what each of those is so that you can assess them, recognize them, diagnose them, and then also have skills to deal with them. You'll recognize them in individuals and also in couples or thruples. I'm going to give you 3 stages of erotic recovery. Actually, there's a 4th stage too, which is sort of a follow-up. And I'm going to tell you what the symptoms are and what the treatment is for people, what happens in each of those stages and what you might see. And I'm also going to show you some video. Right now we are right on time at 10 o'clock my time. We're going to take lunch in about 50 minutes, but I'd like to stop here and answer some questions. Ryan, do you want to take a minute?
Absolutely. Let's see. So again, just kind of looking for the most upvoted questions over here. Let's see. First one from Ariella. Would you address a partner that is name calling and labeling another partner with a psychiatric diagnosis, like he's a narcissist, he has ADHD, a psychopath? How do you address that?
That's a good question. So do you call out someone who is labeling their partner with the diagnosis? I would be curious, first of all. I would, like if it's ADHD, I'd be curious, like, so what makes you think that your partner has ADHD? And I'd look at the partner, do you think you have ADHD? Are there symptoms? Have you ever been diagnosed? Like, is this something that you think is interfering with your relationship? If they've never been diagnosed or they're not sure, they don't know what the symptoms are, I would tell them, you know, this is how adult ADHD might be interfering with your relationship. These are the symptoms. I don't know if these are showing up, because they could be really happening. You know, most people have done a lot of Google research before they get to you. They've gone to Dr. Google. They've read the Reddit posts, and, you know, they've gone on social media. So they probably know a lot more than you're giving them credit for, but it could be poor information. Now, the narcissism thing is different, because what I do when people do that, because that's quite common, is say, so your partner has narcissistic traits. That's different than being a narcissist. A narcissist is an actual diagnosis versus having narcissistic traits. We all have narcissistic traits, but let's look at what you're seeing and how it's affecting your relationship. I have worked with people that are truly narcissists, and it's a very real and difficult combination in a relationship, and it's not my favorite. But narcissistic traits come out many times when the partner has personality disorder as well. So it's a common couple dynamic to have one person who has a borderline personality disorder and one person has a narcissistic personality disorder. Like, certain traits go together, but I wouldn't label them necessarily, because there's reasons that that dynamic happens or is created or is attracted to each other. And there was another one. There was narcissism, ADD, and something else.
Psychopath was the other.
Well, psychopath. A psychopath feels like just an insult, like you're a psychopath. If they're really a psychopath, and they have psychopathic tendencies, then I would be worried. But again, I'd probably handle it with curiosity, like, what makes you say that? What makes you think that? What makes you call them? Have you been watching CIS or whatever? Like, where to get that?
Yeah. I think you spoke a little bit when both partners are there in the room, and any thoughts when that other partner isn't there, when you're just dealing with an individual client?
I'm not sure what specific question that relates to, other than, can you do couples work when there's only one person in the room? Perhaps that's where that's going.
Or it's the labeling. So if, my partner has ADHD, my partner is a narcissist, and you don't actually have any interaction with that partner.
Oh, I see. I would probably handle it the same way. Like, what makes you think that? What are the symptoms? I might even like read them the symptoms from the DSM. And if it is something that can be treated with medication like ADHD, I might suggest, why don't you suggest to them to get assessed by a medical professional? Or I would also look at the potential projection that happens. Sometimes we project onto our partner things that are actually going on with us. I think I have ADHD, but I definitely can see it in my partner. Now, it's possible he does have it, and he's the first one to admit it. But I probably see it in him more than I see it in myself. So I would maybe ask the person individually, do you see symptoms of that in yourself? Do you think you bring that out in each other? Like, I might dig a little bit deeper into the projection, since they're the only one in the room.
That's good. Next question is from Kelly. So you mentioned a lot about working through trauma and abuse with couples. Is an active abuse / affair / addiction contraindicated for couples therapy?
Well, there's a couple different things there: abuse, addiction, and affair. So most likely you don't know that any of those things are happening when you first start working with a couple. If you choose to say to a couple, when they first call you up, my partner is actively using, and you choose to say, I'm not going to work with anyone who's actively using, that's your choice. Most likely couples come in with cover issues, like we have communication problems or we have desire issues. And then you find out after a few sessions that that person's actually drinking too much, or they're having an affair, or it's usually revealed, that there's some kind of abuse going on. If they are physically abusive, I don't work with them. If they're alcoholic, actively abusing alcohol, I would try to get them into treatment. Like this couple that I just talked about, who was lying to both myself and his wife. I don't think that the therapy is going to last long. But an affair is different. An affair, if I tell the couple, and this was in my affair treatment class as well, if I tell the couple, you have to end your affair before I'll see you, most likely the affair is just going to go underground, and now they're going to lie to me and their partner. I mean, just because I asked them to end their affair doesn't mean they're going to end their affair. So I just met them. Like, I don't know them. Maybe I just met them on the phone or by email. Their partner has been asking them to end their affair. That's why they're coming to therapy, and they're not ending their affair. But me, the privileged, amazing therapist that they've never met, says you need to end their affair, and they're going to go, oh, okay, I'm going to do it now. Like, no, that's not going to happen. What's going to happen instead is either they're going to tell me that they're ending the affair, and it's just going to go underground, and now it's, lying to me and their partner, or they may they may put it aside. People need to know that the relationship is worth coming back to before they'll end that parallel relationship. So why should I end the affair if I'm in the middle of a crisis in my marriage? People many times will be willing to, what I say, close their exits. Once you know them in therapy, once they decide, oh, I can work with this, I can work with this therapy structure. So I'll have them come in and I'll say to them, if you're going to continue with me in therapy, this is how I work. I would ask that for a finite period of time, you both close your exits, which are anything that you're doing that will drain the energy out of your relationship while we're working together. So that might be drinking. And if you can't stop drinking, you probably need to be in rehab. It could be an affair, but maybe it's like you should stop sleeping with that person or texting that person every day or going out with that person. But they have to decide what it is. Maybe their exit is over focusing on the kids or overworking or being on their phone all the time or going to the gym or being on the golf course all weekend, or they have to decide for themselves. Otherwise, I'm in the parentified position of telling them what to do and infantilizing them. And then I have to be in the position of punishing them if they aren't good patients and they're doing it wrong. And I have to withhold therapy from them because they were bad. And their partner can't tell them either what to close, because then they have to check up on them. They have to make sure that they're being good. They have to make sure they close their exits. They have to make sure they're not lying. The couple has to agree to close their exits for a finite period of time. I can't tell them how long. I don't know if there's any magical amount of sessions that we're going to need, because I've just met them. We can agree, like, for the next 6 weeks or the next 12 weeks or the next 3 weeks or next 6 months, like whatever you're comfortable with. Let's agree that we're going to close those exits and work on your relationship and see how it goes. That's how I deal with affairs. That's a long answer to a short question.
Yep. Very thorough. Appreciate that. Next question is from Claudia. Can you talk about how trauma, CPSD, is related to or different from neurodivergence? An example is autism. She goes on to share a little bit. She says, there's an overlap in symptoms, but also a higher chance of being traumatized for neurodivergent people. How can you find out what is trauma and what is neurodivergence, and how can you work with it?
I mean, that's such a complicated question. So you're talking about complex PTSD, which is usually when your caretakers have traumatized you. So there's an attachment trauma, or that they didn't protect you from trauma. So that creates complex trauma. And so then having complex post-traumatic stress is much more complex, obviously, much more difficult to treat, because it creates trust issues with the therapist. It creates ongoing trust issues in relationships. I mean, it doesn't have to be the caretaking parent that abused you, but many times it's the parent that didn't protect you from it that you have more projection around. Being neurodivergent is a piece all in and of itself that needs specificity in treatment, for assessment, for planning, for intervention, and like you said, gets misdiagnosed a lot. There are people who specialize in that area. That's not my specialty, and so I'm not going to pretend that I can give you like an off-the-cuff answer. Under the neurodivergent umbrella is also ADHD, so I would remind people of that. It's not just autism. And like my ADHD shows up because I move around a lot. So you can see when I talk that I'm all over the place. I've had therapists watch my videos and say, to make comments like, how can she help people heal when she's moving around so much? Like, she looks so nervous and anxious. Doesn't that freak people out? I'm like, maybe I should tell people that that's why I do that, so that it doesn't appear that I'm just, on cocaine or something. Being more aware as therapists of how the symptoms show up. One of the things that continues to amaze me is something you're bringing up, the similarity between autism and trauma can show up in very flat affect, aphasia, not being able to come up with words, and also not understanding or having language for your emotions. That can be from trauma. It can also be from autism. So there is a very strong overlap. And I think it goes to the idea that this is not short-term brief therapy. If you're doing trauma therapy, it's longer and more intense. In sex therapy, we talk about implicit therapy, which is permission, limited information, specific suggestions, and intensive therapy. So most people come in, they just want permission to talk about what's happening. A smaller percentage of people come in and they really want information. Just give us information, like, how do we do this? Another smaller percentage of people want specific suggestions, like, tell us how to have penis and vagina intercourse if we can't have an erection because all we can think about is the trauma that happened as a result of our sexual abuse. Even smaller amount are people that need intensive therapy. And the intensive therapy people are there for a while. You'll know if there's trauma because they stick around and they need therapy. And those are more complex cases. The neurodivergent couples are harder to dig into, and the partners find them more frustrating. I think in the resource section, I'll give you the names of some people that I would suggest that work with trauma and neurodivergence. I think that's a specialty area. Would that be okay, Ryan, if we gave them some resources?
Yeah, completely. Add that to the portal.
Okay.
Yeah. Next question is from Bree. How important is it to call out abuse, like naming abusive patterns, specifically gaslighting? She gives the example. Does that put us in a superior position?
That's a good question. So if we're confronting what we see as abusive, does that put us in the superior position? I think it's up to us to be the observers. I just had this question yesterday from somebody I was supervising. It's up to us to be the observers and the reality keepers. We are the holder of reality. People can go talk to their problems, talk to their friends about their problems, or they can pay us to reflect back to them what's actually happening. And so we're not doing them any favors if we're polite to them, and not that we should be rude, but we're not doing them any favors if we're not telling them exactly what we see and not confronting behavior that we think is abusive, inappropriate, damaging to the relationship. Go talk to your mother if you want someone to tell you how great you are. If you want therapy, I'm going to tell you what's not working as an observer. Now, keeping in mind, between you and I and the people in this room, I'm observing through my lens, right? I'm observing through my experience, through my countertransference. I may be getting activated through my stuff. It's through my intersectionality, my community, my culture, my religion, my background. I'm seeing what I'm seeing. And that's why I work great with some people and not with others. So you'll know soon enough if this is going to work for that couple or that individual, because they'll respond or they won't. I can tell you that my style is somewhat confrontational. And I've had more than a dozen people get defensive and leave and quit. And then years later come back and say, you're the only person that ever told me the truth. And I just couldn't handle it then. I wasn't ready. So you do you, like whatever's comfortable for your style. If you are a truth teller, tell the truth. If you are like a no bullshit, like you're full of crap, like I don't believe, like you do that. If you're more polite, like I didn't like the way you said that to that person, that made me uncomfortable, you do that. I really, when I train therapists, I like to help you bring out who you are naturally and integrate that part of yourself. If you feel uncomfortable in the room, tell them, I feel uncomfortable right now. That what you just said made me feel super uncomfortable. I'm wondering how you felt, how you guys felt, and what's happening between you right now, because wow, that really freaked me out. Like speak what's in the room, speak the truth, because it's probably not about you, it's probably about them.
I recognize that really seemed to resonate. There was a lot of response, a lot of hearts, a lot of emojis on that one. So well done. Next question is really a question about telling your own story. So you've been, very open, sharing a lot with us today, Tammy. We appreciate that. What do you tell about yourself and your trauma, and how? What if a client is very direct and asks a question which you don't want to answer? What can you say?
I don't tell my clients about my story. I'm telling you guys because I can't see you and because you're all therapists. So it's much easier for me. But I would never tell my clients about my story. The only questions I answer directly are about, do you have kids? And occasionally I'll say, like I just became a grandmother. I just had my stepdaughter just had a baby. And somebody asked me recently, I'm sure you don't understand, but because, you don't know what it's like to be a grandmother. And I was like, really? Well, as a matter of fact, but I would not have volunteered that information, when they walked in, and I wouldn't have said, look at my grandchild, look at this cool picture, the trauma question is complicated if you're in the same community where there's been a trauma. Obviously, we've all experienced the trauma, right? Now, I'm going to bring up something that's controversial, which is the upcoming election. You may be watching this and it might be all over. But right now we're in a weird, crucial time where there's a convicted felon running for president, and against someone who is as old as Mick Jagger and not as good a dancer. And I just saw the Rolling Stones. Mick Jagger's amazing. And so we're at a really interesting time in our culture that we're all going through. Everybody's experiencing. It's not like you as a therapist are not watching the news. You don't know what's happening. So if your clients are mentioning it, you don't have to say who you're voting for, but it's okay to say, how you're feeling about the country. It's okay to, reinforce the normalcy in the room of the collective stress that the country is under, the collective insanity that we're all going through. That is really important, actually, to normalize for all of our clients. Like, yeah, well, what the actual hell is happening? And to be able to join people in that trauma. When they are asking about your childhood trauma or sexual abuse trauma, some therapists will volunteer that they're in recovery from that. I, it's a personal decision. I personally wouldn't do it, but it's kind of like the addiction world. Like some people prefer to go to a therapist who's in recovery from a substance. I think that's perfectly legit. You want to share with someone, I've been in recovery for 20 years. That can be super important for someone. Um, I'm not sure I'm answering clearly enough, as much as my answer would be it's really truly up to you, but I'm still in the camp of the traditional therapist response of, why are you asking?
I think that's where, really getting to the end part of the question is if they're asking something that you're not comfortable with, what can you say? And you gave an example there of why are you asking? Any others that you, or is that the one you really lean into? If somebody asks you something that you're not comfortable speaking to?
If you work as a sex therapist or advertise yourself as working around sexual issues, you get a lot of uncomfortable questions. So, especially, do you do that? Doesn't your partner want you to do that? Don't all women do this? And I try to reinforce that everybody's different and that there's no quote unquote normal when it comes to sex. But I also don't answer questions about my own sex life. And so I would say things like, I'm curious why you're asking. And also tell people that everyone who ever has walked into my office has wondered the same thing, which is, am I normal? Everybody wants to know, am I normal? And they're looking at the therapist thinking, well, they're normal. They must be normal. They must be having the right kind of sex, the right amount of sex. They must be having the perfect relationship. They must have gotten over their trauma in the perfect way. So they're looking at you to compare themselves to you. And so, that's the ultimate question of the client. If you've ever been a client and gone to therapy, you want a reflection like, is this normal that I'm experiencing this? And that's not really the answer that you're going to get. The answer that you're going to get is, how do I deal with what I'm going through?
I appreciate that. Next question is from Janine. Where do eating disorders fit in with the somatic body messaging thinking?
Yeah. So, well, we touch on it a bit. We're going to touch on it a bit more when we talk about pleasure denial in a minute. Eating disorders are pretty common with people who've been sexually abused, women and men. Creating a wall around yourself by gaining weight to make you feel like no one will then be attracted to you, or you won't be attracted to having sex. Starving yourself way and out of your sexuality, out of your body, desexualizing yourself, removing your breasts from your body, moving your sense of sensuality. Also, the feeling of trying to get back into your body could be punishment, could be self-flagellation. I mean, there's so many reasons that people do it. Just like they might cut themselves or drink too much or use alcohol. Well, all of those dysfunctional coping methods make sense to a part of you that is trying to survive the overwhelming experience of the trauma. So it's actually a way that you could reinforce for them, isn't this smart that you figured out a way to deal with this trauma? So a part of you has come up with this survival skill, something that you have control over. You have control over what goes in your mouth or doesn't go in your mouth. And how smart of that part of you to figure that out so that you can give your brain that feeling of control. Now, there's other parts of you that it's not working for. And I'm wondering if there's another part of you, that we can talk to about what this eating disorder part really needs. Can this eating disorder part tell us what or tell the other parts of you what it really is looking for, what it really needs. Does it really need sweetness? Does it really need to feel healed? Like, what is it yearning for? Yeah, what is it craving? If that part of you could talk, what would it say? And to really listen to it instead of to look at it as a pathology, look at it as a really smart survival mechanism. Now, that's not to say that that person shouldn't be hospitalized if it's, life-threatening or dangerous.
Thank you. Transition a little bit. So question from Daniela. How is the porn industry and sex trafficking feeding an unhealthy perception of pleasure?
Well, I think you answered that question in your question. I mean, certainly sex trafficking is not about pleasure. It's about manipulation and abuse. The porn industry is a wide-ranging topic. So porn has changed over the years. Now there is a big feminist-driven porn production movement. So you can look at feminist produced porn. It's an actual thing. If it says feminist produced porn, that means it's usually directed by a woman. It means that everyone in the porn movie is there voluntarily. They're getting paid. They're having consensual sex. They're using lubrication. They're using condoms. They're getting regular STI checks. They're having real orgasms. They're not faking them. Many of them are with actual partners. So there are many porn sites that you can look at now that are not sex trafficked, exploited home movies. There's, I think her name is Erica Lust, Tristan Tamarino. There's a couple of women who have sort of changed the industry. Cindy Gallup, Make Love Not Porn, all of which are very erotic and certainly stimulating, but not exploitational. So porn in and of itself is not about necessarily, let's put a stamp of evil on it and it's totally destructive to individuals and relationships. However, I understand the basis of your question, that particularly because kids have exposure to the potential to get on porn from the age of 9, up, or even younger, the potential to misinterpret what you're seeing and not understand how to treat women or to have a consensual sex or what orgasm really is or lubrication. Like, obviously, we don't want porn to be our sex education. So what I prefer is not so much the idea, like, we don't want to learn about sex from the internet. I'd prefer us to change that narrative to, we want to teach people about sex on the internet because that's where people learn about sex, but we want to control the narrative. So if you want people to learn about healthy sex on the internet, you got to give them healthy sex on the internet. There's a website called Scarlet Teen, and it's for young people where they can interact. They have interactive message boards, and they have video, and they have information. It's for young adolescents, and super popular and super on the nose, like information, like it's real sex ed, and it's not skeevy. And I would recommend that to young people. I mean, we need more of that. We need more places. Kids are gonna Google, sex, questions about sex. We want there to be more places that they can go that doesn't end up on porn sites. And we want more control over that. When my son was 9, he Googled whitehouse.com and it was a porn site. And today he's 27, 28. So, I mean, those things have changed, but they still make their way around all the restrictions. And so we have to be really careful today.
Next question from Ariana. I work with military sexual trauma and it's particularly difficult because it affects the veterans, their current relationships and intimacy. What approaches would you recommend for this relationship dynamic?
So let's talk about that now. I'm going to go back and share my screen until lunch. We got about 20 minutes. Yeah. And I'm going to use that as an example, if you don't mind. Because we're going to get more into details about like military couples, people who have actually survived deeper trauma and what happened. So I'll use your question as an example of what happens and how you treat these disorders. So in stage 1 of erotic recovery, it should say erotic recovery up here. I don't know why it doesn't. We're reducing denial. That's like the crisis phase. That's when people come in and they have, hold on one second. I'm just going to fix this slide. That's when they have the narrative of what's actually happened to them. So the capacity for explanation might be different for each partner. So one partner might tell one story, the other partner might tell another one, and you are listening mostly to the narrative, right? So you're trying to figure out what exactly is happening. This is the crisis. And the denial around the narrative, like what has actually happened, happens slowly. So you don't have to, ram it into them that this is what happened to you. It happens in its own time, and trauma integrates into the brain the way that it needs to. And there's a short-term and a long-term implication here. The stage 2 is the insight. It's the understanding of what happened. And also, as you're trying to integrate erotic recovery, whether it's with the individual or the couple, you're reducing the resistance to erotic recovery, because depending on where you are in your trauma recovery, there may be safety in distancing from eroticism. So for instance, let's just use an affair as an example. It's easier to not have sex than to have sex with you and think about the fact that you were sleeping with someone else. It may be more important, however, to work on erotic recovery. Otherwise, that other person is still in bed with us. There's still that experience always of you being with that other person. If we can work on our own sexual relationship and move our relationship forward, then our relationship in and of itself becomes healed. We're moving into our new monogamy agreement and moving past that experience. But until there's erotic recovery, we're still stuck in that narrative. So there's a misunderstanding with affair recovery that the goal should be forgiveness instead of erotic recovery. Like forgiveness is a sort of a power struggle, right? It's like, I'm going to forgive you today, but tomorrow I'm going to take my forgiveness back, because what do I have? You got to have the affair and now you get the forgiveness, and today I get nothing. So today I don't forgive you. So forgiveness is not a clinical term. Forgiveness is not in the DSM. Forgiveness will happen organically over time when there's empathy. And so we'll work on that. So, we're working on two levels here. We're working on a couple where there's been trauma in between the couple, where the perpetrator is actually in the relationship. And then we're working with couples or individuals or more where there's been trauma to one of the individuals from outside of the relationship, right? So now both can be true and both can happen, and there's overlap. But we're going to sort of go back and forth and talk about how do you heal both. Stage 3 is the vision, like reimagining a new relationship, writing a new narrative, creating a new picture of what it could look like going forward. So this is stage 1. I'm just going to go to, there's something going on with this slide deck, so I'm just going to go to my other one. Just bear with me real quick. I got this. Yep, here we are. So this is really about creating a space for the crisis to exist in the room. It's probably where you see the most affect. It's where you see the most symptoms. It's what makes therapists the most afraid to work with trauma. It's where you see the most intensity in relationships. So it could be a feeling of diminished desire, like I don't want to ever have sex with you again. Or interestingly, if it's been an affair, sometimes people have more sex than they've ever had before. They might be embarrassed to tell you, like, oh my God, I just found out my partner had an affair and we're in therapy and we're having the best sex we've ever had, but it doesn't mean I forgive them. So it's confusing as hell. There might be emotional distancing, like I don't ever want to talk to you again. I would ask people to not make any decisions going forward if they have just come home from a military experience, or if they just had a traumatic experience, or just remembered a traumatic experience. I would ask them not to make any major decisions. It's kind of like when you first go to a 12-step group. They say no major decisions for a year. I don't know if I'd say a year, but I would say until we're through this crisis phase of the healing, let's just put off decisions about whether or not you're going to stay together, whether or not you're going to get divorced, or whether or not you're going to quit your job, unless the job is triggering for you. The idea of abandonment, most people feel very alone when they come in the crisis phase. And so that's totally understandable. So pleasure denial is a way of controlling yourself. Sometimes in a relationship, you can deny pleasure of anything. So, you might want to eat that cookie, but if you say, I'm not going to eat that cookie, it makes you feel like you have control over your own urges, right? If you're taught that pleasure is something to be ashamed of, it's something that means that you're out of control. It's something that means that your sexuality is going to lead to something bad. It's something that means that if you can just bottle it all up and be in charge of it and shut it down, then you'll be safe. Then you learn, okay, I can be in control of this. I can be in denial of this. I can be strong. If I don't eat that cookie, if I don't have sex, if I don't masturbate, if I don't touch myself, if I don't touch my partner, if I avoid those feelings, it's really about self-control. Now, many times that person is shut down, not satisfied. They'll also do it with food. You may see someone who has somewhat denial of any kind of pleasure. So they could have anorectic behaviors, over exercising. They could be avoidant of all emotion, like anything that would trigger a feeling of pleasure. It can be exhausting to have that much control over the self. And what I would do is ask them, what does give you pleasure? What have been the sexual issues in the past? And sometimes sexual pain, like anatomically, sexual pain will lead to pleasure denial, because pain and pleasure, for some people it's great. For other people, pain will shut down any desire for any kind of sex or pleasure. So being really clear about your assessment, like what exactly is happening when you do have sex? When was the last time you had sex and how was it? Or what is pleasurable for you and how do you react to that? I supervise someone who, when I talk about pleasure denial, she took my suggestion about asking people if they put cream on their hands or if they're able to smell their shampoo or if they ever get massage or what do they do that feels sensually pleasurable. She gave one of her clients an assignment to go to the store and pick out 3 different hand creams. It was for a woman, and smell them and bring them home and then decide which one they liked the best on their hands. It was not easy. And then she asked them to get 3 different shampoos and decide which one smelled the best and felt the best on their hair. Also not easy. This was a person that never got their hair washed, never got their hair done, always cut their hair themselves, and didn't get anything that felt pleasurable by someone else. I am a client who you've probably heard me talk about this before if you've been in my courses, who I asked her what she did for pleasure, and she said she jogged, and I asked her if she jogged outside, like what did she find pleasurable about that? And she said she ran 10 miles a day on a treadmill, looking at herself in the mirror to make sure she did it right. And that didn't sound too pleasurable to me. It was more like self-punishment. And so again, assessing what's actually happening around pleasure, not necessarily like how much do you love sex or not like sex, but what are you doing that feels good? And then inviting them to be in couples therapy if they're in a relationship, to integrate their partner. And then also being aware of the stress level around surviving trauma and being in a relationship or just being in life. So for women, when women are stressed, their oxytocin levels are very low. And more oxytocin will reduce the amygdala activity and makes you feel more interactive and reduces anxiety. So oxytocin is produced by getting touched, by getting your hair touched, by someone touching your hands, by being by breastfeeding a baby, by being hugged, by someone making love to you, by having an orgasm, by being around a bunch of women. So in actuality, women who feel stressed because they have a lot of things to do, a lot of things on their to-do list, really have very low oxytocin levels and actually would feel better if they had sex, if they could, or did other pleasure-inducing activities. But if you have a lifelong or a trauma experience that has been over a long period of time where you have denied pleasure, your oxytocin levels have probably been low for quite a while. So you have not been social. You have not been around other people that could provide you with touch. And those things might feel very foreign to you and also very dangerous. So how can you make suggestions to your clients to do those things for themselves, to be able to honor those things in themselves and for themselves? People who have pleasure denial do the body armoring thing. They might feel numb, dissociated, again, feel averse to sex. And this goes back to the question that somebody had about CPSD and neurodiversity, because this is common for neurodiversity and for trauma. Alexithymia is the inability to recognize emotion. And remember, emotion is that thing that triggers action. So it means that you don't recognize what you're feeling and you don't have the ability to form a response. So you can't identify the meaning of sensation. And if that happens, you can't take care of your own needs for pleasure or touch. And it's hard to express the emotion like I'm lonely, or you know, I'm craving touch. And it's hard to read the needs of others. And it may be that in the face of people coming towards you to hug you, you might collapse. It feels like a threat. And that can also be true for people who are neurodivergent, not just people who have trauma. That's why what I was trying to say before about how it can be confusing, which is why I thought it was a great question. So let me just tell you a couple more things and then we're going to go to lunch. The trauma responses that block survivors from living in their sexual and sensual selves are avoidance of touch, repression of any need for touch or pleasure, and regression, meaning regressing back to the survival skills. Like somebody asked about eating disorders. I just won't eat. I just won't eat, or I'll just eat sugar, or whatever the old survival skill might have been to avoid, repress, and regress at the same time. So the therapy is really about releasing and allowing, releasing and allowing. And the newest research is really about mobilization. So moving is important, and we'll talk about that more this afternoon. So I'm going to talk about body-oriented therapy for pleasure denial. This is a really common intervention in the newer research, and I want to really give it its due. So we're still talking about the first stage and about pleasure denial. And interoceptive body-oriented therapy is, again, where do you feel emotion in your body? Can you control your breathing? Can you use movement? So it's actually a way to not only process cognitive behaviorally, but it's a way to move things through the body. So for people who are pleasure deniers, sometimes that can be tough. Remember, I just want to remind you that we were talking about alexithymia. Sometimes people who can't recognize what they're feeling or identify the meaning of their sensation or their emotion. Interoceptive or is different than interoceptive. So interoceptive awareness is the ability to understand and sense your internal bodily sensations, like mindfulness. But I want to be aware of the difference between understanding the space inside of you and understanding the space around you. So interoception is it's like the collection of the senses around you. So the ability to be aware of your internal sensations and the sensation of around your body. I know I'm not making sense. I just came back from lunch, so it's like talking over myself. The idea of understanding your body in space is different than understanding with the space inside your body. So both of which are part of understanding your body. So understanding and being in your body not only means experiencing the pain that might be in your body, but where the pain is located inside, how it's connected emotionally to the physical experience, and then where you're located in space. So somebody was talking about eating disorders. We touched on that a little bit. The experience of your body of being either too big or too small, taking up too much space, not being seen, not being able to take up space, not being connected to a crowd of people. I'll give you an example that you can play with just in your mind to understand. If you're standing next to someone who's very small, it can make you feel big, right? It can make you feel like you're taking up a lot of space. Sometimes people are attracted to someone smaller because it can make them feel more dominant or more in control, sometimes more masculine if that's their cultural prerogative. And sometimes if you're standing next to someone who's bigger than you, it can make you feel smaller. For some people, it can make them feel more feminine. Doesn't matter if they're in a male or female body or trans body. So they might feel more protected, or they might feel more submissive, or they might feel more in danger. It's your experience of yourself in space as it relates to the things around you. And there are some studies that show that pleasure overrides the trauma experience in your brain. Now, this is always where people get hung up and start putting in chats like, wait, I don't understand. Pleasure, sorry, there's a big noise outside. Pleasure is one of the only experiences that overrides trauma neurologically. So you cannot heal trauma by continuing to experience trauma. In other words, you can't heal your trauma by going to therapy and continuing to talk about your trauma and just re-triggering yourself over and over. The capacity for the brain to override those neurological pathways, those deer paths in the woods with pleasure, are one of the only ways that we actually rewrite that neurological path. So we have the incredible interior power to change the way that we experience our memories and experience them in our body and experience them in sort of where they're filed in our mind. It's called memory reconsolidation. So pleasure can be a play. It can be, some people, describe it as lust. Lust sometimes gets a bad rap, so we don't necessarily focus on that. But that is part of the research, what they call sexual attraction or desire or arousal. Sometimes they can be ways to tune into pleasure, or pleasure that comes from connection to another person can sometimes override trauma. So let's pretend that your trauma was with another person that you trusted. It may be very difficult to be physically in your body or in a space with another person, or to trust being intimate with another person. Learning to play, find joy, ease, and erotic pleasure with another person can change the way that your brain signals what it means to be in connection with another person. It's possible that depression is actually caused by what they call diminished pleasure chemistries in the brain. So the neurotransmitters and the chemicals that are released when you're depressed are sort of the opposite of the ones that are released when you're feeling pleasure. So there's a lot of studies about neuroevolution and the origin of emotions. I've given you some resources in the resource pages of your handout. And Nan Wise, I really like her. She talks a lot about pleasure. She did the experiments when she put people in an MRI machine when they were thinking about orgasm, and people who could think off, people who could bring themselves into a pleasure state, and saw the parts of the brain that lit up when they were thinking of someone that they were attracted to, when they were having a sexual experience, when they were actually thinking themselves into orgasm, which is possible for some people. And how that affects the brain is actually measurable. So one of the actual interventions that I use with couples, you can use it with individuals, you can use it with a pod of people who are in an open relationship or polyamorous, is to, and I do this with almost everyone, regardless of their trauma history, regardless of whether they've had an affair. I do this with my partner. My friends and I all do this now. A dialogue to me means that a person shares a sentence stem and then the person receiving it mirrors it back. It's a very classic psychotherapy intervention. If you're an imago therapist, we call it an imago dialogue. In mindfulness, what do we call it? Benevolent sharing or something. I forget the name. In all psychotherapy mods and modules and the way that we moderate couples therapy, there's always a way of active listening. This is not something that I developed, but the idea is to focus intensely on what the other person is saying before you share what you're thinking. And the reason I developed this particular dialogue is because usually when a couple comes into the office or when they're home trying to work through conflict, they start off with what's wrong or what's bothering them. And they point out a criticism, what you're not doing enough of, what you're doing too much of, what we're not getting, why we're unhappy, why I'm unhappy, why I'm unhappy with you, what you should do more of. And that's just reinforcing that neurological pathway of unhappiness, right? Let's talk more about how our relationship is being traumatized. Let's talk more about how miserable we are. And that's not actually good neurologically. It's not good for your therapy, and it's not good for the therapist. It can make you feel really hopeless. And it doesn't give the power back to the couple. So in order to start any dialogue, particularly one about conflict, instead of saying, to your partner, we need to talk, which throws them into that reactivity, into their brainstem where they go into fight or flight, like, oh my God, I'm in trouble, or oh, I'm going to be criticized, or something terrible is going to happen. We want to say something that's going to bring us into our prefrontal cortex, into our grown-up brain, where we can be open to a conversation. So I always start every conversation with an appreciation. Appreciation softens that neural pathway. It gets us into the prefrontal cortex and opens the frame. It reframes the resistance, right, to pleasure. So we want to reframe the resistance to one of pleasure, like, oh, this is going to be pleasurable. Tell me more about what you appreciate about me. I want to be in relationship to you. I want to be in conversation with you. I want to be in a dialogue with you. This feels good. So I start with one thing I appreciate. So I would have the partner say, tell your partner one thing you appreciate about them right now. And then the partner would mirror that back. So they might say, one thing I appreciate about you is that you sat through this class all day with me and listened to Tammy. So one thing you appreciated about me is that I sat through this class with you all day and listened to Tammy. And then they might check that out. Did I get that? Is there more? What you don't want is for the listening partner to say, so one thing you appreciate is that I always do everything you tell me to do, and you never do anything I want to do. Like, you want to make sure the person's really focused on the appreciation and doesn't twist it somehow back into a criticism. So we're staying in appreciation. And then they would switch so that both partners get to feel appreciated. And I like to have them do that like 3 times. Sometimes if they come in a real conflict, like they're coming in a trauma's just happened in their relationship, it can be hard to say something that they appreciate, but you're not saying something you like. You're saying something you appreciate. Maybe it's just, I appreciate that you came to therapy today. Or I appreciate that, you made coffee. I appreciate you took the dog out. I appreciate that you're paying for therapy today. It can be anything. And I give those examples because the narrative that starts off the session is the story of those fragmented aspects of the self, right? The story, the narration is really just one fragment of their relationship. You're seeing a slice of their whole week. Even if it's an individual, you're seeing a slice of what's happened for the rest of their week. And probably the most difficult, one of the most difficult slices. So it's not the whole picture, it's a fragmented piece. So you want to prepare for that intense narration by starting with an appreciation. And then you're expanding on what's already working. So to keep that neurological pathway open, one thing I would like more of, which means something that's already working in our relationship that I would like more of. One thing I'd like more of is time to talk. Instead of saying, we never talk, and you never listen to me, and you always interrupt me, and you always, get what you want. I never get what I want. You might reframe that to say, well, what is it that's working in your relationship that you would like more of? That builds sensation tolerance too, so that you can sit with the idea that there might be changes that have to happen in the relationship, but you're not going to have to change so dramatically that you have to let go of that collusion of your roles that you're holding on to so tight. You can just do more of something instead of saying, this is only going to feel better if I let go of my survival instinct. So maybe one thing I would like more of is more time to talk, where we can actually have eye contact, and instead of, we never talk and you never look at me. And then and only then would I have them share one thing I would like to try. So you can see how this would work with sex, right? One thing I would like more of is more kissing, or more time in the shower, or more hugging, or more oral sex, or whatever it is that they already have done, even if it was 20 years ago, and they want more of, instead of bringing up something that might be a narrative from another relationship, or something that's going to trigger an older trauma in the relationship. And then and only then do they say, one thing I want to try. And you can reinforce for them that just because you want to try something doesn't mean your partner's going to agree or has to agree. And this is important when we talk later about date nights, because I always recommend sex dates. But when we're talking about trauma, the person who has been through a trauma, particularly if it's a sexual trauma, can feel like they are consenting to that out of a sense of obligation or coercion, and it can re-traumatize them. If they were sexually abused, let's say on a regular basis, or by a family member or someone they cared about, then they felt like they had to sort of give in to that abuse. And then now you're setting up a sex date, and they can easily fall into the habit of giving in instead of feeling like they have the power to make choices, and that they're doing it out of pleasure. So we're going to talk more about that, and how you can reinforce for the traumatized partner the sense of power, and how they can make choices out of pleasure. So stage 2 is where you can begin to get into the insight, like, how did we get here in our relationship? What is happening in our relationship, and how is it affected by our past trauma? This is when people come in and say, love my partner, but I'm not in love with them, or they have desire discrepancy, low desire, hypo desire. I don't feel desire for my partner. We used to have sex, we don't anymore. I want to point out that there's a difference between desire and arousal. Desire is the thing that you feel like in your head, and arousal is the capacity to have sex in your body. It's the things that turn on in your body. And you can have desire without arousal, and you can have arousal without desire. So it's important to make that distinction that just because you get an erection doesn't mean you have to have penis and vagina intercourse. Just because you can't get an erection doesn't mean you don't desire your partner. So that being said, sometimes we need physical arousal before we feel desire. And sometimes physical arousal is the thing that we're avoiding. It's not the desire. So let me say that again. Sometimes it's the physical arousal we're avoiding. It's not the desire. So it's the pleasure in the body that we're avoiding. It's not the desire for a partner or for sex. But if your partner says, I don't want sex with you, the person who's feeling rejected may not hear, I don't want sex. They might hear, I don't want you. So the higher desire, quote, person can feel really emotionally rejected and personally rejected when it may not be about that at all. So the idea of pleasure avoidance is usually, and we'll talk about this in a second more in detail, pleasure avoidance is usually about the relationship. Something's going on in the relationship. It's not as much of pleasure denial in yourself, although it can be. When I do individual or relationship work, you can do, work on your relationships, even if you're in individual therapy, past, present, or future, or your relationship with yourself. I focus on the goal of integration, which means that all the parts of us that we compartmentalize, that we hide, that we deny, we reintegrate, we remember, we open up those compartments and we explore, and we allow ourselves to integrate those into who we are as a person. So in other words, if you have fantasies or desires that you're denying because out of shame or embarrassment, or because somebody told you or when you were younger or traumatized you, we want to look at those and sort of reimagine what that's about, so that you can stand in your integrity with your partner or on your own and say, this is all of me, like it or not. I have a client who she identified as a heterosexual woman. She's been married 2 or 3 times. But when we got into her trauma recovery, she started realizing that one of the things she had been compartmentalizing was that she had always been attracted to women. She had always tried to make moves on women when she was like in middle school. She always felt like a perpetrator, like she was attacking other women. And because of her own sexual abuse history, she had a lot of guilt and shame about that. She thought there was something wrong with her, and she really shut that part of her off. So she was bypassing her personal desires. And when we began to explore, opening that part that she denied, she thought it was a trauma response. But when we were trying to reconnect that fragmented part of herself, it turned out that she really is bisexual. Like, she really is attracted to both men and women. And as she allowed herself the fantasy of pleasure, she allowed herself the conversation, she began to bridge the memories to the present, and was able to tease out like what was the trauma and what was her. And that's recognizing the importance of being who we are versus what was done to us. And so she began to form a more coherent narrative about what happened to her and who she is today. Um, as part of this insight phase, she began to explore, what she might appreciate in her relationship with her current husband, um, and what she would like more of, which is talking about being with women and exploring that fantasy. And then what she might want to try is actually being with a woman, either with him or by herself. So because pleasure avoidance can become, chronic and can force us to compartmentalize and shut off parts of ourselves, sometimes we need that space in therapy to explore. It's not up to me to tell her, well, you should go out and date women. Like, here's whatever, Bumble or whatever. Here's some women. Like, that's not up to me. It's got to be at a place that feels pleasurable. It can feel like nervous. You can feel nervous. You can feel uncomfortable. It can even be anxiety producing, but it should be pleasurable, right? It shouldn't be you're doing it because your therapist told you to do it, or because you feel coerced by your partner, because you're doing it for the male gaze, because your partner says, oh yeah, that'd be hot, let's do it. It was important to her that she did it for her pleasure, and she began to explore it. Pleasure resistance is really about controlling the relationship. So we'll talk more in detail about the avoidance part next, but pleasure resistance it usually happens when people say that pleasure or sex is somewhat transactional in a relationship. Like, I'll come upstairs and have sex with you if you come down and do the dishes, or if you don't have sex with me, I'm going to have an affair, or I'm not going to have sex with you until you make up for blah 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 blah. It can be situational. It doesn't mean it's all the time. There's an arc. A responsive arc means that it can be in response to your partner's pleasure resistance. Like, you can be very interested in pleasure with your partner, but if your partner feels rejecting or shaming, then it can shut down pleasure very quickly. Like, you might want to have sex with your partner or do something pleasurable, have intimacy, touch, connection. And any sign of resistance, like rigidity, a trauma response, can trigger that feeling of resistance. So if you're in a relationship with someone who has trauma, you can feel eventually like there's been too much rejection, and eventually you'll stop initiating any kind of pleasure contact. So this happens sometimes. There's a lot of questions about abuse today, and this happens sometimes when a partner feels like they don't have any other control in the relationship except managing and titrating the amount of pleasure. So if they feel like the other partner has all the control, they might feel like, well, this is one thing I can control. And if there's a trauma history, sometimes that feels powerful to have that kind of voice and that kind of power in the relationship. But the way that it shows up in therapy sometimes is that it's a relationship conflict. It's a low desire. My partner has no desire, or my partner isn't into me anymore. My partner doesn't want to have sex since they had an affair. You have to dig a little bit into that, whatever is compartmentalized about that, because sometimes this is the collusion that happens in a relationship. So, for instance, I can't remember if I talk about this in this course or in the trauma and sex course or in another part of my course. So if you've heard this story from me before, just forgive me. But like I have this gay male couple who came into therapy because one of the husbands was complaining that the other husband never wanted to have sex and that he had low desire. But it turned out that the initiating partner only initiated sex at like 2 o'clock in the morning. And so the receiving partner was like, well, I'm never going to respond then. I'm going to be asleep. I'm going to be tired. I got to get up at 6. There's just no way that's going to happen. So it's not that I'm rejecting you or resistant to pleasure. It's that you're setting me up to be the one that has low desire. And I'm colluding with you. This is what we eventually came to. I'm colluding with you. I will be the one that has low desire, because if we're really going to talk about this, and this is 6 or 8 sessions in, if we're really going to talk about this, the reality is I don't think you really want to have sex during the day, because then I'm going to notice that you really can't get an erection and you haven't had an erection for a long time. And as we peel off more layers and more of the resistance, and we're not going to face our collusion, because if we have to have sex during the day and we have to face the fact that you can't get an erection and you haven't had an erection for a long time, then you have to face the fact that your father died of prostate cancer. And so by colluding, by being the partner that takes on the low desire role, I'm protecting you by keeping you in denial and keeping you from going to the doctor, because I know you're scared and I know you're afraid that you're just like your dad. So I will stay in this role of being the low desire partner to protect you from having to figure out what's wrong. And once we started unpeeling that, they were both like, oh my God, this is not healthy. But they also were so grateful to each other that the low desire person was actually trying to protect the guy whose father died of prostate cancer. And they were in therapy and brave enough to trust me to continue to open those compartments, to integrate those denied parts of the self, so that he could finally go to the doctor to get checked out. And his prostate was enlarged, but he did not have prostate cancer. So pleasure resistance many times is partly a dance of relationship control. What is the relationship dance? What is the collusion? So in the treatment, how do we reframe the resistance, right? I reframed the low desire partner's resistance. Like, what could it actually mean? What else could it mean? And what else could it mean that this partner was only initiating at 2 o'clock in the morning? So one of the ways that you can ask that is, how is this working for you? To the partner that initiates at 2 in the morning. How is it working for you that you only initiate at 2 in the morning and that your partner is too tired to have sex? Is there any tiny possible way that this could be working for you? And that's how it started to unravel. Well, I know he's not going to respond because he's going to be asleep. And then I asked the partner, is there any way that this is working for you, that he only tries to have sex at 2 o'clock in the morning and you're not having sex with him at any other time of the day? And so it begins to unravel. And at the heart of it is really the trauma of watching his father die of a cancer that could have been prevented. Prostate cancer is very treatable if caught early enough. And so the fear, and frankly, I kept working with the guy with prostate issues, and underneath that is actually more resistance around pleasure, that he had all this guilt about when he was younger and was sleeping with a lot of different men, and a lot of his male friends were dying of AIDS. And he's like my age, a little bit older, so he went through that whole period of time. So he has a lot of like guilt and shame built into his body around that trauma. And so pleasure to him is hooked into death. And so as you begin to reframe what pleasure means or resistance to pleasure in the relationship, you can take out the conflict around performance. So if it's not really about getting an erection, it's not really about getting to the finish line and the male ejaculation, which is always what westernized sexuality is supposed to be about, then how else can we integrate pleasure back into your relationship? What would pleasure look like? I'm sorry, I just had a frozen moment where I was thinking of another story. What would pleasure look like, and how would it manifest in your intimate life, in your sensual life? And remember that just because you're not physically aroused in this moment doesn't mean you don't have desire for your partner. And then how can you reframe this relationship with your own sexuality? So there's your sexuality, there's your partner's sexuality, and then there's the bridge between you. There's a lot of construction outside, so if it's too distracting, just let me know. So we have to work on both partners' sexual self and the relationship with their self-narrative around sex, and then you can work on what it's like to go over the bridge. And then we'll work on secrecy versus privacy. Like, how much do you want to share with your partner? How much do you keep to yourself? How much can you navigate that bridge? I'm going to show you a video of a couple where there's some issues around pleasure that come from shame, from the family heritage, from something that happened when he was a kid. And the avoidance of that and the repression of that has affected their relationship. So this is an old idea from psychotherapy, right? What we avoid or repress rules us. This is how we all make a living. Like, if you talk about it, then you'll feel better. If you share it, then you'll be healed. If we didn't believe this, we wouldn't have a job. And the things that we're in denial about actually grow bigger. So they grow in the dark. And, you know, it's the repressed desires or the denied desires that actually have power over us. So I'm just going to stop this share for a minute, and I'm going to go into my other PowerPoint, and I'm going to share. This is a couple who I'm going to show you the second 10 minutes, 11 minutes of their, I think this is their third session. And we started off the session with an appreciation. So they did appreciations for each other. And their initial complaint was low desire, and that their sex life had dropped off, and they were in a stressful environment working on immigration. Let me know if there's a problem with the sound.
Yes, Sherry. Because I trust you.
You trust me.
Yeah.
It's a little loud.
It's a little loud.
Yes,
Okay.
Is there more?
What does it feel, Alan? Let me interrupt you. Like, when you think about other people hearing what the problems are in your relationship.
Mm-hmm. You mean my feeling about it?
Yeah, when I think about you telling other people and other people knowing that we're having problems, or knowing that our issues.
Mm-hmm.
So what he's complaining about is that she told all her friends, or a couple, like 3 or 4 close female friends, that they were having sexual issues. So this is partly about secrecy versus privacy.
Yeah. When I imagine that other people might know what's happening between us makes me feel hopelessness, helplessness, and unsafe.
Unsafe.
So as you think about other people knowing what's going on between us, you feel hopeless, helpless, and unsafe
And embarrassment.
and embarrassed.
Yeah, embarrassed.
Did I get
Four
that?
feelings. Yeah.
Is there more?
Yes. It reminds me of my childhood when, I was a child and I did something wrong. It's absolutely not normal, but my mother shared it with other people. Said that, okay, my boy did it, my boy did that, and I felt embarrassed and unsafe when she shared some personal things with other people.
Mm-hmm. So if I got that, what it reminds you of is your childhood. When you did something wrong or when you misbehaved, maybe your mother used to share it with other people.
Yeah.
That my son did these behaviors.
Yeah.
And when she did that, you felt ashamed
And embarrassed.
and embarrassed. Did I get that?
Yes.
Is there,
More?
is there some specific memory that you have of that first happening?
Yeah. The image that no, it's in my mind. I just remember the image that me, my mother, and other people were in our yard. We were sitting there, and my mom started to say something about me. And I was a little boy, and I was sitting in the corner of the yard, and I tried to avoid uh, um, people, and my mother still did it. She didn't notice that, but I don't feel good when she's sharing. And the only image that I have right now is the get togethering, something like people are around it, and they talked about me. And the people that were there also listened to my mother and said something about me. Something not nice, actually.
Something not positive.
Not positive yet. Thank you.
Remember how old you were?
6 or 7.
Can I mirror?
Yes, please.
So you remember a vivid picture in your childhood where everyone was sitting in the yard and you were there too, and your mom was there sitting with other people in the yard. And she started talking and sharing one of your wrong activities.
Lots of my wrong activities.
Yeah. Sharing your wrong activities with them. And what you did was sit at the corner of the yard, avoid the people who were sitting there, and just feeling embarrassed.
Yeah.
And as
the
your
shame.
the shame, and as your mother was talking about it to other people commented on it, and they said not positive things about you. And your mother didn't notice you, and how you felt about this sharing.
Mhm.
Did I get that?
Yes.
Is there more?
Yeah. I felt like that my mother didn't empathize with me. She didn't see me. She didn't realize that I'm not feeling good when she is sharing something bad about me. So I felt unseen and invisible.
Mhm. At that moment, you felt
So what he's doing is opening up that compartment, right? He's opening up the memory, a shameful moment where he was at a picnic with a bunch of his mother's friends and he was 6 or 7. And so he's opening that denied compartment.
that your mom doesn't see you or doesn't pay attention to you. You felt unseen.
And so the fact that he's talking about feeling unseen and she's looking right in his eyes and mirroring back exactly what he said, she's seeing him and seeing exactly how he feels about this and talking directly to him, letting him know, I get you, I'm seeing you.
Yes,
Sharing.
because I trust you.
Oops, sorry.
Mhm.
Oops,
You
sorry.
trust me.
Yeah. Mhm. I might did something wrong actually because I was a child, but it was my personal identity. I didn't want to share it with other people, but my mother did it.
Mm-hmm.
So when she started to say something negative about me, actually she was sharing something personal with other people in a negative way.
Mhm.
Yeah, just for clarification.
Yeah.
So you said that
So he's saying
you might have done something wrong.
I might have done something wrong, but that was my own personal identity.
Have the right to share it with other people in that negative way, but she did.
Mhm. Yeah.
Did I get that?
Yes. Yeah. And most of them are about my body
And most of them are about my
or
body.
something that I did. For example, maybe I the way that uh, uh, in identity stage, actually, we are curious as a child. Yeah.
So he's starting as a clinician, he's a doctor, a therapist, he's starting to say, maybe this had something to do with my body. And we're curious. And then he goes into his head. At this stage of development, we're in the identity phase, and he starts to explain it scientifically.
Yes,
Share.
because I trust you.
Ah.
Maybe I the way that uh, uh, in identity stage, actually, we are curious as a child. We are like about our bodies, about doing some plays, games about body, something like this. And she noticed that I am doing something about my body, or maybe my friend's body, and she thought that okay, it's bad, it's not something legal, and that's why that she shared it with other people, and it wasn't embarrassing for me.
Uh-huh. I'm not sure if I completely got what you said, but I think you said that you remember one of the activities that you did which was wrong in your mom's idea.
About curiosity of my body and my peers' bodies. For example,
your friends.
Yeah.
So you were curious about your body and your friends' bodies. Your mom thought it's not a good behavior, and she told that to other people.
Yeah, for example, I did it and it was very bad,
Mm-hmm.
and I didn't like it, something like this.
Would you like to explain more about it? Give an example.
It sounds, can I just interrupt for a second? It sounds like that what she did was very shaming. So there's one thing about you doing something and feeling guilty, which is a phase of development for children, right? I did something wrong and I felt bad. Maybe I get punished and then I feel actually I deserved it, so I'm past it. But there's a difference in younger children when they do something and then either their mother or the parent or people around them shame them for it. There's a difference. And so what you're describing is that I felt shamed by something I had done. Whether or not I knew it was right or wrong, that shame is very deep. That's like a core wound that stays with you, right?
Yeah, exactly. I feel shame. I feel unsafety.
Right.
Because there was no boundary between me and my mother, and she shared everything that she saw about me with other people. So both of them, I feel shame and I feel unsafe.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah.
So he starts to talk about, something that happened, my own personal identity, and he's beginning to sort of intellectualize, right? And then he says, well, it's something that kids do and it's part of normal development. And then he starts to say, and it's something about my body, something that, something about my body. And he stumbles a little bit and she's still with him. And then he says, then it was about a friend's body, me and a friend's body. And it's something that's not legal. And where he lives, homosexuality is illegal. And that his mother told everyone that he had done this with someone else. And then he says, not just me and another friend, me and other friends. And that's when she stops and says, wait, do you want to say more about this? And that's when I say, wait, let's talk about shame, because she is no longer in that mirroring place with him. And he starts to get a little bit nervous, like, is she going to shame me too? Is she still going to see me? She's still with me. So I want to tell both of them, as we unpack this and as he begins to share something so deeply personal, what shaming could look like and what it will continue to look like. So
yes.
Now we're talking about who's a young boy. And now it makes sense that when she's told all of her friends about the fact that they're not having sex, how he doesn't tell anybody anything. He feels like their relationship should be private, and everything is a secret. She feels like, well, it's private, but it's not a secret. Like, I want to talk to my girlfriends about it if I'm upset. So he says to her that that means she has no boundaries. And the important part at the end there is that he felt like him and his mother had no boundary. So he's now with someone who he feels like is not respecting their boundary. So I'm just going to show you part of this one. This is the next section.
Because there was no boundary between me and my mother, and she shared everything that she saw about me with other people. So both of them, I feel shame and I feel unsafe.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah.
And what is it that you longed for back then? If you could put yourself back in that little boy's shoes in the corner of the garden, and playing in the dirt or whatever you were doing, playing with another kid, exploring each other's bodies, and then having your mother tell everyone the story. And I make up that they were sort of laughing and going, "Oh, that's terrible." Like I feel so sad for that little boy. Like I just want to tell him, it's okay. It's okay. It's normal. You're playing, and change the subject really quick so that they stop talking about you and swoop you up and give you a hug and tell you you're okay. Like, I'm wondering what it is that you longed for back then, if you can imagine.
From my mother. Yeah.
Anything you want.
Yeah. One thing I was longing for from my mom was that she respected my personal identity, respected my curiosity and boundary, and gave me safety enough to be more engaged in community, in groups, gatherings. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. So
Respect and safety.
Mm-hmm. If I got that, what you longed for at that moment was your mom setting boundaries between you, her, and other people, respecting your curiosity, and letting you feel safe to be with other people, to spend time with people in gatherings. I think that I make up this story when I hear this, that maybe you felt that oh my God, in this party or in this gathering, maybe my mom shares something else. So maybe you have felt fear as well.
Yeah.
Did I get that?
Yes, you did. I also wanted differentiation.
Mm. What you wanted was differentiation.
Differentiation, saying. Can you say more about what that would have felt like as a child? I mean, I know you understand that concept as an adult. What would that have looked like as a kid?
As a child, I told you, I think I felt unseen, invisible, and kind of symbiosis with my mother. Emotional symbiosis, cognitive symbiosis with my mother, especially emotional symbiosis.
Mm-hmm. So you felt unseen, invisible, and emotionally symbiotic.
Yes, exactly.
Did I get that?
Yes, you did.
Is there more?
I want to talk about my reaction. When it happened, I intended to run away and find a place and to stay alone there. Sometimes I started to cry in a safe place, not in front of other people, because I felt heartbroken. Yeah.
So
that's his reactive.
When your mom did that, you reacted by hiding yourself from others, finding a safe place and crying, and
and feeling heartbroken.
And you felt heartbroken because of that. You cried.
Yeah.
Did I get that?
Yeah.
Is there more?
And when it happens between us, I intend to run away. Don't call you, not calling you, not making contact, just stay in my place, and sometimes I cry.
Mm. So in our relationship, when the same thing happens, you tend to avoid me, not
Making
to call
contact,
me, and sometimes you cry.
Yeah.
Did I get that?
Yes, you did. And the only difference is that now, in addition to crying and avoiding, I started to make lots of stories, thoughts in my mind, and it's very annoying
Mm-hmm.
because I know lots of things come to my mind about the relationship, about me, about you, about our future.
Mm-hmm. So the difference between what happens here in our relationship and what happened in your childhood is that now you also have your thoughts, or you make up stories about yourself, me, and our relationship and the future of our relationship. Did I get that?
Yes, many thoughts, many stories.
You tell yourself many stories.
Yeah.
Is there more?
Yeah, and it's frustrating, exhausting for me, and it makes me sometimes disappointed.
Mm-hmm. So it's for you, it's frustrating, exhausting,
Mm-hmm.
and disappointing.
Yeah.
Did I get that?
Yes, you did it.
Is there more?
Yes.
What is it that you long for from Mitra?
Yes, I want to talk about and what I'm longing for. No, in our relationship is to prioritize our relationship, set boundaries for our relationship, and stick to it.
What you long for in our relationship is that I prioritize,
We
or we prioritize our relationship over everything else, and set boundaries and stick to it. Did I get that?
Yeah.
Mhm.
And so, based on what I shared with you, I have some requests.
Before you ask her for something, I'm just wondering, is the feeling when she tells people other things, is it partly a feeling of betrayal because you've trusted her with such personal things? And so the feeling of being unsafe, I'm just trying to clarify a little bit. It's, when that happens and you go to that place, that is a trigger for you of reminding you of those feelings of not feeling safe and wanting to run away and feeling like, okay, I don't feel safe, this is unsafe. Is that I feel betrayed by what she's done, or I feel some shame that the story is out there and now people know we're not perfect, or that's my story. So what is that feeling, I'm wondering?
The main feelings are shame and unsafe and scare, fear.
Mhm.
It's not about the trust. I trust you. I know that you prioritize our relationship, but when you share something uh, relational or personal with other people, I think there is no respect for our partners. That makes me feel scared and unsafe.
Mhm. So you don't feel, you don't trust me. You trust me, but when I share our secrets with other people, you feel that I don't respect the relationship, and you also feel shame and you feel scared
Yeah, and unsafe.
and unsafe. Did I get that?
Yes, yes, you did.
Is there a time or an example of a time where you feel like she has respected your boundaries and it's really shown up? I wonder if you could share that with her.
Yeah, and I remember sometimes that you respect our boundaries, and when I tell you that, okay, please don't share with other people, or maybe I don't tell you that, I don't remind you that don't share, but you don't do that. You didn't do that, and it was very safe for me. For example, yeah, I remember we talked about our plan for immigration. Instead of US, we can think about other countries, but you didn't share it with other people. I'm not sure that you didn't share it. But I think you didn't share it with other people. Yeah.
So,
It sounds like you want to check that out with her. He said, I don't think you shared that with other
so
people.
you're saying that there are times where you have shared something with me, but whether you asked or didn't ask me to not share it with other people, I didn't do it. And you're giving an example. It's about immigration, that you said maybe instead of the US, I shared that.
Oops.
Okay.
Maybe instead of US, we immigrate to another country. You asked me not to tell it to other people, and you think that I haven't shared it.
Yeah.
There's something you want to say to him right now, Mitra?
I'm sorry. I feel bad that I did it. I tried so hard, and I kept it to myself for a few days, but finally I'm sorry.
No problem. No.
Well, it's not no problem. It is a problem, but I'm wondering if you'd be open to hearing what she was feeling that made her do that. So then the next part of the therapy is, talking about how to tolerate betrayal and what trust really means. So we got into the secrecy versus privacy and what their agreement is. It's like a monogamy agreement. What is their agreement around their boundaries? And this is really the first time they've ever talked about their boundaries, about their relationship and who you tell what to, which is fascinating to me that they agreed to do this as an educational video. I'm so grateful to them. And how do you show respect and safety? Because he said the word respect many, many times. And so he's talking about being seen and being respected and safety. And now this couple's an advanced couple because they've done this kind of dialogue before. And so they really don't need a lot of hand holding for the structure, for the container. Just some guidance of like, let's move this along, or if something's coming up, I can guide the questions. Really, I'm guiding them through the narrative, and then the shame is the grief and the loss, and then the vision of like, what is it that you wanted back then, which he wasn't able to really talk about, and then what is it that you want now? What do you want now? And so now we have to go back because he's getting activated again, even though he's laughing. He's getting activated again, like, oh no, now I have to rewrite the narrative. I thought she was being, private. Now I have to rewrite the narrative of what this is going to mean going forward and grieve the loss I have about the vision I had of our relationship, and then create a new vision going forward. So you can see how the progression of the session should go, and or maybe you can see how it ideally should go. And so then when we talk about avoidance and repression, he's been avoiding that conversation his whole life. Like, he's been thinking about his mother shaming him and telling people, I caught my son touching a little boys. And what happened was he was in the corner of the garden playing with another little boy, and the mother said, oh, you know what he's done? And, pretending she was horrified and almost sounding like a little jealous that he was having these relationships outside of her relationship, which is how he felt they were not differentiated. So the things that we deny control us. Now, we could get into, if we were in individual therapy, a deeper conversation about how he feels about his sexual identity. I don't think that that's the issue here in their relationship. I think it really has to do with boundaries and how he responds. In his trauma responses, like he said, he runs away. His reactive behavior is, I will run away, and I will run away from you. And even in his thoughts, he said, I will start thinking about our relationship. Like, I'll start reevaluating, is this really going to work? He didn't say that in so many words, but that's what he said in the past. Like, I started thinking about, I can't trust her. This is never going to work. We should break up. And he loses desire for sex. So you can see how the pleasure in the relationship is so tied up with the trauma response. So trauma and pleasure, the most shameful aspect of trauma is often connected to pleasure. So his history, his roots of pleasure are connected to his earliest experience as being 6 years old and touching other boys and boys touching him, and then his mother shaming him about it. Now, if you have pleasure associated with your earliest experiences and they lead to orgasm or ejaculation, there's even more trauma if you get caught and you feel like you've done something wrong or you made it happen. Maybe there was some kind of seduction, like you wanted it to happen, and then you feel even more guilt and shame if you did it to get approval, like from an authority figure, or because it made you feel special. There's a lot of trauma embedded in that. And I wonder, with this particular client, if there wasn't something sexual between him and the mother. He may not even remember it. It might have been very young. It could have been somewhat passive, but there's more there to unpack and unpeel, and maybe not necessary, but that's just my suspicion. So avoidance of sex minimizes any physical arousal or the vulnerability that could trigger that. So let's say that the boys were touching each other's penises and giving each other manual stimulation. So if he knows that that's what his wife is going to do, avoiding that, if she goes to put her hand down his pants, he can just say, I'm tired. I'm in the mood, not in the mood. I'm having thoughts about a relationship, I have a headache, anything to avoid the flashback, she's going to perceive that as he doesn't want her. And so now they're in therapy saying there's something wrong with the relationship, when really it could be something related to the past avoidance, sexual avoidance. Other ways of avoiding could be, I can do it, but I got to be drunk, or I got to be on drugs, or I can do it if I just dissociate. Or I can do everything, but I can't do that. Just don't do that. I can do it to you, but you can't do it to me. So it's the narrowing of the sexual repertoire. Or spectatoring is what we call when you sort of get out of your body and you're watching from the ceiling and you're kind of saying, oh, this is happening, but I don't really feel it. Or I can't believe this is happening, or it's taking too long, or you become an observer instead of a participant. And that's a way of avoidance as well. And actually, that's pretty common for people with body image issues as well. Substance abuse or addiction is, in Gabor Mate's theory, it's an attempt to solve a problem, right? To alleviate a symptom like depression or anxiety. So it's not so much, that why are you an addict, but what happened to you that you're an addict. And so that this is a form of avoidance. It's a form of exit from the relationship. He says, trauma is Greek for wound. So it's not what happens to you, it's what happens inside of you as a result of what happens to you. And so he said, it's not the blow on the head, but the concussion that you get as a result of the blow on the head. Okay, so before we talk about pleasure disorders, we're going to talk about pleasure avoidance in a second. Let's take some questions because we're going to go on break in a few minutes. Are there any other new questions or?
Oh, very much. I just want to take a moment to recognize the engagement of the audience. Dozens of questions coming in. So again, thank you all for using the upvote. That's really helpful to help us prioritize. So first question from Kimberly, can you rebuild oxytocin levels?
I'm not a scientist or a medical doctor, but your oxytocin levels reboot all the time. So when you come home at the end of the day from work, your oxytocin levels are low. And it can feel like, oh, if I just do everything on my list, then I won't be stressed. And then maybe we can, have sex. But the reality is your list is never going to go away. If you do stress relieving things like have sex, snuggle, do something like get a massage, then your oxytocin levels will increase, your experience of stress will decrease, and you won't care so much about the list. So I do know for a fact that your oxytocin levels increase. Like if you're breastfeeding a baby, every time you breastfeed, your oxytocin levels go up. So they do reboot. Now, I don't know, over long periods of time when your adrenals are depleted because of stress, I don't know what happens to your oxytocin levels over long periods of adrenal fatigue. We'd have to ask a doctor, but it's a good question.
Thank you for that. Let's see, next question. I'm finding a high correlation of individuals living with ADHD and acting out sexually with porn or infidelity as a novelty and stimulation, key aspect of ADHD. Can you share more about addressing this and making sex in a primary relationship more stimulation and novel?
Yeah, my go-to person for this that I have teach at my institute is Ari Tuckman, who wrote ADHD After Dark. And he talks about that, yes, that if you have ADD, you may need what am I trying to say? Like additional, original, adventurous sort of experiences that you've never had before. And you may seek those out more than perhaps someone else would, like the getting stuck in repetitive sexual experiences might cause fragmentation or dissociation faster than it might for someone without ADHD. But everyone does the same sexual things over and over. If they're in a long-term relationship, we have the same repertoire over and over and over. You find out what works, you push the same buttons, you're like, oh, this is pleasant, you do it again. If you have ADHD, you may seek outside stimulus, because what you're trying to do, it's interesting. ADHD is an interesting thing because everybody has it differently, right? All my kids have it. I mean, and they all manifest it differently. So, I personally wonder if it's just a response to our current culture and that we're all preparing to, live in space or something. But the idea is that we can be multi-focused. There's arguments that, well, you can't focus well enough. I don't know if that's true, depending on what age you are. If you're talking about millennials who are looking at porn on their phone while they're skateboarding, while they're having sex, while they're listening to, music on their headphones, while they're doing their VR machine, that's how they learned how to have pleasure. Like, that's how they have pleasure. They are, multiple machines. And there's never going to be a time when they focus on one thing in order to have pleasure. So the goal there would be, I'm sorry, there's an ambulance going. The goal there would be to integrate a monogamy agreement and a conversation with your partner about how to use that special set of skills in your sex life with other people, like with your partner. If you get distracted during sex, it's not going to be like, oh, shiny object, like there goes a squirrel outside the window, I'm trying to focus on sex. That's not necessarily what it's going to be. It could be that you need to have music playing during sex. It could be that you need to talk about your fantasies with your partner while you're having sex. It could be that you need to look at erotic movies together before you have sex. It could be that you need to read to each other. It could be, you just might need like additional stimulation that you can integrate together. I think the question was more about, the pathology that is used to compensate for ADHD. Can you just read it again?
Yeah, high correlation of individuals living with ADHD and acting out sexually with porn or infidelity as a novelty or stimulation is a key element of ADHD.
I mean, it's definitely an element. And like I said, I think you can integrate some of those desires for novelty into the relationship. Some people look at pornography because it's not cheating, because they're not touching another person. It's allowing variety and novelty into their sexual cathexis without actually being in bed with someone else. So, but that's a conversation that they need to have with their partner, because their partner may not see it that way. A partner might feel like that's cheating. So I think this has a lot to do with monogamy or medication. Like if somebody's really compulsive, there's a lot of ADD medication out now that's helpful. Actually, a lot of medication is under a shortage of supplies. Like you can't get Vyvanse right now. I don't know what's happening. That's a total aside. That was an ADD moment, a squirrel moment.
Oh, good. I'm impressed how well you concentrated and focused when the ambulance was going by. Next question from Samantha. Can you share more about how to get your clients excited about a sex date, especially when there's conflict and trauma and you see a lot of avoidance or lack of desire to agree to this?
Yeah, we're going to talk about that when we, next when we talk about pleasure avoidance. There's a range of answers there. So if you're not excited about having sex with your partner in general, you probably aren't going to be excited about having a sex date with your partner once a week. Like there's a high correlation there. So you have to be the one that creates, excitement or anticipation for the sex date. You have to be the one that makes it pleasurable. Like, what is it going to make it fun for you? I can tell you going out to dinner, eating rich food and drinking wine is not going to make you want to have sex. So what is going to make it pleasurable for you? Maybe it's not having sex. Maybe it's, massaging each other. Maybe it's doing something sexy together that really doesn't involve an expectation of sex like you've had in the past. Maybe it's integrating something that is new and novel, but you have to do something on a regular basis. And the reason you have to do it on a regular basis is because neurologically, and there's a helicopter. I'm in LA, I can't help it. Neurologically, you will learn to anticipate pleasure. So the idea is if you do it every Thursday night at 5 o'clock, it creates anticipatory pleasure. So your body after 2 or 3 weeks will go, oh, I kind of like this. This was pleasurable at 5 o'clock on Thursday. So by 5 o'clock on Wednesday, you're going to go, oh, I'm kind of looking forward to this. You may not be excited about it, but your brain will remember that this is pleasurable. So you're trying to remember a pleasure circuit that's attached to a certain time. It's like if you go to the gym every day at 7 o'clock, even if you don't feel like going, at 6:30, you're going to put your sneakers on. And, you might roll your eyes and say, oh, I don't want to go. But that's how you create a healthy habit in your life. And it's something that's pleasurable. It's just like yoga or meditation or anything else. You have to plan it and you have to integrate it.
Good. Question from Brenda. Can you clarify the difference between pleasure avoidance and pleasure resistance?
Yes, that's what we're going to talk about when we come back from break. So
Perfect.
Pleasure resistance is really about controlling. I'll just go over it. Denial is about controlling yourself. Pleasure resistance is about controlling something in the relationship. And when we come back, we'll talk about, I think that's what's next, is we'll talk about controlling pleasure, blah, 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 blah. A pleasure aversion and pleasure avoidance are very close together. So avoiding something that is going to make you feel a feeling that might be stored in your body. So pleasure avoidance is many times connected to trauma. The last one is pleasure rejection, and pleasure rejection is it's sort of unconscious. It's stored in the body because the body wants a different response. So pleasure aversion or pleasure avoidance means I am, it's like a sexual avoidance. Like I'm going to avoid this because it's going to bring up too much stuff for me. I might want pleasure, but the minute you touch me, I'm going to be like, oh, I can't do this. And that's the same with sort of pleasure aversion. Like a pleasure makes me feel uncomfortable. Oh, sorry, I thought I lost you for a second. The difference between pleasure avoidance and pleasure rejection is pleasure rejection. You could be in bed with someone or hugging someone, or they can be touching your hair and it can all feel good. And then your body can just like shove them away, like stop. And your mind can be like, I'm not even sure why I did that. But your body wants to control the narrative at that point. Your body's going to say, I don't think it's going to go this way this time. I'm going to be in charge this time. So, avoidance could mean I'm going to run the show. My body is saying, I want to receive, but I don't want to give, or I want to give, but I don't want to receive, or it's somehow avoiding something that's triggering. But pleasure rejection is absolutely a symptom of trauma. Pleasure avoidance can be an aversion, but it's not necessarily untreatable. It's not necessarily, it can come and go. We'll talk more about that.
Sure. I think maybe the next two questions I can kind of loop together a little bit because they're really around the imago process. So you're doing the exercise. I appreciate you. I want, to do this in each session. And then the other part, what do you do if a partner is unwilling to go along with it? Just want to focus on their own hurt instead of the other partners.
Well, in this kind of therapy, in imago therapy, you really give both partners a turn. So, they sort of understand that they're each going to get a turn at sharing, their experience. So the other partner will be able to say, like, she'll be able to say, what came up for me when you were sharing all this was. And um, you know, a lot of times what happens is they get to a really lovely place of, connection and understanding and empathy, and the dialogue will get to a place of, creating a new vision for the relationship, and it'll be lovely. And then the other partner will say, well, what you said really upset me, and I think we should break up. Like something traumatic will get triggered. And that's not uncommon, right? Because it can feel like, I want to be sure I get my feelings in there, and I get my wound in there, or I don't want you to forget that you hurt me. So it doesn't have to be even, and it doesn't have to be go back and forth all the time. But the idea is, the reason they face each other and the reason they mirror is to heal the early attachment of not being seen and not being heard, and also to take me out of that privileged place of being the one that always has the answer. And also, I'm not doing individual therapy with each of them. They're actually doing the work, and this is actually couples therapy. So if you're interested in more in imago therapy, I'm happy to connect you with people. It's really the core of my therapy, because it's easier for me to have them do the work. So I like the way that it holds the space.
Got it. No, it's helpful. So just following at that, do you do that practice with every session? Is it a brief period of time, or is there a general way you go about implementing the imago dialogue?
I wish I could say I did it with every session. Sometimes I get lazy, and if they're resistant to doing it, then I'm like, I'll just ask them the question. So what are you appreciating about your partner? Or did you hear what they said? What do you imagine that they're feeling? I will be more directive. It's harder when people are more regressed or more traumatized for them to mirror their partner. If the partner was the person that was abusive or traumatizing, you don't have to mirror them. Or if someone's yelling at you saying, you're such a jerk, you don't have to mirror that. Like, there has to be a certain amount of space in the relationship for me to mirror. At that, you saw in that session that I mirrored at one point to keep them from going off the rails a little bit. And you can teach people how to mirror. Like, that's a great technique for the therapist. It's a great technique to use with your kids or people at the bank. Like, so what you're saying is you gave me the wrong cash and you want my money back? That's so interesting. Like, I imagine that was really making you feel anxious. But it works really well because people just feel heard. And most of the time, that's what they really need. They don't need you to fix them. Okay, so we're on the home stretch for today. And there's been such good questions and so many people participating. Thank you so much. I really honor your participation. And I know it's a long day on Zoom, and if you have ADHD, it's even harder. So thank you so much. And wherever you are, get more comfortable. I'm closing my door, hoping that will help my outdoor noise. And I'd like you to just do a moment of appreciation for yourself, a moment of integrating that part of you that is a student, is a learner, is an expander, is someone who likes to grow and learn, and just acknowledge them and really honor your potential for growth, and also honor that you are at the cutting edge of this field and that you are a healer and that you are being called to this mission, that we see you and we need you and we hear your requests for knowledge and learning and community. And I value you, and I want you to just value that part of yourself for a moment. Whatever way feels comfortable for you, just welcome them here. And if there's a part of you that doesn't want to be here, that wants to be outside, that wants to be napping, that wants to be resting, they're welcome here too. Give them a pat on the back for being here, even when they're tired or distracted or worn out or burnt. Acknowledge them. And if there's a part of you that is activated, triggered, thinking about your own trauma, sad, emotional, angry, crying, missing, longing, just give that part of you whatever you need right now. Imagine that the grown-up part of you can hug that part or hold that part or acknowledge and see and hear that part of you. And just know that all the parts of you are welcome inside of you. And whatever your intention was for today, just honor that and know that you're going to leave a little smarter, a little wiser, a little more integrated, a little more self-aware. And we'll talk about how tomorrow's going to go. So welcome back. And let's talk some more about pleasure. That's like one of my favorite topics. And sometimes, you know, we can go too far the other way. So we do have a pathology in our psychotherapy world of hyper disorders, hyper pleasure, hyper focus, hyper sexuality, hyper intensity, hyper stimulation. So anything that's too much, that's hyper compulsive, hyper pleasure seeking, we tend to pathologize. So now that's not to say that, you know, too much eating, binging, shopping, gambling, or sex is not good for you. Like it's not, I'm not trying to say that that's okay or healthy at all times. But, you know, the idea that if you want too much sex, then you must be a sex addict, I would challenge that diagnosis and look at where we are as a culture, that most heterosexual women are diagnosed with hyposexual desire, low desire, and most heterosexual and gay men are diagnosed with hyper or hypersexual desire or compulsive sexual behaviors. And just look at that from a bit of a cultural perspective. You know, what is that telling us? What are we looking at? What are we looking for? Where is that happy middle place that we are normalizing? You know, where is the book that says this is the normal amount or kind of sex that you should be having? If I wrote that book, then I'd be a bazillionaire, because there is not one book or one place that explains the type of sex that everyone should be having or the amount of sex. However, there are ways that you can use pleasure compulsively to avoid your trauma. So we want to go beyond those coping skills that are really based in anxiety and fear. I'm afraid to look at what's happened to me. You know, I'll be honest, I've written 6 nonfiction books, and I'm thinking of writing another one, but I've also had this this memoir in the bottom of my desk that I've rewritten, I don't know, 12 times. And every time I try to write about my childhood or my past, it brings up so much stuff. And I avoid it by just writing another nonfiction book, which is easier for me than talking about myself in like real terms. So not that I have to write the memoir, but it's just so interesting to me that there's some fear that's locked in there. And so if I was going to go beyond that fear, I would focus on the block. Like, what is the block there? How can I explore and heighten my awareness of it? How can I be open to curiosity? And how can I appreciate myself and love that part of me that is, that's really protecting me from something? Like, you go, girl, you protect me. Like, if that was your job and you're still going strong, then God bless you. And if you still need that job, I want to support you. But I'm wondering if we can work together to, be a little more transparent and explore what's going on there, so that I don't feel that parts of my life are compartmentalized. I want to live in integrity because that's what I preach. And so, that's the goal for me before I get too old to do it and forget how to type on a computer. The idea is to live in integrity without feeling like I have to distance myself from any of my life. And that's really what trauma work is about, to work towards being open and aware and appreciative. So people who are pleasure resistant can feel hopeless over the long term. That's the substance abuse that can be chronic and fatiguing. Or you can go the other way, which has always been my addiction, which is the overfunctioning side of the equation. Doing too much, being too successful because it justifies my existence. Look how good I'm doing. Look how much I'm doing. So I deserve to be here. And I mean, how many books do you have to write before you give yourself your own pat on the back? I'm still trying to prove myself to my mother, and she's dead. So there's got to be some confrontation that I do for myself around the overfunctioning as an escape, as a trauma response. Sometimes people continue to have back-to-back monogamous marriages, serial monogamy. They sometimes use open marriages as a survival method. I wrote a book about open monogamy, so I've interviewed many, many people. Actually, my podcast has a series right now on open relationships. The podcast is called The Trouble with Sex. And I interviewed so many people who, some of them did have trauma histories, not all of them. But that doesn't keep you from being great parents or really good therapists. We are all wounded on some level, which makes us really good healers, as long as we're integrated, as long as we're aware, as long as we have insight, and as long as we don't project it onto everyone else. Canceling this person, telling this person they're not doing it right, writing nasty things about people on the internet. I'm just continuously shocked that we've gotten to this place of supposed anonymity when we write about our colleagues. And I'm shocked at the disrespect that's out there. So I'm just saying that. I'm not saying anything else. And then the other thing about continued relationship strategies have to do with this concept that, marriage is work. You have to work at marriage. Marriage is hard work. If you were taught that marriage was hard work and got to work at it, but then no one really told you what the work would be, how did you imagine you'd make it, quote unquote, work? Like, what did you think marriage was really about? Was it communication? Was it fidelity? Was it your sex life? Like, what was the work that you were supposed to be doing? And now as a therapist, what are you telling people about? You have to work on it to make it work. Why does it have to be work? Like, it's so interesting in this, sort of Protestant ethic that we have in our background around relationships, that it can't be focused on pleasure. Affairs are pleasurable. Affairs are all about pleasure. No commitment, no work, easy, dispensable, disposable. But marriage is the hard part. Marriage is the work. Why? Why can't marriage be pleasurable? I mean, that's the whole point of love and relationships and staying together and keeping the sex alive and getting the sex that you want. So change, all it takes is a change of attitude, right? So there's some type of therapy called existential inquiry. It's been around for a long time. And it has its roots in several different types of psychotherapy. But it starts with these three questions about what are my deepest desires and commitments? What and to whom am I accountable? What am I accountable for and to whom am I accountable to? And who do I know myself to be and who do I wish to be? James Griffith talked about this. I think it comes from Europe. And it was out of like a crisis and trauma work. So deep morality issues, hopelessness, confusion, ruptured relationships. I'm just Googling it right now, so I make sure I give him credit. Physical violence, social injustice, all this stuff causes the deep existential questions. Somebody I saw had posted a question like, how can Nazis shoot babies or something traumatic like that? This is where existential inquiry would come in. Like, how can the Auschwitz happen? How do humans go to these places of evil? What is the deal with existence? Like, this is the existential postures around adversity. And I'm not a pastor, but I have a spiritual piece that I will sit with people in their existential crisis, the questioning of like, how could this have happened to my daughter? How could this have happened to me? How could this have happened to my marriage? How could this have happened in the world? How could this have happened in Gaza? How could this have happened in Ukraine? Like, how could we be doing this to each other as humans? There's an existential trauma there that people need a place to sit with, that you will not have the answers to. That you can't have the answers to. You can join them in their pain, but really it's about discovering for each individual person who they are and where they exist in the world. So you can re-establish for them, yes, this is messed up. This is an existential question. Like, what the heck is happening? It's a WTF moment, and for all of us. And so who are you in this moment? What are you committed to? Who do you believe yourself to be in this moment? It helps me to align myself as a healer because it gives me this sense of participation in moving the conversation forward. Now, that may just be a boy whistling in the dark, but it helps me with my existential crisis. I would ask you in your trauma work to find a space that works for you, a space that works for you. Like, I'm meant to do this. I am following a mission. I'm called to this. This is a calling. I'm good at this. I can own my skill set. I am learning this. I'm only going to do this for a little while. I'll do this till I retire. I'm going to write a book and then I'm done. Whatever it is, find your space, and you could change it. You could change your mind tomorrow. After this workshop, you might be like, okay, I'm done, which is totally fine, which is really stage 3, right? This is our revisioning of our lives. It's the revisioning of our relationships. It's the reimagining or the reimage of what the next phase could be. Now we have, the narrative, we have the grief, we have the existential crisis of, I can never go back to my innocence. I can't go back after my partner cheats on me. I can't go back to feeling like I am the most perfect partner in the world. I am the person that they are going to honor above all else, just like my parents supposedly should have. Now, there's nobody ever that's going to put me on that pedestal. So now where do I fit in the universe? The existential crisis of that is not just, oh, my partner slept with someone else. It's who is going to let me feel like I'm the most special? Where do I belong? And how do I reinforce for myself that I am wanted? So now you have to revision going forward. What does it mean to be wanted? What do I have to do in myself to trust the universe, to trust another person, to trust that I can walk down the street and that person coming for me is not going to hit me with a stick? How do I go out into the world? How do I turn on the television without feeling terrified? How do I move forward in life? It's really, it can be a crisis. People can get knocked back into the crisis phase, where the fear and the frustration can trigger such a negative space that they go back into a crisis of, I don't know if I can stay with my partner. I don't know if I can stay alive. I don't know if I can stay sober. I don't know if I can deal with the nightmares. I don't know if I can deal with the trauma of what has happened. Totally predictably part of the process. And you can tell people, look, there are 3 stages. There's the crisis, there's the insight, and then there's the vision. Right now, you are back in the crisis. That doesn't mean that you will always be there. The crisis phase actually is, by its nature, temporary. The crisis phase, by its nature, is temporary. A crisis is time limited. It might not feel that way. When your autonomic nervous system is activated, it feels like you're always in a crisis. That's the problem with trauma. But it won't last forever. You will go through these phases and we will get to this phase again. And in this re-imaging phase is when the healing of the betrayal happens. It's when you can have more empathetic communication. You can begin to share a vision of the future. It's also when you might decide whether or not you're going to stay together. So now it's not about forgiveness, it's about empathy. I may not like what you did, but I get why you did it. I may not have done it, but I understand where you were at when you did it. Now, that doesn't mean I have to understand the Nazis or Trump or anybody else, but I can have empathy for where we are in our relationship. I can have empathy for how messed up the world is sometimes. You know, like I can feel a certain humanity in being human. And that's what really empathy is. It doesn't mean I forgive you, because sometimes forgiveness is cheap. It's like, yeah, I forgive you. Let's move on. And that's just another avoidance technique, right? So we have to be clear that we're not spiritually bypassing. A spiritually bypassing means I forgive everyone because I'm a spiritual person. It's going to make me feel better. And, you know, it's really not about them. It's about me. And I've heard it all. I get it. I totally get it. I've done the work. I get it. And I'm still working to understand forgiveness. However, there is a difference between true forgiveness that happens organically because you've done the work of empathy and recovery, and the spiritual bypassing that says, well, I'm a spiritual person, so I'm going to forgive. Just honor that and know that in yourself, that you can sort of fluctuate back and forth, right? You can want to forgive and not have forgiven. Also totally an option. So pleasure aversion and pleasure avoidance is like a touch repulsion. It can be interpreted by your partner as a shame response. Like, I feel like when I touch you, you clench. Or I feel like when I kiss my partner, I get this sort of like, ooh, I don't like the way they kiss anymore. Or I don't like the way my partner smells. Or when my partner touches me that way, I get sort of skeeved out. That may not be connected to your partner or to the current place in your relationship. It may be a trauma response. So it may be, you know, I can touch you, but please don't touch me. Or it's a way of controlling your body. Your body is your body. I'll be in control of my body. I'll decide what consent means. Consent should be a hell yes, or it's a no. And you can change your mind. It shouldn't be a yes, I'll do it because you want to do it, or yes, I'll do it because I feel coerced, or yes, I'll do it because I don't want you to leave me, or yes, I'll do it because you said you'd sleep with someone else if I don't, or yes, I'll do it because I should be over my trauma, or yes, I'll do it because it's our sex date night, or it should be, hell yeah, let's do this. And wait, I want to slow down, or wait, I need to stop. So aversion or avoidance is about controlling what's happening in the body. So when there's been trauma in your personal relationships, it could be a past personal relationship or a current one. Any kind of intimacy can feel unsafe, and it can create anxiety, and that's very confusing, right? So say your family member was abusive. Now you're avoidantly attached. Like I feel safer if we're not attached. Like don't get too close to me. Don't make plans for the future. But there's a part of me, I'm just using myself as an example. That's not really how I feel, but there's a part of me that wants to get close, but then if I get too close, then I'm going to start a fight so that we can be safely distanced. And then I'm going to miss you, so I'm going to come back in. That sort of yo-yoing back and forth can be a way of controlling, titrating the intimacy that feels unsafe. And sometimes people don't do it with casual sexual relationships. So I can have a casual, this is what I hear from clients, I can have a casual sexual relationship and I don't get triggered by that dance that I have to do with my partner. With my partner, I can have this sexual avoidance or sexual aversion, but I can go out and have sex with someone on Grindr or on Tinder and it doesn't bother me at all. I can take off my clothes, I can do all the sexual acts, but my partner kisses me on my neck and I freak out. And that can be a symptom of trauma because it's the impairment of the relationship that creates the sexual dysfunction. And so when you see like high risk behavior, when we're talking about hypersexual behavior, when you see high risk behavior, sometimes that is a sign of trauma, and not always, but we assume that it is and go from there. Ask and be curious. Like, what is this? Is it a replay of old stuff? Is it a way of reenacting something, trying to have a new result in your brain? Is it trying to rewrite that neurological pathway to have control? What's this really looking like? High risk sexual behavior with outsiders while still having a partner at home. What is the affair about? And we've had whole days about infidelity, and the integrative relationship therapy course has a whole day about affairs. So I'm not going to go into depth about that, but you should assess not why did you want to be with someone else, but who did you want to be when you were with someone else? So it's not that you were seeking out someone else, it's that you were seeking to feel something else. So asking the person that had the affair, who were you trying to be when you were with this other person or persons? What were you trying to feel is different than, why were you with this other person of the same sex, or a person that doesn't look like me, or a person that you used to know, or a person that you met on the internet. It's more about who did you become when you were with this person. And it can be that I was not numb. I was wide awake when I was with them. I didn't dissociate. I didn't feel the aversion that I feel with the person that I love. I could do all these sexual acts and I didn't care, which is not uncommon if it's a trauma symptom. And so in a sexually avoidant relationship, when it's triggered because of trauma, sometimes we will attract, or that person will attract a partner because they feel safe. So they're attracted to someone who will not trigger their trauma. In other words, like I have a lesbian couple who one of them had been sexually abused. She was attracted to her partner because really, realistically, that partner would not pressure her to have sex. She was not overly erotic. She was somewhat repressed, and she was very shy, and she was never going to push her into having a sexual relationship. So in her mind, this is totally unconscious. In her mind, this is perfect partner. I feel safe. I feel like I'm not going to have to go into my erotic self because my partner's not going to want to have sex. So this is the perfect, safe relationship. But the reality is that is a safe relationship because it's non-sexual. A non-sexual partnership is like family. So now you're in a non-sexual partnership. Now, it doesn't mean you can't have a platonic partner, and it doesn't mean you can't be asexual. But when you have a romantic partner that is parentified, then you have a non-equal partnership, right? So, you know, the regular range of committed partnership, gay, straight, trans, whatever, is that you connect because you're attracted to each other. You long for someone over there. You're attracted to someone in the space in between you. And then once you attach to that person and you feel safe, like, okay, this isn't going anywhere. We're good. We can put on our sweatpants. We can relax. Then you go into the next phase of a relationship, which is where you feel like family because you feel safe. So you regress to what you know of forever love, right? You're committed. This is going to be forever. What you know of forever is family. And so family is supposed to be non-sexual. And so that's the early attachment needs that come out in the beginning of the relationship. Early attachment is about your family. It's non-sexual. Sexuality doesn't really begin till later on when you're separating and individuating from your family. And that's when you can become sexual because you're not in your family. Now, obviously, this is totally confusing for people who were sexually abused in their family because it's not safe. But you may long for a partner where you have that stretch of time, you have a do-over, a redux, a redo, where you can have the safety of the attached time in a relationship that maybe didn't have in childhood, where you can feel like we're attached and non-sexual and I get a do-over before I go into my separation and individuation adolescence where I can separate and become a sexual person outside of my family, which is partly why people who have sexual trauma in their history can have sex outside of their relationship at home because home feels safe, which equals non-sexual. Outside of the relationship is where you put your erotic energy. So you want to work with people around this so that the relationship is not parentified, because most likely one of the partners is unhappy with this. Eventually, this lesbian couple, the woman that didn't want to have sex, it came out that she had sexual abuse too. And so it worked, quote unquote, for both of them until it no longer worked. Until they realized, first of all, they wanted to have a child and they wanted to make sure that they would be together forever. And they weren't sure they were going to be together forever if they didn't work on their erotic recovery. So we began to peel back some of the issues and what they were attracted to in each other, why they were together. And we have to move people from the parentified relationship to a more equal partnership. And so in this new vision of the new relationship, the new monogamy, how do you create something that's more erotic, bringing the erotic energy back into the relationship? Now, beginning to have sex again will create stimulus. It'll create a response, it creates anxiety actually. So there's been studies that show that you get a high cortisol response after sex, and that creates anxiety. And it can also just trigger stress, and stress can be related to your trauma. So sometimes men with erectile dysfunction also have high levels of cortisol and anxiety. And so all these chemicals are getting released during sex, after sex. You feel stressed. This connects to old stress. It creates new stress, and it has a response in your body, right? Your body is talking. Like, I don't want to do this anymore. I don't want to feel stressed. I don't want to be a sexual person. It's not safe to be sexual. So when you have trauma early in your life without someone to help you learn how to self-soothe, or without someone to soothe you, you can't modulate your sympathetic and your parasympathetic nervous system. So you don't learn how to self-soothe, to calm yourself down. You don't learn that stress is a wave. It's temporary. You'll be stressed and then you'll get past it. It'll peak and it has a natural ending. If you're constantly under stress, continuously under stress, if you're in a military family and you're always moving, if you're in a family like mine where you're always moving, if you're in an abusive family and you're always getting hurt and you don't know when to expect it, that continuous stress never teaches you how to come down from stress. So you either continue to search out high intensity situations because that's what feels like home, that's what feels like love, that's what feels like relationship, or you take drugs that feel familiar to you, you do behaviors that feel familiar, or you learn how to let go of that, of living in that constant stress. And that's what therapy is, right? Of going beyond that frozen pathway. And in this phase of therapy, it's really opening to new curiosity. So you don't have to say, oh, okay, now we can just have sex, go home and have sex. No, but you can be curious about sex and romance and what it might feel like. So I know I'm saying a lot of words and there's a lot of words on these pages, but I want to have the takeaway be that there's 3 phases of recovery, that erotic recovery is important in trauma recovery, even if you weren't sexually abused, because the stress of trauma and trauma responses are stored in your body. And so as adults, we are sexual creatures, and stress and sex get interwoven, and the stress response creates a conditioned response. And it creates avoidance and anxiety. And the more we adapt and do the same thing over and over, the more that repetition just digs in deeper to that deer path in the woods. So again, Gabor Mate, when attachment leads to addiction, he talks about not why the addiction, but why the pain. What's the pain underneath? That you're repeating all of this, all of these same patterns. If you're sexually avoidant, if the damage is in your body, we talked about like the greatest sexual damage from sexual violation, maybe in things we're not aware of. It's really like the stories we tell ourselves about the sexual violation. It's the story we tell ourselves about the sexual damage. It's the story we tell ourselves about who we are in the world. And that becomes our truth rather than, oh, this is just the way I am because of my trauma. So the story I tell myself is that, you can't walk down the street without someone hitting you. The story I tell myself is that, all men are this way. The story I tell myself is that all women are that way. The story I tell myself is that relationships are dangerous. The narrative I believe about the world is that eventually there will be fires and things will burn down. The story I tell myself about the world is that climate change is happening so rapidly that, I'm not going to see the end of this lifetime. Like, I don't know, sometimes I do tell myself that. But narratives about the world and the self are more entrenched than the actual memory. It's the story you tell yourself about the memory, and it's the meaning that you integrate about what happened. So let's go back to Ali and Mitra for a minute. So he is in the garden. There is a party. There's a bunch of women his mother's age. and he has experimented with pleasure with other boys. And then she tells everybody, and he hears them laughing. And there's the piece that it's illegal where he lives to be homosexual. So his story about what happened is that he can't have any world to himself. He can't have any pleasure because it's dangerous. He can't be honest about who he is with anyone, and that he has to run away. And that he ran away at that party and hid under a tree. No one came to find him. He was crying. No one came to comfort him. So the narrative in that world of his view is also, no one will comfort me. I will have to comfort myself, or there will be no comfort. And I can't trust anyone. No one sees me. No one will find me. No one will understand me. Like all those narratives from that one day, from that one experience, it gets embedded in our narrative. So it's a narrative about the world. It doesn't take a lot to heal that narrative. It can take a lot to change it. But having his wife say, no, I hear you, I see you. When I said to him, oh, I'm so upset about that little boy, like I just kind of want to give him a hug and say it's okay. His face just like lit up. Like he just was just like glowing, like looking at me with his eyes open, like, really? And just that moment can change the meaning of the narrative in somebody's life. It doesn't mean it's going to go away. It doesn't mean it's ever going to change in his memory. But for me to say that to that little boy inside of him, just, you know, sometimes saying to a person who's been through trauma, I can't believe that happened to you. Like when I started off today talking about someone who had been in a house where someone had been murdered, I was like, I can't believe you sat with that story. Oh my God. And the person that I was talking to went, yeah, I guess that's horrible. You guess that's horrible? Oh my God. I don't know if I can sit with that story. And so just the acknowledgement sometimes of how someone's been hurt is very healing to their narrative. Because trauma survivors, and please don't take this on that I'm assuming that this is what you want if you're a trauma survivor. But for most trauma survivors in therapy, they want to heal from the shame, right? That it's not just that this happened to me, it's that I did something to make this happen to me, right? I somehow got caught and deserved it, or I am a terrible person that this happened. There's a piece in there that it's the hardest part to unpack. In romantic relationships, people want to heal and work on their desire issues, and they want to talk about sex. You know, you don't have to be a sex therapist to say, you know, how's your sex life going? That gives people permission, even if you just have limited information and you want to refer them out. But just asking them gives them permission to go, oh, thank God we could talk about our sex life. I mean, if you're working with couples, for sure, individuals, you know, it might be safer for them to talk about their sex life with you. If you're working with couples, the relief that comes from knowing you're a safe person, that they can talk about what's really happening. I mean, they're not just roommates, right? They're together for more than just being companions. So a big part of their life is going to be their erotic life. You know, you have your companionship and your eroticism. So don't leave out the erotic part. Even if they say, no, it's fine, we don't want to talk about it, at least they know they can. And if they come up with things that you really feel inadequately trained in, get more training, or get a referral, or ask me about it, or find someone that you can talk to, get some supervision. And you can reframe sex to pleasure, you know. So how can you integrate more pleasure into your life? How can you, you know, talk about what would be pleasurable for you? What do you appreciate about each other? And what is pleasurable between you that you could have more of? And what do you want to try that might be more pleasurable? And, you know, what can you talk about that's safe for you too? You know, you can set boundaries sometimes people go into like detail of their trauma and I have to stop them. Like, that's not really what this is for. And I don't want to be re-traumatized by your trauma. So that's when I'll have them like write a letter. And that's what we're going to talk about tomorrow. And I will give people the metaphor of a tree, you know, like if your relationship was a tree, you have to feed it, you have to water it, you have to take care of it. And it's something that the two of you have to manage together. And you know, what have you been feeding it up until now? And how have you been taking care of it? And can you water the tree together? And who's been doing most of the watering? And who's been doing most of the taking care of? And has it fallen down? Has it been, you know, burnt? Just because there's trauma in the tree doesn't mean it's not healthy. You know, when a branch falls off a tree, when it's traumatized, the tree keeps growing. It grows over that hole in the tree. And sometimes the hole in the tree is a home. I'm going to kill the metaphor now, but I'm going to keep going. Sometimes the hole in the tree is a home for squirrels. There's, you know, there's nuts in there. There's owls. Like, it can be a positive thing for the tree. It can be a healing space, but it doesn't go away. And that's the piece that, you know, I want to really reiterate, that when you lose the branch, you don't grow it back. But the tree will keep on growing. And so in the relationship metaphor, it's helpful. Some people think very metaphorically. So you want to come at it from all different angles. And also that, you know, pleasure is your birthright. Like, we are given these bodies that can feel things. You know, your clitoris has no other purpose other than to feel pleasure. There's over 60,000 nerve endings in your clitoris. And your clitoris is not just what shows from the tip of your labia. It goes down and around the opening of your vagina. There's clitoral roots, called crucia. So your clitoris is actually much bigger than you think. It's almost like a penis that split open in utero, and it's served us well throughout the centuries, to allow us to experience pleasure. And so how do we reframe for ourselves and for clients that we're born with this capacity for pleasure, for men as well, of course, for people in all bodies, all shapes and sizes. And that really this isn't about doing A, B, C, D, E and putting tab A into slot B and getting to the finish line, which is usually the male ejaculation in our Western idea of sexuality, which is, you know, part of the problem with learning from pornography, which is what we were talking about before. But what if the goal were simply pleasure? Particularly after we're revisioning trauma. What if the goal were simply pleasure? So we're going to talk about those clients who feel treatment resistant. Like, what about the people that nothing's working? Like, you've worked and worked and worked, and they are still relapsing. They're still going out and having reckless sex. Nothing seems to be working. They have alter personalities that are not integrating. They still have a freeze response. They're still numbing. What do you do? I'm going to stop the share for a moment and we'll take some questions. And then, you know, we're almost out of time. We got about half an hour. So I want to make sure I get in time for questions before we move on.
Very good. All right. Again, kind of prioritize, sorting by priority here or by upvotes. First one from Kathleen. Are people always acting trauma in BDSM? Is there a point where you have worked it out and you just enjoy the pain? What are your thoughts?
It's such a good question. And I'm laughing because I just taught a class with like 65 Korean students, which I told you about, that had a translator. And I was talking about BDSM and kink in a country where it's very religious where they are. I mean, Seoul, Korea has dungeons, which is, bondage, domination, sadomasochism is what BDSM is. And kink can be a lot of other activities, but Korea in general is somewhat of what they call vanilla, the opposite of kink. But there are a lot of dungeons and soul. And so trying to translate some of those behaviors in Korean, I'm just laughing because it's just funny. And if you're Korean, you can put the translation in the chat. The assumption, I was just talking about the research about this. The assumption for many therapists and many people in the general public is that if you're acting out a sadomasochistic sexual experience like spanking or whipping or tying someone up or a pain experience, then it must be because of trauma. Now, the research shows that's not true. However, there is a correlation between being spanked as a kid and liking being spanked as an adult. So don't spank your kids, first of all. Secondly, we will sexualize things that happened to us when we were young, again, because pleasure overrides pain. So we're trying to create a pleasurable experience over something that might have been uncomfortable or painful. The complication of people who experience pain as pleasure is interesting because in our system, it's really the intensity that they're looking for. It's not necessarily, I like pain. I don't want to go get a root canal without being numb. They're not looking for you to like do that kind of pain for fun. But there's something about the intensity of the interpersonal relationship that pushes the edge. And there are studies that show that people who practice BDSM, bondage, domination, sadomasochism, or master-slave, power dynamic, role plays, are actually more well-adjusted in their relationships and have lower levels of anxiety than the general public. Now, I don't know if that is correlation or causation, because people who are into BDSM and pain play tend to negotiate more than people who are just vanilla. So they will ask each other, what do you want? How do you want it? What should we do? This is what I want. This is the way I want it. Please do this, please do that. And I'm going to have a safe word that'll say, please stop. If I'm not happy, don't do it this way. This will say, I want you to slow down. This will mean stop altogether. And then they'll act it out. And then afterwards, there's aftercare. So the person who was more dominant will comfort, hug, hold, some kind of physical experience for the person who was more submissive. They might cry, they might explore what that was like emotionally, and then they'll talk about how was that and what do you want to do next time. That experience is very rare for people who have, weekly vanilla sex. So is it the interaction of the relational space where people are actually communicating and connecting in that way that creates a lower level of anxiety? Or are people who in general have lower levels of anxiety that are attracted to that kind of relationship? I mean, it's hard to know. And to be honest, the amount of subjects that are researched around whether or not they have a trauma history is not huge. So they haven't asked the general population about whether they like pain during sex, because they only research the population that has admitted I like pain during sex. And it's also, there's a wide range of, what you're describing as pain. It could include spanking, it could include caning or whipping, it could include fire or cutting. Like there's a wide range. So I'm not sure how we can measure that in general. The last thing I want to say about that, because I could talk about this for a whole day, which I do, is that people get to a point where they're finished with it. They might do it for years, they might do it for decades, they might do it for months, but eventually they stop. And so we don't know if it's because it has filled that fantasy, the erotic need, if it has worked its way through your relationship, or if it's overridden those neurological pathways that maybe there was some trauma there that we don't know about that now has healed because it's been combined with relational pleasure experiences. Not sure.
Thank you. Fascinating, and this is going to transition quite a different direction. So heads up there. How do you support couples who are not able to be sexually intimate after losing a child to suicide?
Oof.
Yeah.
Oof. Well, that is a big shift.
Yeah.
First of all, if that was you, I'm sorry. And if that was your client, I'm also sorry that you're sitting with them. That's very difficult. And, you know, statistically, losing a child, most people get divorced after that. It's not easy to stay together because there's no place to go for comfort. So if I go to you for comfort, you're just as broken as I am. So we can't hold each other up. And it's a really painful, I can't even imagine and hope I never have to go through a painful situation. And David Kessler actually is a good person to talk to about losing a child and how to move on from that grief and loss. I don't know if there's a pat answer to this is how you have sex after the loss of a child, and particularly after suicide. I think there's a grief period and a loss period that is much longer than you could imagine. And you either turn towards each other for comfort physically and sexually, or you don't. And it could repair or it could not. You know, there's a guilt after you lose a child around any kind of pleasure. We should not eat, we should not have sex, we should not go outside in the sun. Like the guilt of enjoying anything in life can be so great. It can take a long, long time. I would encourage the parents to be in a support group. And David Kessler has a lot of free resources for that. Just to begin to talk to other people who might be experiencing the same thing. And there are support groups in particular for couples.
Yeah, I appreciate that. And as you know, David's very open about his story and his experience, and fantastic resource for that. So I think we'll move on. Question from Susan. How do you prepare your couples to do this kind of work? How much psychoeducation do you give about trauma affecting relationships?
That's a great question. So how much do you educate them? Well, it depends. Like I first want to learn from them about their trauma, and I want to then educate them about their type of trauma. So sometimes people can weaponize their trauma in the relationship. Like if you say, oh, cheating is a betrayal trauma and, you know, it's hard to get over and this is what happened, then the person who was cheated on can sometimes, you know, weaponize that or use that against the partner. Like, you've traumatized me. And we want to make sure that both partners understand the effects of one or both partners' behaviors. Is the cheating partner cheating because they've been traumatized? Like trauma, I want to say that to people that trauma has very deep roots, and that it's different than something traumatic happening to you. And there's a difference between trauma and post-traumatic stress. And there's a bunch of symptoms about that. And there's a difference between post-traumatic stress and post-traumatic stress disorder. And I usually ask if they have intrusive thoughts, nightmares, and how much the symptoms are interfering with their life. And, you know, many people know what trauma is because they've Googled it and it's in the nomenclature. But they may not understand that some of their sexual symptoms or their relational symptoms are because of trauma. You know, sexual aversion or avoidance can show up in different ways, and they may not realize that that's what it's from because they may not have been sexually abused. You know, they may have been in the military, and so they may have been in an earthquake and now they can't have sex, or like you just said, they may have lost a child. So it's not necessarily sexual trauma, it could be any kind of trauma, and that's usually as much as I might educate somebody.
That's question from Nikita. Can you speak to the impact of shame and ability to reconcile personal trauma with sexual desire? The impact of shame, ability to reconcile personal trauma with sexual desire.
I mean, I think that's what we're kind of talking about, but I think, you know, desire, I can answer the part about desire in and of itself. Like, desire is interesting because you can desire someone and not really want to have sex with them. You can desire a certain type of sex or a certain sex act and never want to do it. So there's a continuum. You know, there's a curiosity about something sexual or someone sexual or a type of sex. And then there's a fantasy, like something that gets you off in your head, something that you use to arouse you. But it doesn't necessarily mean you're going to act it out or ever tell your partner or ever want to do it. And then the far end of the spectrum are the things that you take into action. So understand that those things are just a small part of the whole spectrum, that we as humans, you know, have a whole desire spectrum that doesn't necessarily mean that that's what we want. So like if you have a fantasy or a desire for pain, like to be tied up and whipped, doesn't necessarily mean that you want your partner to run to the hardware store and grab the rope. Like that might be just something you keep to yourself because it's interesting and you're curious, or something that you fantasize about and maybe read about, but you're not sure if you actually want to do it. Sometimes doing the things that you fantasize about or desire are not as rewarding as they are in fantasy anyway. But I think the connection to trauma has to do with shame about your fantasies and shame about your desires. And if you can find a therapist that you can talk to about some of those desires, you know, meeting the light of day can sometimes decrease the amount of shame. Like, I've had a lot of women come to me and say, I really want to have sex with other women. I've never told anybody. And once they say it, I'm like, you know, oh, okay, do you want more water? Like, it's so common that they go, really? It like, does every woman want that? And I'm like, practically. And I'll joke around about it, not to demean their fantasies, but to take out the air, and then we'll talk more realistically about it. Like, no, not every woman wants that, but many do, and tell me about how you feel about wanting that. And so you can approach it with someone that you trust. The other thing I might do is do some research. You know, if you're a therapist and you have desire for something that you're sharing, do some research. Like, is this going to hurt other people? Is this going to hurt me? Is my client telling me something that's going to be dangerous to other people or to themselves? And the last thing I want to say about that is this is confusing when our screening process is, well, as long as it doesn't hurt you or someone else, it's okay. But what their fantasy is about hurting themselves or someone else. And that's the part that turns them on. So, you know, a lot of education in that area is important. You know, how to tie someone up in a healthy way so they can get out. You're not leaving them in a building somewhere. Like, there's got to be some education around what those things might actually mean. And that can decrease some of the shame as well.
Moving on. Sandra has a question. Any thoughts on PTSD and links to betrayal, trauma, or affairs? It doesn't fit current DSM criteria, but maybe could in the future. Any thoughts on that?
Yeah, I mean, there is a lot of talk now about betrayal trauma and where it kind of falls on the spectrum of trauma. I think it actually is really mixed into complex post-traumatic stress disorder. So because it's an attachment trauma, so it's happening in a relationship with someone that you trust. So it has a lot of potential for triggering past attachment issues. And so it does kind of qualify as complex trauma. Complex trauma, like I was saying earlier, is really about, the attachment figures that you had earlier in your life that, didn't make you feel safe, put you at risk, or didn't protect you. And that's what makes it complicated. If your father abused you every time he came home, you still might wait at the door every day for him to come home because it's your father. That's the part that creates the complexity and the shame and the guilt. And then if your partner today does something that you consider abusive, but you still want to stay with them, you might be confused and think, well, I should leave them because that's the healthier thing. I couldn't do it as a kid, but I can do it now, but I don't want to, but everyone says I should, but my therapist, blah, blah, blah. Like, that's the confusing part of betrayal trauma, is that it challenges our early attachment wounds. And it also, now I have a different opinion about this than other people. I think it also challenges our cultural understanding of monogamy. So I don't think people necessarily have to break up over an affair. I think it could be a wake-up call to reestablishing a monogamy agreement, or understanding what monogamy might mean in their particular relationship. It might not be that you're with the wrong person, but that you have the wrong agreement, and that they might think they're not cheating and you think they are. I think it's a much longer conversation about what it actually looks like. And I think therapists can be trained to understand the nuance of infidelity much more than they are now.
Yeah, good. Next question is on women. How do they show sex aversion or association with their new partner after the death of their spouse?
A lot of grief.
Uh-huh.
A lot of grief.
I think this came from a conversation earlier, just before the break, the topics that you were discussing at that time.
Mm-hmm.
I think, in fact, you were speaking to the widower side, the man losing his spouse. Yeah.
So the comparison here is, how might it show up for women? Like, if my vagina could talk, what would it say? Instead of if my penis could talk, what would it say? Ryan, I love, by the way, that you're our person here, because your facial expressions are classic.
Glad to be here. Glad to help.
Ryan is the nicest person you've ever met in your entire life. If you don't know him, Ryan from the network. And he's a little shy. So it's just so sweet to make him talk about BDSM and pain and penises.
You're very kind. You're very kind.
I appreciate your openness and your clarification and your cooperation here. I might do the same thing with a woman in a female body that I would for men. Like, what is your body telling you? What is your vagina telling you? There's something called vaginismus, where your vagina sort of clenches and does not respond at all. It won't open even for a Q-tip. And that I always ask, what's your vagina trying to tell you? If your vagina could talk, what would it say? And a lot of times it's like, nothing's getting in here. I'll be in charge of what gets in here. And it's not necessarily what comes out of here, but what comes in here. And that says a lot, right? So, women are like antiviral systems. If we sense any kind of danger, we will shut down the system to prevent damage. And because we have to let something in order to have intimacy or sex or any kind of that sort of connection within that safe zone that we started off with today. And so there are many ways that women and people in all kinds of bodies, but particularly females, will create that protection around themselves. Now, some of you work with trans women and trans men, and there's a whole nother day that we could be talking about that. as well, and what happens to create protection around a body that has had social trauma, cultural trauma, maybe physical trauma, sexual trauma, just because of their orientation, gender, or identity. And so I would ask the same thing, you know, like, what is your body trying to tell you? What does it need? What kind of protection does it need? And I think after any kind of death, you know, that existential crisis of where is my place? I mean, I can tell you from my own personal experience, you know, after my husband had that death scare, basically, I was speaking at the Networker and in front of all these people, and I'm telling them all about the fact that my husband's in the hospital, which it's so unusual for me to talk about my fear, my life-threatening fear. And it was really so rewarding for me to have people writing to me afterwards going, oh, how's your husband? How's everything doing? How are you doing? I was like, oh my God, these are my people. Talking about your fears and your life-threatening experiences for the partner who's lost someone or has been afraid to lose someone has been proven, research has proven that that's what brings you back to yourself. Not necessarily even back to a partner, but back to yourself. After grief and loss, you lose your identity. You lose who you are in the world, and certainly you lose who you are in your body. So I would just encourage you, if this is about you personally or about your clients, encourage communication, finding support systems.
Thank you. I know we're coming toward the end of the day, so I didn't know if we've got enough questions still. But is there anything else that you wanted to cover before the end, or did you want to wrap with questions? What would work best?
Well, I'd like to, I'm going to start tomorrow with actually talking about betrayal trauma. We'll review a little bit about the trauma triangle, and then we'll talk about pleasure again, and we'll go into a little bit more of the military couples, which I talked about in general, but not specifically. And we'll talk about pleasure rejection. I'd like you to think about, if you had trauma, how did you deal with things back then? What have you learned? And if you could change something, what would you change? We're going to do a bit of writing tomorrow, and that's the piece of it. So how did you deal with things back then? What have you learned since then? And what would you change if you could? I'd like you to think about that tonight. It's not homework. I'm not going to collect it, but beginning to think about your own resilience, perhaps, and we'll talk more about that tomorrow.
Sounds good. So I guess with a couple of minutes you got, would you like to field a couple more questions?
Yeah, unless you want to tell people what's next in the course and save some time for that, it's up to you.
Sure. I think maybe we'll have a chance to talk a little bit more about that tomorrow. I know we touched on it a little bit briefly, but maybe we'll just end with Jill's question here, kind of a little more general. Can you share what your main forms of assessment for trauma?
Yeah, I mean, that's a good question. There are assessment forms out there for different types of trauma, and there's tests for PTSD. I really look at symptoms. I don't ask people in a assessment form, have you ever been sexually abused? Have you ever had sexual trauma? Is there incest? Because first of all, if somebody's just starting with me, they don't know me, and they probably aren't going to tell me. And I don't want them to feel like they have to expose themselves to me if they don't know that they're going to continue with me in therapy. I also don't want them to feel like they have to expose themselves in front of their partner if they haven't really talked about it yet. And I feel like it's intrusive. So I don't really ask about sexual history at all or trauma history until I've known someone for at least a couple of sessions. If they come in saying, I want to come in for trauma, then I do my initial session with them where tell me why you're here, tell me the story. And then I would give them my assessment at the end. Well, wow, it sounds like this is what's happened to you. This is what we might need to work on. These are the this is the exits that you might want to think about closing. This is the commitment to therapy. I give them the speech, which I can go over more in detail tomorrow.
Yeah.
But I wouldn't do that probably before we had a relationship.
Got it. And I know I've heard from some clinicians that some of the challenge that they get into is that there's certain requirements they have to do with the assessments that in order, for the insurance, the insurance companies, whatever else it might be, can often conflict with that kind of morality of, should I be asking this during the assessment? As you just mentioned, they're just getting to know me. Is this going to be re-traumatizing? So I know what I'm hearing, that can be a bit of a conflict for therapists and how to handle it.
I totally honor that. And I have the privilege of not working with insurance. And if you're working in a clinic, or if you're working in a hospital setting or a rehab, all of which I've done in the past, you may not have that luxury and you may have a limited number of sessions. If you're working with military or veterans in a VA, it's a much more rigid system, and they probably have forms that they make you fill out, all different requirements for different settings.
Dr. Tammy Nelson joining us. She's a renowned speaker and author on sex and relationships, developer of the groundbreaking integrative relational therapy IRT approach, and she will be our guide for today. So please, let's welcome Dr. Tammy Nelson.
Thank you. I'm here. Thank you.
Welcome, Tammy. Good to see you again this morning. How are you?
I'm great. I'm really thrilled with how things went yesterday. And thanks for all the welcoming little hearts and claps. It's so interesting how important those are when you're the speaker speaking to a world of no one.
Yep, agreed. Just even as the slides were going, people were celebrating, and so excited. Glad to see everybody. Tammy, I'll turn it over to you.
Great. I'm just going to adjust my volume a bit. And just so you know, you can adjust your own volume on your screen, but if I switch back and forth between different slide decks or videos, and there's a difference in the volume, that is bothering you, just let us know. So I'm going to share my screen and get right to it. I would like to remind you that this is not necessarily a safe space, but a shared space. So we're going to share some work today that may not feel safe at all times to you, because there's no way that I can make a safe space for you out in the zone where you are, but you can make a safe space for yourself. And we can share this space by creating a interactive moment where information is shared and you have the capacity to create your own filter. So we're always filtering in and through our experience the ways that we take in information, but also the way that we make meaning of information, which we touched on yesterday, and how it changes our worldview. So when there's something difficult, it means that we are shifting our narrative about who we are in the world. And that means that we might be going through grief, like, "Oh, wow, I really thought that I was dealing with it in this way, or I really thought that I was doing therapy in this way, and now I know I have to make a shift." We always grow from learning. That's the whole point of learning. But there's something more than just intellectual learning when we're talking about doing relationship therapy, because we're in relationship to the process by shifting something in ourselves. We can't not. We can't not be in process with the narrative around who we are in the world and who we are with our work. So, I've trained thousands of therapists and supervised probably hundreds of therapists. And it's astounding to me that some therapists are just so natural at it. They've probably been doing it since they were little. I remember when I was a little kid, there used to be kids in the neighborhood that would come sit on my front lawn because there was never anybody home. There were kids that would sit on my front lawn sort of in a circle, and we would talk about, our parents and other kids at school and the candy we couldn't get or whatever. And I look back at that now and I'm like, oh my God, I was a group therapist since I was a little kid. And, now I realize that part of being a therapist is the fact that I've been taking care of people my whole life. I took care of my brothers and sisters. I took care of my mother. I took care of everyone in the neighborhood. I had a part of me that developed in order to care for other people. And probably needed to, as an adult, learn to give myself permission to take better care of myself. So as the narrative changed in me, I've noticed in other therapists, some therapists are just naturally good at being therapists. That's different than being codependent, right? That's different than saying, I'm going to put everyone's needs before mine and sacrifice my own. And, whatever you need is fine. I'm sure we've all had the experience of somebody, maybe a partner or a friend, saying, oh, what do you want for dinner? I don't know. What do you want for dinner? Well, where do you want to go? I don't care. Wherever you want to go. Well, do you want sushi or do you want pizza? I don't care. Whatever's good for you. Like, to some extent, that's probably true. Like, sometimes we don't really care what we eat, and it's more important that the other person gets what they want, because we'll really eat anything. But if it feels like you're always sacrificing your own needs, if the person says, okay, well, let's have sushi, and you say, well, I kind of really wanted pizza, and that happens consistently, and you're not able to express the fact that you wanted pizza, and instead you hold on to a little bit of resentment and you continue to eat the sushi even if you don't want the sushi, that's a sign of the stage of development where we need to access that part of ourselves that's been the protector part, that has held off focusing on our own needs because our own needs were not going to be met. And so as therapists today, we want to be able to focus on our patients' needs or our clients' needs. And we've probably developed some skills around being really empathetic and tuned in. And some therapists are super intuitive about it, whether it's from their childhood dysfunction or they've just grown up super sensitive, and been able to empathize with people from the moment they were born. Or it's something that perhaps you've sacrificed your own mental health and well-being in order to have a way to represent other people's needs first. So I want you to honor all of those parts of yourself, and today take care of yourself perhaps in a way that puts yourself first. We are going to do some exercises today. Today is the intervention day. We're going to do some writing. We're going to do some art therapy. So have something to write with or draw with. We can't do it while you're driving, so you could do some imaginative interventions. And notice what is resistant in you. So as we talk about people who might have trauma from natural disasters, illness, grief, loss, where treatment doesn't seem to work, there's also therapeutic material that we might uncover in you that might feel very resistant, all natural and normal and totally okay. But we want to recognize the importance of being in that moment with whatever you're sitting with, creating a safe transitional space wherever you are, and providing a bridge to healing for yourself so that you can create that therapeutic material for your client so that you can have that experience. I don't think everyone has to go through everything in order to be a good therapist. If I did, then I would lean on the side of experientials instead of reading books and taking trainings. I would just say, well, go visit earthquake experiences instead of reading about people who've been through that. I think you can learn and create quite a coherent narrative about what the experience is like. But I do know that there are therapists who are naturally, intuitively really good at their jobs, and other therapists who have read a bazillion books and gone to a bazillion trainings that are just not quite as natural at it. They have to work a little bit harder at it. And that might be also a form of trauma response. The resistance to getting too in touch with your intuition and your empathy, becoming too attached to your client's narrative, getting too close to their feelings because it might exacerbate the impact of your own personal traumas. And so just noticing that too. Your own frustration around trying to get better at your job, trying to understand, and some of your own armoring, like, are you numbing out? Are you perceiving the feeling of being overwhelmed? And that's, remember, stress is when the demand exceeds your resources. So, I mean, I can work to the point of overwhelm and feel like I have this sort of trigger word with my husband where he'll look at me at the end of the day and go, oh, wow, you're exhausted. And I'm like, okay, how many times can you say you're exhausted? I'm exhausted all the time at the end of the day. But there's a way to use that word that symbolizes emotional overwhelm. And there's another way to say, I'm just needing rest and sleep. And there's another way to say, we need to go out for sushi because I need to get out of my office and out of my space. So understanding what pleasure really means in order to heal, not only from inherent trauma, but from our trauma responses. Not only from inherent trauma, but our trauma responses, the things that trauma activates for us. How can we use pleasure to heal from that? And also the shame that you might be feeling right now, like, oh, I thought I was a good therapist. Now I'm not sure. And now I wonder if, people are going to see me and think, maybe I don't know what I'm doing. So notice and track the symptoms in your body and in your mind where we store those sensations and awarenesses about ourselves. We're going to do some exercises today around containment and also expression, so you can know for yourself. Even if you're sitting taking notes in a session, you can doodle some things and check in with yourself, and also use it to assess your clients. So the last thing I want to say, but then we'll do a quick exercise, is I also want to reinforce something we talked about yesterday about therapist bias, that our countertransference is a tool. Like, we can work with treatment resistance by sitting with a client and thinking, what am I feeling right now? Am I feeling shame? Am I feeling frustration? Am I feeling anxiety, fear, sadness? What am I feeling? and then checking it out with the client. It's so interesting. Like all of a sudden I got this wave of anxiety. I wonder what's going on for you. Using the countertransference in us, in our bodies, in our systems as like an antenna to tune in to what's in the room. And that's a higher level skill for therapy that you really need for trauma therapy, so that you can prevent the absorption of someone else's stuff. It also is a way to prevent yourself from regressing into their experience. If they're crying on the couch, recalling their painful childhood, and you feel that pain, it may feel like, oh no, I'm getting triggered with my own stuff. And like the client I told you about yesterday, who was talking about the murder in the building, and the therapist that was sitting with them got very upset and very triggered, and a lot of her stuff had come up. And there's a difference between our own stuff getting triggered from similar experiences to our feelings getting triggered because we are emotional creatures, and we have compassion, and we know what it feels like to be in trauma. We know what it feels like to have pain. We have a hippocampus, we have an amygdala, we have all the same things going on in our brain, and we can empathize by focused concentration and just being present. And we have this frontal subcortical circuitry that actually can begin to make sense of it. We don't have to go all the way into the emotion. But we can get judgy, right? We can make a judgment about it. Like, well, you should have run. Like, if it was me, I would have run out of that building that was on fire. I'm not quite sure why you stayed there. Or why did you stay in that relationship when it was on fire? That judgment is not countertransference. That judgment could be our own stuff. Like, I can't believe my mother stayed in that relationship for so long. Or why did my father, stay in the military for so long when he was clearly traumatized? Or why did my uncle continue to rob banks after he, was in prison? Or, you could get triggered from your own history, but also from that cultural lens that we talked about around what happens from your own intersectional understanding of how people should act. So you have judgments about me, like you're thinking, well, she should stop talking, and we should just do an exercise, or she should talk more about her personal life, or she should show better slides, or we should have a quiz at the end of each slideshow, or she should be more specific when she refers to studies and give us the reference right there. Like, you're going to have judgment and projection about other people. And just notice that. Notice what that is. Notice if that's really about mobilization of your desires, or if you're creating a judgment because the impact of that makes you feel less insecure about what you know or what you would do. I could teach something better than that, or I have something to say and I wish I could participate, or which you probably do have a lot of things to say. How do I help myself feel relevant? How do I help that part of me that wants to have an impact in this treatment field have a space to participate? How do I find my voice here in this space? So the safe space that we want to create for ourselves may include honoring that part of you that brings your own knowledge, honoring the part of you that might get bored, honoring the part of you that already knows, honoring the part of you that is still learning, honoring the part of you that is bringing your knowledge from your own wounded self, And I just want to stop for a moment. And if you can, close your eyes and put down your pen. I love all the little hearts, by the way. I'm feeling you. And so we just let down our vigilance for a moment and let go of our hyperarousal, our hyperactivity. And there's nowhere else you need to go right in this moment, nothing else you need to do right in this moment. You might need to go pick up your kids or let out your dog or let in the plumber, but right in this moment, let yourself just be here now. Just be here in this particular moment and be here in your body, right? Be here in your body. And let yourself have the experience that you're having. So if you're cold, be cold. If you're hot, be sweaty. If you're nervous, be nervous. One of the symptoms of post-traumatic stress is a perpetual feeling of impending doom. The anxiety that is free floating. Anxiety floats around until it finds something to latch itself onto. And it's not really connected to one particular thing. It will find something to create a home on, and then it'll just dig in. So maybe it's anxiety about today, what you're going to have to do to sit here all day. Maybe it's anxiety about what you're not doing because you're sitting here. Just notice where your anxiety is going. What is it eating up like a Pac-Man person? That maybe is aging me, I don't know. And just notice it and see if you can untangle it a bit in your mind. Notice the strings like an octopus legs that are tangled around that narration, that narrative, that meaning around why I feel anxious. I feel anxious because, and then let the strings, the streams of anxiety detach. It'll probably start to look for something else, but for now, let the anxiety sink to the bottom of the sea like an octopus or a squid would let its legs slowly sink to the sand and blurring its colors into the color of sand, just letting it relax. Knowing it's there all the time, it could resurface, it could stick one tentacle up, or it could just sleep for today. And it's important to have that anxiety at the bottom of the sea so that it can give us clues about that we're running out of time, that we have an appointment, that our child is coming home late on the bus is not here yet. Like we need to have a little bit of a reminder, but for now in this moment, we can let it go. And we can breathe into our body without that anxiety. There's much more room and there's much more balance. We're not as constricted. Anxiety constricts our blood vessels and constricts the blood flow. It's like a vasodilator, a vasoconstrictor, excuse me. And so with the constriction of blood vessels, we are more tense in our bodies. We also don't have blood flow to our extremities. So it prevents sexual response, right? You can't get an erection, your sexual tissues can't respond as well. You don't feel as much pleasure. So letting our blood vessels just open up, relax, letting our blood flow, letting our breath flow, and just letting your mind flow. And then before we begin, going from the top of your head all the way down through your body for your feet, just track any body symptoms that need a little bit more sensation awareness. Let go, breathe, exhale. See if there's any tentacles there. If there's a squid still attached there, and let it flow to the bottom of the ocean. You can actually decrease your stress hormones by letting go of the brain's response to stress, to fear, to anxiety, just by picturing it, just by releasing the constriction in your imagination of your body. And now breathe up from the bottom of your feet. Know you can take any energy you need from the center of the earth all the way up through your feet, and you could be totally present, totally present. And then I'd like for you to write down on a piece of paper, your eyes are open, you're all the way back in the room, you can move your fingers and your toes, you can breathe, you're reconnecting. Just notice that there's some agitation, maybe a little annoyance around the edges of the room, but you're really present. And I'd like you to write down what your intention is for today. At the end of today, I would like to feel. At the end of today, I would like to know. At the end of today, I would like to have experienced. At the end of today, I would like to feel. At the end of today, I would like to know. And at the end of today, I would like to have experienced. And it could be at the end of the night, but I'm looking for the end of the workshop. Or maybe if you're listening to this pre-recorded and you're listening in chunks, maybe it's at the end of this training. I would like to feel, I would like to know, and I would like to have experienced. Setting an intention implants movement and creates a value in your mind. So part of treatment resistance is that post-traumatic stress creates a permanence actually in our mental, physical, social, emotional, spiritual well-being. I mean, it's not just persistence. Like there's something permanent that is changed in us. We can't go back. But that doesn't mean that we can't go through stages of growth and change. And when we make meaning of those changes, we assign in active way what we want that meaning to be. When we participate in that, it's more powerful. I'll never get better is different than my intention is to continue working on my growth. So you can see that we have more impact on our experience. I don't give my clients their intention. It's important that they create their intention. Now, in the world of working with women right now, we are at this point where, particularly in the United States, where the agency over their own bodies and their reproductive systems is being challenged. I mean, when we're only a few decades away from when women could have their own credit cards in their own name. When I was born, I was born in 1962, and when my mother got pregnant, she wasn't married, and abortion was illegal. So abortion was only available in Mexico. And for whatever reason, she chose to have me. They eventually got married, and it was not an uncommon experience, right? You got pregnant, you got married back then. It was a while before you could make choices about having abortions or keeping your children. And the intense moral decisions that have to go into keeping your child or not can be traumatic either way. And so now when the conversation is at the forefront of the media because of the restrictions of Roe versus Wade reversal and restrictions on abortion state to state, it has become very traumatic. And if it's not a difficult conversation for you or an experience for you, it may not be affecting you where you live. But for some people who are in states where it's not accessible, particularly for people who are not privileged to be able to have the resources to have children or to support children after they're born. This is very tragic. So we want to have therapy, if we work with women, that empowers them to have total agency about their bodies, their sexuality, and their experience to have pleasure. All of those things will help women heal. It'll help them make choices around consent, choices around not getting pregnant if they don't want to be pregnant, and then in the disastrous decision of whether or not to have a child, they'll still have a decision that will be theirs to make. So our work is to prevent trauma in many ways by teaching pleasure, by teaching the experience of pleasure, by teaching the experience of what hell yes means in your body, the idea of consent. This is not a religious conversation. I'm not trying to change your mind. It's not about you should be pro anything or anti anything. It's not pro-life or anti-life, right? The idea is to teach people what it means to have access to your own responsibility for your body. So part of being a woman right now in our culture is that there's an overwhelming weariness, and there is a growing anti-feminist hostility that even like the Me Too movement sort of reaching its peak and now sort of losing its voice. A lot of the experience of women, I went to a march on Washington with my daughter, who at the time was a teenager, and that was the first Trump experience, and there was thousands and thousands and thousands of women on that march on Washington. And the experience of many of those women, because I've talked to hundreds of them, was, we thought we would be able to make a difference. And since then, there's been a decline in the experience of confidence of being able to create change. When that happens in a society, when that happens in a family, when that happens in a therapist's office, the loss of confidence in being able to make a change, it creates depression, it creates anxiety, it creates a world weariness and an existential crisis around what's the point, right? What's the point? No one will listen to my voice. No one believes me. No one cares. No one will let me make my own decisions. No one will even give me access to my own choices. When that happens in a society, in a family, in a relationship, in a therapist, people begin to shut down and they begin to isolate. So now we have not only the greatest crisis in loneliness that we've had on the planet, but we have a growing sense of isolation from reaching out and trying to make a difference about loneliness. It's part of why we're in a mental health crisis right now. So since the pandemic, when the world was shut in and shut down, and people use the internet to try to connect, we know that there's an overwhelming amount of loneliness in the world, that's our number one issue right now in mental health. And what's exacerbating that is this ennui about feeling like you can actually make a difference. Now, we are part of that because we are people as therapists. We are lonely. We are frustrated. We are giving up hope of trying to make a difference. And then therapists can be biased, right? We're triggered by our own experiences, whether it's being pro-life, anti-life, pro-choice, anti-choice. We might avoid charged topics around women, around loneliness, around sexual abuse, around rape, around things that are charged topics because we want to protect ourselves from our own trauma histories. These things have to be said. I've been in trauma trainings where they never talked about rape. They never said the word rape. They never talked about women. They never talked about sexual abuse. Everything was sort of clouded in vague terms to protect the therapist in the training, which totally makes sense. And at the same time, how do we confront in ourselves our own triggers so that we can be present with our clients and present in society and in culture, and avoid the polarization of this is the side that I'm on, and I will only see you as a therapist if you're on my side. I can't help you as a client if you don't believe the same things I do. So that just perpetuates the ennui, and it prevents people from seeking therapy. So regardless of where you fall on the sort of trend of, you know, what you believe in, it's kind of like Santa Claus. I don't know. Do you not treat people who don't believe in Christmas? Do you not treat people who don't believe in war? Do you treat people who vote for Trump, don't vote for Trump? It's totally your choice, but you should own what your triggers are, own what your beliefs are, own what has happened to you. There's a large percentage of women who have had abortions, and Gloria Steinem came out and said that she had had an abortion, and she talked about how women, it's the last thing that women admit to each other, to their friends, and into the public because of the stigma and the shame and the judgment, not so much from other men or from politics, but from other women, even other women that had had abortions. So to talk in therapy about an abortion is also something that's like whispered and referred to in terms that like hint that this might have happened, but they test the therapist. So just know that those charged topics are out there, and how can you help to empower women about making choices about their bodies, around pleasure? How can you talk to women around consent? How can you talk to women about birth control? How can you talk to women about making choices about relationships? How do you talk to women who have had sexual assault and rape, who are in states where abortion is not accessible? This is a topic that has to be discussed. We're not going to talk about it for the rest of the day, but if we didn't talk about it, we would be remiss if we didn't bring it up. So give that part of yourself a hug. If there is a part of you that is triggered or reminded or needs to be honored and respected, I just want to send those little hearts that you're sending at the bottom of the screen. I want you to send that to yourself and really send love to your friends and family who have gone through that horrible crisis of either having an abortion or not being able to access one. So I'm sending you all hearts. It's very similar to the shame that women go through after having an affair, because they're afraid to tell anybody. They're afraid to tell their friends. They're afraid to tell their family. They're even afraid to go to therapy. So women are more afraid to go to therapy after they've had an affair and after their partner has cheated on them. They're much more likely to stay with the cheating partner than admit that there's been betrayal in their relationship. And that then becomes a higher risk of creating trauma, because it's the secret that creates the crisis. It's not necessarily the affair, it's the secret that creates the crisis, right? So affairs aren't really about sex, they're about morality, they're about integrity, they're about whether or not you keep a secret, whether or not you break your agreement. So the agreement is we're not going to have sex with other people, and I've broken the secret, or you broke the agreement, or I found out the secret, you did it in secret, we had an agreement. for most people, it's not the sex that bothers them. It's the fact that you had a relationship with someone else outside of our agreement that we didn't talk about. And most difficult is the dishonesty. It's breaking the agreement and keeping it secret and lying about it. And that's the part that causes shame. It's the need to keep things secret. It's the shame of having the lie in the relationship. And the fear that the therapist is going to judge you also comes from therapists' fear of revealing their own shame, which I don't think you should, just caveat. If a couple comes in and says, you know, we had an affair and I was afraid to tell you because I thought you'd judge me, I don't think the answer is, oh, well, I had an affair too. I'm not saying you shouldn't do that, but I hesitate to give you that advice. I don't think that's the answer. That was a great conversation yesterday when someone asked about revealing your own stuff. I think it's more important to explore the fact that, wow, this triggered a lot of shame for you. And, you know, shame can keep us from healing. Shame can keep us from healing. Shame can keep us from reaching out. Shame keeps us isolated and alone, right? Shame keeps us isolated and alone. And isolation and loneliness are hard to break through. You know, after the pandemic and the quarantine and everybody's home and you want to get your groceries delivered. I mean, it was a long time before I even wanted to go out to the grocery store and see other people. I'm still a little hesitant about being social, especially since my husband got COVID again. Like, I'm not the social butterfly that I used to be. I'm not lonely. I'm not alone. I'm very blessed that I have people in my life, but it's not the same. And so I see this in other people. I see the mental exhaustion and the fatigue of socialization, the effort it takes to socialize because it has so much more meaning now because it has a trauma attached to it. So imagine your clients and what they have to experience. The other thing that causes a lot of shame is abuse in men, which is harder for men to talk about than for women, harder for gay men to talk about than straight men. But at least 1 in 6 men have experienced sexual abuse or assault. And this is probably a low estimate because men report less often than women do. So it's more shame-filled than it is for women. And so it's less often that men will come to therapy and talk about their trauma. It's also not as frequent for men to reveal in therapy that they've been sexually abused or sexually assaulted. I have a production company that I work with where I see, you know, I live in LA, so I see people in that industry. And this production company, they were making a movie and they were on site in a different country. And one of the camera guys went out to a gay bar after they filmed, and a supposedly gay man picked him up and said, hey, let's, you know, come back to my place. He went back to the guy's house and there was 3 other guys there and beat the hell out of him, left him for dead on the street. And the production company couldn't find him. And now this is a country where it's not illegal to be homosexual, but it's not as out. And he really was used to living in a metropolitan area. I think he's from New York, and you know wasn't using his intuition. And they couldn't find him for a couple days, and he ended up in the hospital. And he would not talk about it in therapy. They sent him to me on a mandatory counseling session through the company, and he wouldn't talk about it. He had so much shame, not only shame that he had gone to the bar, but shame that he hadn't used his intuition, shame that he had sought out this experience, shame that he had been found out. But the worst of it was that his colleagues knew. The worst of it was now his colleagues knew that he was gay and that he had been vulnerable. So when I even tell that story to people, they immediately go to align with him and want to, go into that rescuer mode, like, because I know you're all intuitive and sensitive. And like I was saying before, you're probably very empathic. I can tell from all the little hearts and, and little thumbs up, super empathic. And that makes sense, right? It makes total sense. The people in his company, like his crew, lost like 4 days of filming. They had to pay a huge fine. One of the crew that works for them went to prison because there's some law about filming and you can't have people that do something illegal on the film site. There was so much controversy. They had to shut down the movie. They lost, hundreds of thousands of dollars. They couldn't pay the crew. They lost so much time. So this is a crew that is, they're in a union, and the union gave them all, I forget what they call them, but it's sort of like a punishment. So they had to pay a fine. So now, because of what he did, they had told everyone, go home, don't go out drinking, get some rest, come back tomorrow, don't go out to the bars. And apparently they had told the crew it's dangerous in this neighborhood. And so now everyone on the crew and everyone in the movie set is to pay a fine. They've lost money, there's restrictions. So now people, if we look at this trauma triangulation, it's not just that he's a victim. There's a part of him that's a perpetrator, right? That's like the bad guy. Like, he set this up. He knew that he wasn't supposed to go out, and he kind of hurt dozens of people by his behavior. Now, it doesn't take away our empathy for him being hurt, but it certainly expands us away from this triangulation, right? It changes the meaning of the story so that we don't get hooked into re-traumatizing him or the crew by staying in that space of this poor guy, and he didn't know what he was doing and everybody should rally around him. It gives everyone a voice, and that's really the key to ending the shame and the isolation of feeling that fatigue of, I don't have a voice. What I say doesn't matter. Actually, what everyone has to say matters. The ostensible perpetrator, what they have to say matters. The victims, the rescuer, all of us have a voice. What we have to say matters. And so we as the therapists want to give voice to all of the players here. So I'll give you another example. It's not as dramatic. I have a heterosexual couple. This is sort of more traditional. She came in as the dragger. He was the draggee, and she had an affair, and she wanted to stay in the relationship. He wasn't sure if he wanted to stay with her, and he was in that pleasure avoidance place of like, I want to have sex with you, but every time I touch you, I get into that terrible reactive place of like, oh, I don't know, I don't want you to think about it. I don't want to think about it again, and I don't want you to think that I forgive you. And so how do you create a space where each person has a voice? And if you want to add that table, that fourth table leg, how do we bring in the outside person so that they're not just irrelevant? A lot of affair therapy, the therapist will even say that person is irrelevant. And I'm not so sure that's true, because the outside partner is actually a human. And there's fallout from the behavior of the affair partner and the person in the marriage. So I think we have to, on some level, bring that person into the therapy room. Now, the person's already in bed with them. You are not creating more of a crisis by bringing up their story, their name, adding them in. So when they say that woman that you cheated with, that guy that you were sleeping with, that man that you screwed, that what I do is say that, what is that person's name? Does that person have a name? And I call them by their name so that I humanize the fact that they are actually another person. And then I begin to talk about the story, the meaning of the story. Who did you become when you were with that person? What were you looking for in yourself? What were you trying to feel? And she said, the dialogue I do is, what's the story you make up about what the affair meant about you, about your husband, and about the marriage? And then I ask the husband, what's the story you make up about what the affair meant about you, about your wife, and about the marriage? And she said, the story I make up is that after our kids went off to college, my husband and I had nothing to say to each other. And we sat and watched TV every night, and there was no love or spark or attention between us. And so the affair, this man was 20 years younger than me, and he thought I was hot and attractive, and I felt like I was still alive. And what it meant about our marriage is that I could bring that young, sexy part of me back to the living room and turn off the TV and say, pay attention to me. And the husband said, well, what I feel like is what the affair meant about me is that I'm old and tired and you're no longer attracted to me, and that you can go out and get anybody you want because you're hot. And what it means about our marriage is you're going to leave me. And what it meant for me, the therapist, is that the affair is a wake-up call, and that something had to happen to break you out of the stuck place that you were in. Your relationship can't stay asleep for that long a period of time. There's probably many things that each of you did to try to wake it up, and it had to get to this place to catch each other's attention. So wow, like I'm wondering how this worked for both of you. And I asked the husband, like, how did this work for you to wake up this marriage, and how are you feeling about your sexy wife now? And he was like, I'm incredibly hot for her. Like, I can't believe she had sex with this guy. And so it started this whole new conversation. And then he got mad at me. Like, I can't believe that you would approve of this. And it turned into a conversation of how affairs are never good. And my restructuring of that conversation is that, yes, there's a lot of shame when somebody has an affair, when someone cheats on you, but affairs are wake up or break up moments. So you are at a voluntarily consensual moment where you are no longer so fatigued by non-decision that now you are involved in your relationship. Now you are not just two lonely people sitting on the couch. Now you are forced into being wholly present, and that is sometimes very painful. It's not always joyful to be wholly present. Sometimes it's easier to be sitting on two ends of the couch and not present. So the role of the therapist is sort of privileged, right? In our culture, we have this Western idea of like, I'm the doctor, I have all the answers, you're going to pay me, and I'm going to fix you. And I'm going to give you a pill, or I'm going to give you an answer, or I'm going to give you this magical way of talking about your problems that when you're done, you are going to be cured, you're going to be fixed. Western medicine, Western healing is that you wait until you're broken to go to a healer, and then they fix you, instead of a more sort of Eastern philosophy where you maintain your health through a practice of healing so that you don't have to go into a crisis. Occasionally there is a crisis. I was telling you about my Korean class yesterday, and they translate my slides, and the word for crisis sometimes I know gets translated into opportunity, but they translated the word crisis into challenge. And I thought that was brilliant. I was like, oh, of course, that makes so much sense. Why don't we just leave it as challenge? And in many ways, that's what happens in our idea of therapy, that people are fine, fine, fine. And then they are faced with a challenge. And then they come into our Western office of therapy. And we, the privileged therapists, can help them through that challenge. Now, the problem with that is it reflects all the limitation and replications of the power structures of our society. Like that some people who have access, who have the privilege, who can have the resources, can get fixed, can get better. But people who don't have the resources, who don't have access, who don't have the privilege to go to therapy, to get the help, then they suffer. So now that's not to say that some of you don't offer sliding scale or you work in clinics where there's, free access to treatment. But in general, our system is set up so that the pursuit of healing comes from the challenged client or couple. And so trauma happens and the person traumatized has to seek help or be pushed towards help. And that the idea is that there's help out there, but if they don't feel help, there's something they're doing wrong. And then that forces them into that feeling of helplessness and isolation. The feeling of like, I tried, it didn't work. I went to the march. I went to the doctor. I tried all the medications. I got all the MRIs. I had the surgery. I did couples therapy. I went to group therapy. I tried antidepressants. I went to ketamine therapy. I wrote to my governor. I marched in the Women's March. I did everything I could, and I still feel this way. So part of this is that we don't look at healing holistically, that we have this sort of myopic privilege around treatment, that everyone should heal this way. You come to therapy, you talk about it for 10 sessions, that's how you heal. But people are so widely varied, right? And the experiences are so widely varied. And so some people really need to take responsibility for their own healing, to do it on their own. But also the way that we store trauma, we've already talked about, some of it's very somatic, it's in our body. Some of it is what we did this morning, like setting intentions, that we have the power to create our own reality, that we can visualize what we want. You have visualized your day today. What I want today is I want to sit in a comfortable chair. I want to have access to this training. I want to have something good for lunch. I want to walk the dog. I want to, take breaks. Like, you have already visualized how you want your day to go. Therefore, it will probably go that way. There might be things that interfere with it, but you've already done it, even if you don't know you've done it. So getting people more keyed into that they have a part of creating their own reality. Oh, there's a mosquito. Instead of feeling like they're the victim of their reality, like I have no control and no choice in my reality. Now, there's some things we can't control, obviously, and particularly around grief and loss. I'm going to show you a video later where I talk about what does it mean to really let go. And then people many times don't know or understand, and therapists don't know or understand, that the erotic recovery is a part that is so instrumental to us as humans, that the pleasure in our bodies, that the pleasure piece in relationship to others, that's such a huge part of humanity, that in therapy, because we're not trained as integrative therapists, we don't even talk about. Therapists are afraid to talk about sex, because it's not something that socially we've been trained to be comfortable with. We don't say, hi, nice to meet you. Tell me about your deepest, darkest sexual fantasies. And then in therapy, hi, nice to meet you. I've known you for 5 minutes. Tell me about your sex life. And if anything's ever gone wrong, and if you have shame about something, and then give me your credit card. Like, we're not taught to talk about sex. It's very awkward. So it's not a natural progression in our worldview of psychotherapy. But the research shows, we do know that movement has to happen. And I don't mean just psychological movement. You have to have physical movement to move negative affect. So, if you've ever seen kids crying in the store because they don't get what they want, or they're throwing themselves on the floor and they're moving their body and they're kicking and that's how they're moving those negative emotions through their body. Like we just naturally know how to do that as a kid. Dogs do it, kids do it, teenagers do it. I remember my daughter she was a lovely child. And then there was a moment, I think she was 13. There was a moment in time where she switched. It was like she turned to the dark side and she threw herself down on the kitchen floor, threw her arms wide and kicked her legs. And she said, "I have nothing to wear." Like really dramatic head movements. And I was like, oh my God. And she was our fourth child. So I was like, oh, I know it's coming. And like, welcome to adolescence. And what was so intriguing was the movement and the drama and the head and this is really powerful, right? This is how we move through feelings. And thinking about trauma, the rigidity of trauma, oh my God, I just heard a loud noise and I'm hiding. And I just heard that something terrible is happening on the radio and I'm peeled to the sound of the radio or to the television. I'm frozen. Like rigidity and that freeze response or the preparation for running is a result of trauma. So the opposite makes sense, right? If you have a negative emotion, they could be followed on a regular basis by positive affects from emotionally powerful music. I think about the raves today that the kids go to, like for hours of like the pumping of the music and the group experience of that. The fact that everyone's moving as one. In my day, we went to concerts, right? Like last week, I saw the Rolling Stones, Mick Jagger, 81 years old, still moving his body. But the amazing thing, what it reminded me of is I've been going to concerts since I was 14. And what is so powerful is that moment when everyone turns on their lighter. Now it's their phone light. And the whole stadium or the whole room or the whole outside stadium lights up at the same time, and you can feel everyone moving as one to the music, and you feel humanity is actually united. And that's a very collective experience. The opposite of that alone, isolated moment where you feel disconnected. And that is incredibly powerful when it is connected to rhythm, right? So if you've ever been really upset or pissed off and you hear a really good song in your car and you crank it up, I'll tell you one other story. There was a moment where I had a really tough day at work. This was back when I used to work in an office, and I had a part-time job at an agency, and it was a really beautiful day. It was the end of the workday, and I was coming home, and I lived in the country, and I was coming home on back roads, and I rolled down all my windows, and I cranked the music really loud, and I was like singing to this music, and I felt such a relief in my body. Like, I am letting go this day. I'm letting it go. I'm letting it go. And then behind me, I hear the siren, and I'm like, and like I pulled over, and like the trauma comes back to me into my body, like bam. And the guy comes up to the side of my car, which is always very traumatic when you see that. When you see the lights, it's a trauma response, right? Even if you've done nothing wrong, you're like, oh my God, do I have drugs in the car? No, I don't have drugs in the car, but that's always my fear. And and he comes up to the side of the car and he's like, do you know why I pulled you over? And I said, yes, because I was speeding. I was going really fast. And he said, "Oh, well, what do you have to, do you know how fast you're going?" And I said, "I don't know. I know I was going fast." And he said, "Well, what do you have to say?" And I said, "I was going really fast because it's a beautiful day. And to be honest, there was a really good song on the radio. And I just felt really good." And he was like, "All right, I'm letting you go with a warning." He's like, "It is a really good day." And I felt like this rush of joy, just this rush of joy. I don't think this would work now because I'm a lot older. I was probably cuter then. But the moment of release from the music and the moment and the release of the trauma, and then the symbol of trauma right there being released from the fear, it was so metaphoric. And I think of that moment a lot of what can I do to let go of trauma in the moment that is sensual. How can I encompass all of my senses? What more do I need? It's so condescending to tell someone, "Oh, just go take a hot bath." But taking a hot bath, if you have the privilege of a bathtub, is very healing. If you have a hot tub, very privileged but wonderful. If you can go in the ocean, if you could take a hot shower, if you could splash cold water on your face, if you can dance to a song in your bedroom, especially before or after work, very powerful. I'm not trying to minimize the effects of antidepressants or anti-anxiety medications, but it does work, and it does change the chemistry in your brain. And we know that from research. And we know that pleasure also inhibits anxiety. It's not just that it overrides trauma, that it will reduce anxiety. So we know that love, like loving relationships and pleasure, are capable of stimulating health, well-being. And the reason it does that is because it makes perpetuating the species easier. We are designed to be pleasure machines. We are designed as a species to have that sense of intimacy and connection be rewarding, so that then we can have sex, so that we can recreate humanity. Okay, there is a pleasure reward in our brain that tells us we should connect to each other, and that well-being feeling is there's a purpose to that. Now, hopefully you don't get pregnant every time you feel that, but there is a reason for that we are wired for pleasure. We are wired for pleasure, and that there is a humanity benefit to being in pleasure. There is not a humanity benefit for being in trauma, for being in anxiety. So eliciting pleasures like play and lust, I talked about this before, and I just want you to look at this from a different perspective now. If pleasure overrides trauma and pain and depression, then eliciting play and lust, this is the same slide that we talked about before, those are ways to override the trauma experience and tune into pleasure. So that will create connection. So think about going on a date and playing music, going on a date and going dancing, going on a date and going to a concert, having dinner and putting on music. Like, just the idea of what we do to release pleasure in our body, to connect to another person. And that without music, without dance, without movement, it makes sense that being stuck in a cold, dark, lonely place, you would get very depressed without movement, without sound. And it's easy to put your head under the covers when you have a history of trauma. Now, let's just talk more specifically about how, before we go on a break, our first break, how post-traumatic stress disorder actually specifically affects sexual dysfunction. Because if we are wired for pleasure, if we're wired for connection, if we're wired for reproduction, interestingly, we're wired for pleasure for same-sex connection too, regardless of whether or not we can actually reproduce. We're just wired in our brains to feel pleasure with other people. And it doesn't necessarily have to be sexual. So there's new studies now around asexuality, and I am not the expert in asexuality. I do have a faculty instructor who I think is really good at that, and I can give you her information if you're interested in that. But even people who are asexual want pleasure. They seek pleasure. They have access to pleasure. And that's a whole more complex conversation. But sexual dysfunction is a frequent clinical complaint among trauma survivors. And it's also generational. It can be historical. It can be passed down through our DNA even. And there's studies, Rachel Yehuda did some studies around Holocaust survivors that pass down trauma through their DNA to other generations. And there's a lot of studies in Israel now going on about sex and trauma. But trauma survivors may express sexual difficulties with their partners, but again, no difficulties achieving orgasm with a stranger or with masturbation. So we touched on that a little bit yesterday, that it's easier to have positive sexual function, like arousal, not necessarily desire, but arousal, sexual function, like my body can work. I can have blood flow to the extremities. I can get an erection, or my genital tissues can be aroused. They can expand, and then I can have an orgasm, or I can do it when I masturbate, but I can't do it with my partner that I'm emotionally connected to, that I feel safe with. So different types of sexual problems, could be biological, could be psychological. Part of the PTSD symptoms include numbing and anhedonia, which is like low-level depression, sort of just from anywhere from ennui to actual depression. Versus it could be hyper-arousal. Like, I'm too aroused, I'm too stimulated, stop touching me. I don't want you touching me. The music's too loud. The sheets are rubbing me the wrong way. I don't like your smell. And the memory of a traumatic experience can impair sexual function. So the interesting piece here is, yes, you can get triggered during sex with your partner if you have had a sexually traumatic experience, but it can also be a traumatic experience that has nothing to do with sex. And part of that has to do with the arousal system that happens in your body. Arousal feels like arousal, right? Intensity feels like intensity. So your nervous system feels the arousal that can feel like the arousal that you had during the trauma. It doesn't have to feel sexual to create a trigger in your body or in your psychological moment. And so the memory can interfere with the present moment. It can interfere with your sexual function. I'll give you an example of a heterosexual couple that actually they're in a triad, they're in a throuple. They have a third partner. They have a female that lives with them, and they actually own a house together. They've been together for a long time. And so they have a California king bed, like they all sleep together. And the guy was in an accident where someone mailed like a letter bomb to the building that he works in, and there was an explosion. And he definitely has post-traumatic stress disorder. So he's in bed with the women. He sleeps with both of them at the same time. They sleep with each other, the women, and then they have date nights where it's just dyadic sexual experiences. So he was in bed with the wife, not the girlfriend, and the girlfriend smacked her hand against the headboard, and he was triggered by that noise, had a memory of the bomb going off in his building, and lost his erection and lost where he was in that moment, really had a flashback, thought he was in the building, and started getting up and trying to put his clothes on to leave. And it took him a couple of minutes to get out of that experience. And so it wasn't even just impaired his sexual function. It really took him back to that moment in a flashback. So the ongoing trauma in this relationship is that now every time he goes to have sex with either of them or together, they put a blanket over the headboard, first of all, so there's no noise. Second of all, he has to really be mindful. We do mindful exercises of being in the moment, of being in his body, of sharing with them when he's beginning to get triggered, when he's starting to get out of the moment, using intentions. My intention is to be present and to give you both a massage, or whatever the intention is for the personal experience, and to be really aware of his own resistance and using consent. Like if it's too much, if I feel overstimulated or hyper aroused, I'm going to take a time out, and I'm going to tell you I'm okay, but I'm going to sit over in this chair for 5 minutes. If I start to feel like I'm not present, I'm going to tell you. Like we have some process around mindfulness. So PTSD and sex, that hyperactive threat response, that system can impair sexual functioning, right? So sexual functioning, like sexual arousal, it requires an inhibition of fear and threat. You have to know on some level that you're safe. So, if you're a caveman and you're running from a tiger, it's probably not the time to stop, get an erection, and have sex. You are in survival mode, and the fear and threat networks are high. So because both involve physiological arousal, that's not always true. So there is a complicated piece here. That, remember, going back to the idea that safety can actually be one of the things that takes away some arousal. And talking about, something's happened to my thing. So it's talking about things that are edgy or uncomfortable or might be threatening to the relationship can actually be arousing for some people. So, for instance, talking about your partner being with someone else as a fantasy, remember that desire spectrum, can actually create fear and threat, but it can be arousing for some people. So, because it's in fantasy. So fear and threat can live along with arousal, but it can't be life-threatening. So, your partner can say, oh, I'm imagining you being with someone else and they're touching you and it's really hot and I'm watching, and what would you be doing? What would I be doing? That can create physiological arousal out of fear and even threat. And so that network doesn't have to be totally inhibited, but it can't be life-threatening. And even though your brain knows my life is not threatened right now, there's no bomb going off in the building, I'm safe to some extent, I trust, it's still, your body feels like you are, right? So that's what post-traumatic stress is. It still feels like your life is in danger. And so I want to make a distinction between safety and trust. Safety means, come on in the boat with me. It's not going to sink. There's no holes. There's no storms. Nothing's going to happen. I'm going to take care of you. No matter what, I will be here for you. And we will have a great day out on the boat. It's going to be sunny and it's going to be a wonderful time. That's usually what we do with kids, right? We tell them it's going to be safe. I'm going to take care of you. I'm always going to be here for you. I'm going to prevent life from harming you. And I'm going to do my best at caretaking. But trust is a more adult relationship to how we actually interact. Trust means, come on the boat with me. It could sink. There could be storms. I'm not sure I totally know how to sail. There could be holes in the bottom of the boat, but together we will figure out how to survive. We will figure out how to put the sails up. We will figure out how to swim to shore if the boat goes over. I'm not going to abandon you if there's a storm. We will be there for each other. And that's actually a more adult way of being in a relationship, because you can't guarantee my safety. No one can guarantee my safety. No one can guarantee that being in a relationship, you won't hurt me. No one can say, I'm never going to do something that's going to hurt your feelings. I'm never going to do something that's going to betray you. You're never going to catch me on the internet talking to my ex on Facebook or whatever people use now. I cannot ever guarantee that love will not hurt you. In fact, being in an adult relationship means you're going to choose to love me, even though you know it could hurt at some point. I could not be there for you when you need me. I could abandon you. I could not have sex with you when you want to have sex. I could be fantasizing about someone else. I could have an affair. Like, all kinds of things could happen that could hurt you. And you're going to choose to love me anyway. And that's adult love. And that happens after the existential crisis of realizing, oh, wait, this person could actually hurt me. And I'm going to choose to do it anyway. And that is important when we talk about safety around post-traumatic stress relationships, because sometimes there's a misunderstanding. I need to be in a safe relationship in order to function. I need you to make me feel safe. I need sex to be safe in order to get an erection or have an orgasm or whatever. I need you to always make me feel safe, or I need to feel safe with someone. Actually, you don't, but you do need to trust each other. I need to trust that we can push the edge of wherever we are, and you will still be there for me. We will survive. We will be okay. If I get triggered, we'll work through it. You won't leave me if I get triggered. We'll have a conversation. Maybe you will leave me, but we'll have a conversation about that's trust. Trust is that we can push the edge into growth. That's how growth happens, right? It's also how hot sex happens. We don't stay in the safe zone and do the same thing all the time so that you feel comforted, because we don't ever touch your chest, because that's what happened when you were abused. We don't always stay in that zone of safety. In fact, we push the edge so that we can explore growing as a sexual couple. Now, maybe you still don't want me to touch you in certain places, that's fine, but maybe we touch other places and find other places that create arousal, and we take risks. I joke around that, after you have really good sex, you should feel a little embarrassed. You should feel like, oh my God, I can't believe I made that noise. I made that sound. I took that risk to really be more of my erotic self, because I trusted that it would be okay with you. And so after post-traumatic sex, trauma memories and images mean there's a connection between the arousal and danger. So if you get a trauma memory or an image during sex, this happens a lot with military couples, which we were talking a little bit about yesterday. So I've treated probably a dozen, maybe 24 military couples. And what I mean by that is, so I'm not like 100% of an expert. I've supervised people who are in coming back from Iraq and Afghanistan, or in sort of on hold now, waiting for assignment. And maybe I've treated more than that over the years. I honestly don't remember. But the idea of the physiological arousal during sex is interesting, because the people I've treated, or their partners, I've probably treated even more partners of people coming back from military. They have a very high rate of divorce, first of all. They also have a high rate of infidelity, and a very high rate of seeking out sex workers, and sex workers that are either the same sex. If they're heterosexual, they seek out like same-sex partners, or trans sex workers, or people that push the edge of their comfort, because it creates like an edge of danger for them. So living in that high level of physiological arousal, they look for sexual experiences that recreate the same physiological arousal. And there's something about danger, recreating danger, that is either that either blocks their sexual arousal, or they try to block their sexual arousal and physiological arousal because the trauma is connected to that, or they recreate it and it becomes hyper arousal behaviors that they connect to sex. So in other words, some people will just drink and do drugs to forget that feeling, to dampen that feeling, to decrease that feeling, to not feel those feelings. And other people will seek it out and live in that agitation. So trauma, yes, it can heal through pleasure, but it prevents pleasure. It's hard to let go of the control if you're afraid I'm going to feel pleasure, which is going to feel like arousal, which is going to create physiological arousal. And then I might go into a flashback. So letting go of control, trusting the moment, not so much trusting a partner, but trusting myself, trusting my own brain, trusting my moment in time where I cross this threshold into flashback. It's really hard because letting go triggers a helplessness. I have to be in control. I have to be in control of what happens, because otherwise I go into the mode of I am a victim. I will be helpless. I have to be totally vigilant and aware of everything that's going on the outside and on the inside, because the only way I can prevent anything happening is if my internal system tells me something is dangerous. So trauma can make anything pleasurable feel really confusing. And one way to protect yourself from that is just to numb out. Like you want to do it, but you disconnect from doing it. And that's a way to protect yourself from it, because it's so confusing. Your wires get so crossed. So, but if you dissociate from it, then it prevents you from functioning sexually. So what is your partner experience when you're like that? A lack of intimacy, distancing. How come, you're not present? Where are you? You don't love me. But the trauma survivor might feel like, you know what, being too vulnerable is dangerous for me. And so if I let down my guard and I trust you and I lean into you, then I can't watch what's going on around me. But more importantly, I can't watch what's going on inside of me. So unfortunately, having an orgasm means you have to let go of control. And so preventing that, letting go of control or relinquishing control, means you're preventing yourself from having orgasms, usually. So not only being sexual, but being emotionally intimate, being physically intimate, being close, being vulnerable, letting go. It triggers helplessness, which then can trigger not just fear, but anger. So then anything linked to sexuality can trigger anger. So I had a guy from the military, he said he spent his time in the Army. Hold on, because there's an ambulance going by. He spent his time in the Army, he said, kicking down doors and shooting shit. That's what he did for 3 years, kicking down doors and shooting shit. And to come back to his wife and his very calm experience. His wife was a professor, and the idea of being sexual, every time he let down his guard, he felt like it was like she was trying to kick down his doors. And he wanted to respond by shooting shit, like emotionally, physically. He was afraid that he was actually going to go buy weapons. Like he got really triggered by anyone who tried to open up his emotional doors. And so sex and intimacy became like this metaphor for, getting getting through to him. And what ended up working with him was art therapy. And he actually started an art for veterans organization, and they have art shows where they raise money for post-traumatic stress. We did a lot of art in the sessions and he would draw doorway after doorway after doorway. And I would say, you know, what's behind this door? And he would open the door and draw it. I would have him fold paper, and the outside would be a door. And then he would open it up and draw what he felt on the inside. Like a lot of the feelings have to be interpreted by the brain in a different way. So if I ask somebody, you know, how are you feeling today in a session? They might say, I'm fine. If I ask them to draw, how are you feeling today? They might draw a volcano erupting. And then I know that fine actually is a cover for something else, right? It's a way of putting a door over something that feels overwhelming, that maybe feels too intimate to share. But it bypasses the part of the brain that doesn't want to trust, because they're not really talking, they're not really telling. So emotional numbing and interpersonal disconnection. So being numb, being disconnected, you know, it blocks the closeness. So that seems obvious, right? But it prevents desire and arousal. So desire being, I want you, arousal being, I can do this. So it's not just an emotional, intimate problem. It's the sexual avoidance, the pleasure avoidance. It's the avoidant relationships that are created, that are showing up in your office. So that leads to, now I feel like I'm the bad guy. So now my partner's upset. They say I'm avoiding them. They say I'm avoiding intimacy. Now I have all this shame. I am toxic and damaged. Why would anyone want to be in a relationship with me? It's easier if I'm alone. It's easier if I don't leak all my toxicity on somebody else. And I'd like you to think about, is there a part of you that feels like you don't show it because maybe it would be toxic to someone else? So one of the ways that you can think about this is, and this is such a benign example, is there a band and music that is like a guilty pleasure that you would never tell someone that you listen to? Like, is there music from your past that you sneak on your playlist occasionally that you don't admit to other people? One of my angry, guilty pleasures when I really need to like pound music if I'm mad is 9 Inch Nails. And then I have like music from the 80s that's like disco music that I probably would never tell anybody. Oh, who's the other one that I was just talking about? Of like Journey. I had this other song in my mind that I just never tell anybody that I listen to. That's like just a little example of, if people heard the music that I listen to, they would be affected by it in some negative way. They would either feel squicked out by it, like, ew, or they would yuck my yum. They would be like, ew, how can you listen to that? Or that it would damage them in some way. They would have to cover their ears, or something would happen to them. That's just a very small piece of what this feeling feels like, a very small piece. So next, when we come back from break, we're going to talk about pleasure rejection, which is more in the body. We brought that up yesterday, like what happens in a relationship when you have trauma stored in your body. I'm going to stop the share and just take some questions. I see there's some things built up in the chat, and I wonder if there's something I can handle before we take our break in about 15 minutes.
Yeah, absolutely. Again, dozens of questions coming in. So I'll start with this one from Kelly said, I've been working with a client for a year and processing his wife's affair. Accountability on his side has been really challenging. He's very stuck in anger and blame. Do you have any guidance to navigate the sensitivity of these circumstances while assisting the client in acknowledging their role in this event?
Yeah. So, I mean, anger is an obvious reaction many times, but the meaning of the affair for him is important. Like, what is the anger really about? So I would try to get to, like, she became someone else with that other person. And for whatever reason, she can't be that part of her with him. And so it can feel like to him, she's withholding that part of her from him. But is there a reason that she can't bring that part of her home? Is she making up that he wouldn't accept that part of her? Or is that part of her really threatening to him? Like, is there a reason in his mind? Can he explore, what would be uncomfortable, unacceptable, or dangerous about having her bring that part of her home? Because you can't go back. So once there's an affair, you can't go back to pre-affair relationship. You have to create a new relationship going forward if they're going to make it work. And he may be pissed that he has to rewrite the history of what he thought their relationship was, but also pissed off that now he has to look at his wife in a different way. Like, who are you? Like, I don't even know you. And that's probably true. He probably doesn't. And if they're going to make it work, she's going to have to integrate that part of herself into the marriage. And the other piece is he also has become a different person as a result of this affair. And what is the part of him that's been created as a result of this? What has he discovered about himself that he's pissed off about or not accepting? And can he bring that part of himself into the relationship? The last piece is, I mean, we could spend a whole day on this, but the last piece, and we do, the last piece is there old information and trauma that this is triggering? Was there an affair in his parents' marriage? Was there an affair he didn't know about? There's actually really fascinating research that says that if you had an affair, there is a 70% chance that one of your parents cheated, even if you didn't know it. Now, I don't know how they figured that out, but I love that information because I think it's fascinating to think like, oh no, my parents never cheated. Well, go home and ask. Or if they're dead, like, think about ways that perhaps that could have affected you that you weren't even conscious of. So I would do some, historical work with him about what is the meaning of infidelity to you? Like, what is the meaning of her affair? What does it mean about you? What does it mean about her? And what does it mean about you? And what does it mean about your marriage? So that's a lot of suggestions.
No, I love it. Question from Cindy. Is there an additional training or resources for working with women living with pelvic pain, painful sex, medical trauma, that type of thing?
Yes. So I have an institute, Integrative Sex Therapy Institute, and we do sex therapy training if you want to become a sex therapist. We also have the Certified Sex Therapy Informed Professional Training through PESI. And then you can transfer those credits to my institute to get a full certification in sex therapy. But we have a class on like pelvic floor healing and women's sexual anatomy. And you can find that if you go to integrativesextherapyinstitute.com, and we'll give you all those all those links. There's a couple of specialists. The woman that teaches for me is Dr. Pebble Kranz. There's a couple pelvic floor therapists that I use in Washington, D.C. I can give you all those messages. Depends on where you're located. If you're looking for a provider versus a trainer.
Maybe what we'll do is if you want to pass that along, we can put that in the portal and make it available for everyone.
I will do.
Sounds good. Next question. It's an interesting one. Does a revenge affair make it easier for both couples for the healing process? Can the other spouse go and cheat as well before the healing starts?
Why are you considering going to have a revenge affair? Like you're saying, like, should I do this? Not to call you out, but that's what it sounds like.
Yeah, the question was from Zika and had some others that are interested in. So what are your thoughts, Tammy?
Well, I mean, just the word revenge obviously lends itself to difficulties. Like we don't want to be scorekeeping in a relationship, right? Scorekeeping never works. On the other hand, like I said, like you can't go backwards. You can only go forwards. You can create a new monogamy agreement in your relationship where, okay, maybe affairs don't have to destroy our relationship. Maybe we can have a more open agreement where we see other people, but they're not non-consensual. Maybe it's consensual non-monogamy, where we're not keeping secrets and lying and hiding. Because the revenge affair implies that you're going to have the affair and tell your partner so they know now we're even. So if you're going to do that, why not just say, I'm going to have an affair and let's talk about it and agree that we can see other people. Like, I don't know. I think the idea of a revenge affair, it just means that now you have two betrayals to recover from instead of one. It may make you feel better, like, okay, my partner did this and now I'm going to do that. I see this sometimes in open relationships, actually, where you have a monogamy agreement, like we can sleep with other people, but only in the same room and only oral sex, no intercourse, and you can't kiss them. And so when you have too many rules, it becomes kind of parentified where you have to watch each other. And so then if someone breaks those rules, like you went in another room with another person. So now I'm going to go in another room with another person. Well, you kissed that person. So now I'm going to kiss somebody. So now, I mean, that's like a never ending problem. So the best thing to do is to reevaluate your agreement very often and to realize that it's flexible, that we change over time as people. You know, what you agreed to when you were 23 is going to be totally different when you're 63. And what do you want now that is different than what you wanted then? So I can't say, yes, go out and have a revenge affair. I think it's a little more complex.
Okay. I think, covering this next question, I think just some interest around your approach, the IRT approach, kind of the step-by-step nature of it, and just to let everybody know, there's plenty more available about Tammy's IRT approach. There's additional training; that's all going to be coming to you. But maybe you can just cover for this question: is the step-by-step nature and the general overview to be covered on how to move a couple through trauma to an agreed goal or destination?
Yeah, I mean, there's several pieces of that. Like there is assessing them, and then there's the application, like knowing what to do. So right now we're sort of finding out, like, where are people at, what are they struggling with and why. And in the longer course you would find out more, like what are the actual couples therapy applications that might apply in each situation a little bit more in detail, but also how to take people through the process of the narrative and the grief, and then creating a new vision. So you really want to take people through the steps. And I think the more aware you are of the crisis, the insight, and the vision, the more you can tell other people, this is where you are right now. This is, you're in a pleasure rejecting relationship, probably from your trauma. And right now you're in a crisis, but we're moving into the insight phase where we're understanding how your trauma affected you and where it's stored in your body. And we're going to do this and this and this. We're going to use these techniques. Maybe we're going to do meditation. Maybe we're going to do yoga. Maybe we're going to do IFS. Maybe we're going to do sex therapy. We're going to work on erotic recovery. You're going to have those tools to choose from. And then when they're ready, you're going to bring them into the vision phase, which is, okay, now we're going to create your new monogamy agreement to go forward into the future, your new vision of what you want your world to look like. You know, the steps, I think, if you have a general idea of movement, it helps people to not feel stuck. Dan Siegel talks about how people feel frustrated in therapy because they feel like you're in the river forever and there's no rhyme or reason to it. You want to make sure that you let people know they're on this side of the river, we're taking them across the river, and they're going to end up on this side of the river, that there's a plan, that there's a bridge, and that there are clear stages or steps. You can go back and forth for a while, but eventually you'll end up over here. We're not just going to be in the boat forever. Let's talk about pleasure rejection. And that's when the refusal of pleasure, or giving or receiving, is in the body. So the response is more dramatic. I have a couple where, are you seeing my screen? No, hold on. It's not working. Okay. Where she had trauma and then he had an affair, it was a hetero couple. And in the middle of the night, he would reach out to her to have some kind of intimate connection. And she would like physically kick him. She would just kick him out of the bed. And it was totally almost unconscious. Like it was just her body controlling the narrative. Her body saying, you know what, this time I'll be in charge and I'm not going to let anybody touch me. Even if it wasn't her husband that had abused her, the affair triggered those feelings, and the feelings from the past are in her body, and there's a crossover, right? It's like the wires get crossed. So the treatment is to track the body symptoms. Like, what do you think you were feeling in the middle of the night? Can you go back to that moment and remember those split off experiences, to live in sort of integrity with the experience, be mindful, be present. What was actually happening? Were you aware that a sexual feeling was triggered? Was he touching you in a sexual way? Was your body getting aroused? Or was it just the touch? Was it the man hand, the feeling of roughness? Was it a grab? Was it a soft, soothing touch? Did he touch your hair? Like, what exactly happened? And then let's sit in that for a moment, like just be in this moment for the sake of remembering. Let's just sit with that feeling. Let's create safety for yourself in this moment. Put your feet on the floor. Send some roots down to the center of the earth. Feel the space around you that you control. There's nobody else in your space right now. Only you have the power to control this space that you sit in. If you stood up, if you waved your arms around, there's no one around you, nothing that is going to touch you right in this moment. And if you go back to that moment in the middle of the night, what is it that you remember? What is your body feeling? What did your body feel at the time? Do you remember that autonomic nervous system response of just kicking out? What was the kick like? And then I would bring her back. You come back to your body, come back to that safe space, take some deep breaths, honor that part of you that was protecting you, honor your body, love that part of you, do some soothing exercises to those parts of the body, feel the gratitude. That's a very protective part. So the IFS piece that's a protector part, right? That she's like a kick-ass person. And that's what we began to call her, like the kick-ass part of herself is, yes, it's pleasure rejecting, but it's also protective. So how do we share that with the partner? You know, you don't have to say, I'm sorry, my kick-ass part of my body kicked you. what does that kick-ass part want to say in the room with your partner sitting here? What would that kick-ass part of you want to say to you? What does it want to say to your body? What does it want to say to the abuser who abused you? What does it want to say to that part of your body that was feeling vulnerable? And now what does it want to say to your partner? So you're really honoring what's in the room. So remember last night I gave you this exercise to begin to think about, and you may want to do it again now. I'm just going to give you a moment to write down, when you think about difficult experience, doesn't have to be a trauma, but even just your childhood, like how did I deal with things back then? And what have I learned since then? Maybe since this class, maybe since therapy, maybe just knowing and honoring yourself. And what would you change? It could be something you changed about what happened, or it could be something you would change about how you've responded to it. And then in the future, you're creating a vision for how you hope you will react, how you hope you will learn, how you hope you will change, how you hope you will respond to triggers. This is an exercise for change. So if we think about this kick-ass experience, the pleasure rejecting part, how I dealt with things back then, this particular person would freeze in the bed. One of her family members would come in the middle of the night and touch her. And she wouldn't fight back. She would freeze. And she would pretend she was asleep and just let it happen. And what she's learned since then is that that was a really protective part of her. It was like a rabbit. Rabbit part of her that pretended it wasn't happening. And not only did it protect her, but it protected the person that was abusing her, because they could convince themselves that she didn't know what was happening, that they weren't really hurting an awake part of her. It also protected the part of her that went along with it. So she could tell herself, I'm not going along with this, I'm asleep. It also protected the part of her that felt guilty for not fighting back. It protected the part of her that felt shame for not kicking them out of the bed. She said, if I could change something, I would have kicked them out of the bed. I would have fought. I would have protected myself. I would have pushed them away. Hold on one second. Somebody at the door. If I could change something, I would have woken up. I would have opened my eyes. I would have told them, I see you. I know what you're trying to do. I would have told other people. In the future, I hope I will be aware and awake when things happen in the middle of the night. I hope I will be conscious when things happen with my partner. Hold on, there's a lot of background noise. I'm sorry. Just take a minute for yourself to maybe answer these questions. when we look at this person's treatment, as she's trying, it's not that the goal is not to get not to kick her partner out of bed. In the future, she has to create the vision of what her healing is. I can't tell her, the goal here in treatment is that you have to stop kicking your partner. The goal here in treatment is that you have to pretend he's your abuser and kick him. She has to create the vision and the intention of what healing is for her. So she has to stretch into something that's different, that's about growth, that is a movement into healing. So trauma, we know, narrows, it freezes, it creates like anxiety, which, you can think about it like narrowing your blood vessels. It narrows your experience vessels. It just narrows everything, tightens you up. It creates pressure and shame. So if she's in that space all night long, she's tight, she's frozen, she's anxious, she's probably got one psychic eye open, waiting for somebody to come in the bed. And so it makes total sense when someone touches her, she's like, I can't imagine that she's ever really resting. As a matter of fact, she takes naps in her office on the couch. She's actually a therapist. She takes naps on the couch during the day. And she said sometimes she tries not to fall asleep in sessions. And I'm like, well, you're not sleeping all night long. You might have your eyes closed and you might feel like you're dreaming, but you're not really resting. And so healing means stretching into some sort of relaxation. And the way to get there is through pleasure. Like, what would be pleasurable about sleeping? What would be pleasurable about being in bed? Would it be not having him in bed? Would it be sleeping on the couch? What would make the nighttime more pleasurable for you? It's not about stop kicking, because we want that survivor part of her. We want that kick-ass part of her in the bed. We don't want to kick her out. Like, she's valuable. She's like empowering. We just don't want her to hurt anybody. So how can we make the bedtime pleasurable for everybody? And so she, was talking to her about that, about pleasure, that's the goal, really, that softens the experience and relaxes the experience. And she said, and I said, that's not necessarily like you should have sex at night. I'm not talking about sex, I'm talking about pleasure. And she said, well, it would really help me if we had more pillows, because then, we could put pillows in between me, and then I would feel like I had like a gushy wall around me. And if he wanted to reach out in the middle of the night, he'd still have to reach over the pillows, but at least I'd have that protection. I thought that was brilliant, actually. And the fact that she came up with it, it worked for her. So the pleasure of the gush around her made her also feel like she was in a crib almost, right? So she's got this really cozy environment. She feels like she's being held. I mean, think about how we put babies in these really tight, sort of closed, gentle environments. And she could begin to relax her nervous system. He would reach over, which was okay to some extent, as long as she felt connected to her own safety in bed. So trauma can cause a lot of self-esteem because we're talking about attachment. So in this case, because it was a family member, obviously the love-hate roller coaster was really intense for her. Like, she loved her partner, but in the middle of the night, she had a intense body reaction that was not, it was not vague, right? It was like, I don't trust you. I hate you. Get off of me. And in some ways it was abusive to her husband. I mean, she really hurt him physically. And he could choose to not touch her in the middle of the night. Part of it was unconscious. He felt like he was reaching out because he loved her, and he could touch her during the day. So there's something about their cycle too that was interesting. But the pleasure rejection also for her had something to do with the shame that she felt afterwards. She felt like, all right, if I'm going to be in a relationship, I have to let him touch me in the middle of the night. And if I don't, I'm a bad partner. But that was too close and reminiscent of the abuse that she felt as a child. Like, I have to let them touch me or I'm bad. And letting them touch me makes me bad. So the attachment breach has to also be healed in the self-esteem and the self-identity. So any sexual contact that's not voluntary, that's not consensual, violates your autonomy, your control, and your mastery over your body. So that's why the rejection now is in your body. It's in your tissues. So sexual assault is the most frequent cause of post-traumatic stress in women. The lifetime prevalence of PTSD for women who've been sexually assaulted is 50%, which means 94% of women experience PTSD symptoms during the first 2 weeks after an assault, but it lasts for a lifetime in 50% of those women. And so it continues, right? It doesn't matter how it happened, how young you are, who your abuser was. And then there's the idea of intergenerational trauma. So, you know, in the discussion around intergenerational trauma, it's so interesting to me because when I bring this up in a group, the response is sometimes triggering to other people. So in other words, intergenerational trauma means that people are triggered because their parents were triggered. So it's stored in their body. So this woman is kicking because the example would be this woman was kicking because her mother was raped in the middle of the night. Now, this is an interesting dilemma. When I was a kid, I learned that I had a great aunt. It was my mother's aunt, who was a nurse, and she was a nurse in the army. I won't tell you what war it was, but because it projects as racist. But she was in the nursing tent and with a bunch of other nurses, and soldiers climbed underneath the tent and raped all the nurses. I learned this story, this narrative as a child. I also learned that my mother loved this aunt. This was her favorite aunt, and that she became a nurse because of her love and respect for this aunt. So my mother was a nurse. She was the head nurse in the emergency room and then intensive care. Talk about staying in trauma for 30 years. And I wonder, you know, how that level of trauma from being a nurse in war during sexual assault and rape, and then having that passed down to my mother, who stayed in that high level of trauma work. And then I look at me, I'm doing trauma work with sexual abuse survivors. And I just wonder, like, is it the narrative that gets passed down? Is there something in our bodies that gets passed down? Is it something karmic? Like, I feel like when I do really deep meditation work or even psychedelic work, I feel my ancestors leaning behind me saying, thank you. Like, thank you for doing the work that you're doing. Each generation has gotten better at working with trauma. It's like we're called to do this. And I think we're all called to do it on some level. But if you think about sort of what your mother, your father, or people in your other upper generation did to heal themselves, and then think about what their parents and their family did to heal themselves, and think about what their parents and their family did to heal themselves. This person who had pleasure rejection in their body, her her father worked like in a coal mine when he was a little kid. And his parents immigrated a long distance, and they walked for miles and miles across a country to try to cross a border. So I think about her grandparents walking, right? They're using their legs to walk. And then her father not being able to walk because he was down a mine. And then I think about her kicking out like in her body. And I just look at the narratives. I'm just curious. And just one more question about intergenerational trauma. So I have 4 grandparents that all came from different countries during wartime. They escaped. They were all immigrating because there was war and conflict in their different countries, 4 different countries. So it was in the early 1900s. And they ended up together. So my grandmother and grandfather on my mother's side, my grandmother and grandfather on my father's side, ended up attracted to each other together from different countries, different wars, and drawn to each other because one, none of them spoke English. None of them spoke the language that the other person spoke, but they all spoke the language of trauma. They had all immigrated as young people. They had all faced American discrimination and racism because of who they were. They all fought through the struggles of immigration and poverty. And there was some kind of trauma bond there. Like we understand each other and we see each other. And I just wonder how many people in those generations ended up together because they understood each other's trauma. Now, a lot of people who immigrated stayed in the same sections of the country. So, all the Italians came over and all the Irish came over, and like they stayed in the same communities. I'm in Southern California, so I get a lot of clients who have come up through South America, through Mexico, and tend to stay in the same communities. But thinking about the trauma that people have passed down now, the trauma of American immigration, when you think about people being trapped at the border of Mexico, and the narration of children being stuck in cages in immigration and being separated from their families, those children will grow up, hopefully in America, and have a lot of trauma that is directed towards America and towards the immigration process. Will that get passed down to their children and their feeling towards the country that they're in currently? Will that get passed down to their grandchildren? How did your parents feel about their immigration story? How did your grandparents feel about their immigration story? There's an amazing email that I received from a classmate of yours that was in this class. And I'd love to read it if I have permission. I'm just waiting for her to write me back. It's the poncho story. I'm checking my email. So if you're on this class and this is your story, and if you would like me to share it, if you are okay with me sharing it, it's Mary Ann. If you could just put it in the chat or in the Q&A, because I would love to talk about this. Let me just see if she's okay with it. Okay, so at some point, Mary Ann, if you're listening, I would love to share that story because it has a lot to do with what we're talking about. Okay, the client's sociocultural and familial background, their ethnicity, their religion, their spirituality, their socioeconomic status, their family values, their sexual values, their behaviors, all of these are going to affect treatment, right? So whether it's generational in your DNA, which some studies show could be true, or whether it's passed down through narration, through story, through the potential of what's implicitly assumed is okay, and what's explicitly assumed. this is an assignment I give my clients. Like, I grew up, fill in the blank. And I have them list things about their childhood that describes how they grew up. So for instance, I grew up in a family. I grew up culturally. I grew up in a religion. I grew up, my socioeconomic status was, or my family and money was. The way I grew up, my race influenced my life by. How I learned about sex. How I felt or how my parents felt about sex, or what my mother felt about sex, or my father felt about sex. I grew up in the neighborhood, and this affected me blank. What I was most afraid of in my childhood. That's a very intense question. You could spend many sessions on. Who I was closest to growing up in my childhood. Now, some of these are influenced by their parents. Some of those stories are influenced by their grandparents. Sometimes we hear stories of people who are abused in their family of origin, but they're closest to the grandparent generation. And sometimes abuse skips a generation, just like alcoholism. So just noticing for yourself, like, what did you learn about sex, or about relationship, or about intimacy, or about trauma, or about immigration, or about war, or about your body, or about protecting yourself, or what it would have meant if your partner kicked you in the middle of the night, depending on your cultural background or your religion, or your socioeconomic status, or your race, or what your neighborhood was like, or what your fears were. If he had been physically abused in the middle of the night, if someone had come into his room in the middle of the night and physically abused him, getting kicked in the middle of the night would have triggered something totally different than it triggered for him when his wife kicked him. So this is part of the insight phase, but it's fairly important with pleasure rejection, because we are exploring the things that are stored in our bodies, maybe generationally. So we're not just looking at that the piece of abuse that happened to you, but perhaps the piece of abuse that happened in your family, and how your family integrated that information. Like, I hear often, like, of course I was spanked. Everybody got spanked. Yeah, my father hit me with a belt, but that's just what fathers do, right? Well, that's what fathers did in your family, maybe in your cultural background, maybe in your neighborhood. How you integrated that information has to do with all of these things about your past and your childhood. So,
and real quick to interrupt, just want to let you know, Marianne has given permission to share that story. So thank you, Marianne.
Thank you, Marianne. So Marianne has this lovely story where she says, "Greetings, I'm in your webinar about treating trauma with integrative relationship therapy. This morning, a question came," she sent this last night. "This morning, a question came up regarding a poncho and women's empowerment." She said, "I am the owner of that poncho," and this is the story. "The poncho comes from Guatemala. The very bad Guatemalan government was killing many of the peasant farmers. Their widows decided that they weren't going to be victims, and so they formed a women's weaving cooperative. My Native American friend traveled there and blended into the culture instead of being a tourist. He discovered the women and brought back many of their beautiful things to sell in the US, returning all the money from sales to them, thus benefiting them and us," makes me cry, "with beautiful things to wear. This was in about 1987. He died in 1992, and the enterprise died with him. But the very colorful poncho lives on. I wear it a lot because I live in Western Washington, where it rains a lot and it's chilly a lot. It keeps me warm when I go out. People admire it, and I tell them the story. I'm amazed that this has spread by word of mouth as far as California. I do a certain amount of teaching and sharing about Native American culture and spiritual matters every year, in addition to being a therapist. I highly admire the women who decided that they weren't going to be victims." I just wanted to share that story because it's so beautiful. And thank you. Thank you, Marianne. And thank you to that Guatemalan project and the women with the ponchos. And if you can ever connect us with how to get our hands on some of those ponchos, if the money is still siphoning through, we're happy to support it. So it was just so touching. So we're really looking at ways to change our patterns. And that story, I don't know, it's affected me so much. I think because we're talking about, sort of the hopeless generational patterns, and particularly the abuse of women and the hopelessness of women right now. And so it's so nice to hear the positive stories of that, of the healing. And I think we need that in our trainings and in our culture about going back to this assignment. Where is it? This, how have I dealt with things? What have I learned? What would I change? And in the future, I hope I will. One of the things that I would like to change for myself in my own healing is to integrate more powerful stories. I like to tell stories, like a natural thing for me, but I would like to have those stories in my back pocket, the narrations of positive change where people empower themselves, they take on projects, and the combination of the art has meaning to me as well. So we need to develop skills for ourselves to cope with anxiety and negative thoughts, and to restore our own belief in the world, our existential crisis, and create those social skills so that we can connect on that level and develop ways to manage anger and our future trauma, because things may get more difficult and more stressful in this country or in the countries where you live. And so we need stories of hope. And more than anything, we need to share them with each other, because that sense of fear, anxiety, and isolation makes it hard to reach out to one another. So I love the story of community and hope. So one of the ways that I have people sort of rewrite their narrative in this phase is to think of a problem in their life. In this sense, it's a sexual problem. What am I thinking about? What emotions am I struggling with that are causing me to have this feeling? And then I notice the symptoms. I'm going to go through this quick and then slow it down. Make a list. How are my emotions and thoughts and physical sensations connected? And then what are the thoughts that trigger me? So this is a cognitive behavioral exercise. Sex therapy has its roots in CBT. So this is just applying cognitive behavioral therapy to pleasure rejection. So if this is a sexual problem, her kicking her husband, and then she feels shame the next day, but also some conflicted feelings, right? So the emotions are shame that she didn't kick out when she was a kid, shame that she's kicking her husband today, but also conflict because she doesn't really want to let go of the potential to kick out if someone were to hurt her. And the physical symptoms are inability to relax at night, rigidity during sleep, and she wakes up, she's not rested. My guess is she's got because of that freeze symptom, she's got some muscle soreness. That's what I make up. I don't recall really, but I would add that to the list. And then how are her emotions and thoughts and physical sensations connected? So I don't feel safe. I feel anxious. I feel some shame that I didn't do this when I could have. I feel anxiety. The thoughts are, I have to be safe now. Maybe they're unconscious even. I have to be safe now. I have to protect myself. No one's going to protect me. I have to be the one that takes care of me. And the physical sensations are rigidity and the hypervigilance that's stored in the body. I have to physically be ready. And then the thoughts that trigger that physical hypervigilance may not even be conscious. And this is the part of the cognitive behavioral intervention that may be the most difficult to access. The thoughts that tend to trigger you this way. What are the pieces that you may not have access to that are triggering this way? Because pleasure rejection is not always conscious, right? It's in the body. Your body has its own like brain that it's nervous system. And the nervous system might be, the vasovagal response, where it might shut down. It could be the autonomic nervous system response, where it goes into stress. Like, there are ways that your body is smarter than you sometimes. It knows what to do, but it may not be attached to your prefrontal cortex understanding of the moment. It may be reactive still, stuck in the past. So we want to make those thoughts more conscious. So to be aware of the thoughts, let's focus on the thoughts that are happening right now. So what I would do with her is she would kick him out of bed, and then there would be a crisis. He would be like, what's going on? Are you okay? Why'd you do that? She would be half asleep. Oh my God, I didn't know what I was doing. I'm so sorry. I can't believe I did that. Why did you touch me? Then she would get in a big argument with him. She would fight with him. She would yell at him. So I would ask her, well, when that happens, can you take a breath, ground yourself, give yourself some slack, tell the part of you that kicked that, nice job. She did what she was trained to do. And then what are you thinking in those moments? And again, you could do this through meditation, bringing her back to that moment. Every time you do that in your office, it trains her to have a part of her that can do it in the moment. So what are you thinking about right now? What are your feelings going on in this moment? And what do you see and hear? What's going on in the room around you? Be aware of what's right in front of you, not in the past, or what you're afraid will happen in the future, but being right in this moment. So I'm going to do this quick with you. And you don't have to focus on something traumatic. I just want you to focus on this moment. Maybe you're thinking about the poncho story, which is still in my heart. But if you want to close your eyes, you can, or you can just focus on a spot on the ceiling, on the floor, and take some deep breaths. And then focus for a moment on what your thoughts are, what's happening right now about this moment. I think blank about this moment. I think I'm having a good time. I think I'm tired. I think I'm learning. I think I'm enjoying. I think I'm in the best training I've ever been in my life. I think I'm moving forward in my own healing. I think I'm learning how to be a better trauma therapist. What are my emotions reflecting right in this moment? Can you go beyond your thoughts into your emotions? Now, we tend to think that our emotions are seated in our heart space, but maybe for you, they're in your belly, in your gut. Where are your feelings, and what are you feeling right in this moment? Maybe you're feeling tenderness, sadness, empathy. Think about those little circles of faces that have feelings underneath them that sometimes we give to our patients, or maybe the circle with all the emotions on them that sometimes you put on your refrigerator for your kids. I didn't do that. They didn't have that when my kids were little. But the idea of the feelings, not just mad, sad, or glad. What are you feeling in this moment? Maybe you can't access that. So that's totally fine. So instead, focus on your senses. What do you see? If you got your eyes closed, what's behind your closed eyes? Is there a color or shape? If your eyes are open, what do you see? Are there 3 things in the room that you can notice that you have not noticed before this moment? Maybe you notice specks of dust in the sun, or a light on if it's nighttime where you are. Maybe you notice a plant needs watering. Maybe you notice a candle is burning down. Just notice 3 things in the room. And then notice what you hear. Maybe you hear the sound of my voice, the sound of my breath, the sound of your own breath, the sound outside the room, what's happening outside your own room or in your own home or office. You may have to stop for a moment and listen. Being very present to this moment, what's right in front of you, and perhaps what's right behind your back or underneath your bottom in the chair, what's underneath your feet, what's above your head. And can you be right in this moment, not in the past moment, and not about the future? Sometimes if we think about the future, we get anxious. So not about what you're afraid will happen, not about what you're going to have for lunch, but what is happening right now. And then what's going on in your body. So just check in once again, and then come all the way back to the sound of my voice. We just did a quick sweep through your body because this is really about being aware of your thoughts. But sometimes your body and your thoughts are so disconnected that just sweeping through and connecting in can trigger new thoughts like, oh, my body is sore. Oh, I need a pillow for underneath me. I need a different chair. Suddenly you're aware that you have been disconnected from your body. And now you have new thoughts. Now you can focus on what's happening right now. So there's a theory that in any moment you're focusing on your interior, or on what's right around you, like what's closest to you in your body, like you're picking at your nails or you're cracking your knuckles or you're playing with your hair, or you're focused on what's outside of you, the other person, the person in the room, and that you will shift those three spaces constantly. So you go inside where you might be thinking about your life or what you're cognitively restructuring, or you're actually in your bodily space where you're saying, oh, I need a new manicure, or my face needs to be shaved, or my glasses are cloudy, or you're focused on the other person in the room. Now, if you're in a therapy session, you try to be in that third space, right? And you might go from the third space into your interior space and back and forth. If you find you're in your own sort of obsessive space where you're focused on that barrier space, sometimes that can be a sign that something inside or something outside has triggered a thought. And it's just something to notice, like, oh, I wonder why I'm focused on my shoes. And part of like dealing with the thoughts, separating them from the body. You may have heard this exercise before, about burning your story or writing a letter and burning it. This is like a representation of letting go. It's not to totally forget a trauma. This has been an exercise created by many different people in the field. I use Gina Ogden. Gina Ogden was a sex therapist. She's passed away now, but she wrote a lot of lovely books about women and sexuality. And she did exercises for women who had trauma, and she used to do workshops. And there was an exercise where you would tell the story of a traumatic event, and telling it repeatedly would decrease the power that it had over you. And you could tell it in a group of other supportive people, or you could write it down. So for instance, like this particular woman who was abused in the middle of the night by her family, I had her tell her story to me, not in front of her husband, but just to me individually. And then she would journal, where once a month she told the story in her journal. Who was involved? Where did it happen? When did it happen? What happened? How was she feeling? And what's the story she made up about why it happened, the meaning. And she did it once a month for 6 months. And then she had a ritual where she burned the journal outside. Now, this doesn't work for everybody. And I want to be clear, because if you repeatedly tell the story and repeatedly bring up the trauma, it's not always helpful to talk about the details. I don't think you ever have to talk about the details of your trauma to heal from your trauma. And I want to be clear about that. You could draw a picture of a ghost once a month for 6 months, and that could be enough. That could be enough to represent the trauma. However, when it's so stuck in your body and it so prevents intimacy, relationship, pleasure, and it's so integrated with sexual assault, and on this level, because it involved an attachment betrayal, it was important for this particular client that she had more details. Now, trauma therapists are interesting because everyone's learned a different way of dealing with trauma. In this particular case, we would talk about what she wrote from sort of an IFS perspective, like what is the part of you that froze feeling about what you wrote? What's the part of you that wanted to protect you feeling about what you wrote? So that she still had that little girl inside of her. And telling the story is the opposite of freezing. So as she continued to tell the story, that little part of her had more and more of a reaction. So at first she couldn't access that little part of her, and she had no idea what we were talking about. And then after a couple of months, that little part of her started having a response. And actually, she said something interesting. She said, I'm afraid I'm going to wet the bed. And that was like a clue that that younger part of her was accessed and knew what was going on. And she was kind of shocked. And I was like, well, it makes sense, right? Because you're having a deep body memory of the experience, and it's in your body. It doesn't have to make sense cognitively, and it's not going to make sense as an adult from an adult perspective. Also, the important part here is the ritual, right? The ritual. I mean, think about like when we get married, there's a huge ritual about getting cutlery and having a band and, you know, having an open bar, or whatever your culture is around dancing. Like my family now that I'm married into is half Jewish. And so the weddings are, you know, you lift people up and you smash the glass, and there's a lot of ritual attached to it. And my first husband, the family was Polish and Italian. And so there was a lot of food, a lot of sweets. There was a lot of ways that you had to do things. And, you know, there was the Jordan almonds and the little bags on the table, and the ritual of relational experiences is really strong in our culture. However, the ending of relational experiences don't have any ritual. When you get divorced, you go to the courthouse, you shake hands maybe at the courthouse steps, and you say goodbye. There's no burning of the marriage certificate. There's no party. There's no band. There's no cutlery. There's no Jordan almonds. There's no dancing. And so culturally and physically and psychologically, we suck at endings. We suck at the healing aspect of ending an experience that affects us so dramatically on a relational level. So in order to move on, in order to have closure, we actually do need something that signifies this was something that had a beginning, a middle, and an end, and it's over. And, you know, I love Catherine Woodward Thomas, who wrote Conscious Uncoupling. You know, they talk about Gwyneth Paltrow and Chris Martin, who threw stones into the ocean when they got divorced and had like created their own ritual. And I've done rituals with couples where we tie ribbons around a tree and then walk backwards and untie them. You have to be on good terms with your ex to do those divorce rituals, the conscious uncoupling rituals. But there's something even more powerful about uncoupling from a trauma experience that happened as a child. Especially one that was somewhat ritualistic. This was an experience that happened almost every night or a couple times a week. So the power of having the ritual of burning it is very significant. Writing a letter to your ex and then burning it, writing a letter to your perpetrator, telling them how you feel and burning it, not sending it. All of those closure experiences are important because cognitively they trigger in our brain, it's time to end that emotional experience. Now, that doesn't mean it goes away, but it means that we're honoring that this happened. It's real. It's a valid experience in our life. And we are honoring the impact that it had on us. We're honoring the impact that it had on us. You know, getting divorced, I was married for a long time to my first husband. I wanted to honor the impact that had on my life. I had 2 children with him. I had a house, a mortgage, a history, an in-law family that I'm still friends with today, that still valued them. Like, I sat with my first mother-in-law while she died last year. That family had an impact. That life had an impact. To say, okay, now we're divorced and that's over and just walk away, I mean, it's so irrelevant today in today's world of what family and relationship means. And family isn't always positive. So in this sense, it's like saying, how do we honor the impact of family, whether it's positive or negative? And how do we end things? We suck at transitions, right? We are not good at transitions. We are great at the beginning. Everyone loves the party. Everyone loves the love. Everyone loves to fall in love. But the ending, we're not good at, which is too bad because now we live a long time and there are probably many transitions within our lifetime that we need to mark on some level. So, you know, you may have many monogamous relationships within your life, like serial marriages, because you're living longer. We stay sexual well into our 90s. You may need to mark those in a way that's significant. You may have many traumatic experiences in your lifetime. Depending on the country you live in, you may live in trauma repetitively. Depending on how you feel about what's going on in Israel and Gaza right now, that might traumatize you every day of your life. Like, there is a lot happening right now. How do we mark the impact of that? And how do we let go of the things that have happened in the past? Fire is very interesting. It's very cleansing. We have a lot of metaphor in our culture from, you know, rising from the ashes, the phoenix representing starting over, beginning again, and not being the same person that you were before it happened. So because, you know, after trauma, we want to heal and we want to work with desire in our relationships. We want to talk about sex. We want to integrate more pleasure. We want to have these safe conversations for both the client and the therapist. We want to have concrete ways of moving through these stages. Wendy Maltz, she's been around for a long, long time. She had some good videos about how to revisit sexuality after sexual abuse or sexual trauma. I really haven't seen any good videos of actual couples talking to each other after sexual trauma. I mean, I've made videos, but I mean, the ones that are available online for people to access. She also has some good dialogue. So how did you feel the sexual abuse affected you personally? How did you feel the abuse affected our relationship? Again, this is a dialogue you can use in your sessions. It also is a way to mark the experience, to honor that it affected you sexually. It's also a way to begin to move through the insight into the vision phase. What's your greatest fear of what will happen to us in the future? This is really relational, right? What does sex mean to you? How would you like sex to be for us as a couple? How do you feel about yourself as a sexual person? What do you need from me to help sexual healing go more smoothly for you? You know, when I found these, I was like, wait, did she steal these from me? And then I was like, no, she wrote these way before I was even doing this work. So these are wonderful dialogue questions. I really adapted. These are my dialogue questions, by the way, but I adapted this from Wendy Maltz's work, who was doing this before I was. So I'm giving her credit. And the way that I adapted them in order to dialogue is from my integrative relationship therapy style and my interventions. And you can adapt this to your clients too. I want you to take what works for you. And let's say you're working with military couples. How do you think the military affected you personally? How do you think the military affects our relationship? What's your greatest fear about what will happen in the future now that you're discharged? What is being a veteran mean to you? How would you like our relationship to you being a veteran be for us as a couple? Like, you can adapt these to your work. I think that the concept in and of itself is about integrating the couple, integrating the relationship, that people heal for longer periods of time and create a more positive future if they have a partner, if you include the partner. If they don't have a partner, you can still do this work with the potential of having a partner. How do you feel that the abuse affected you personally? How do you feel that sexual abuse might affect a future relationship? What's your greatest fear that might happen in a future relationship? What does sex mean to you? How would you like sex to be for you as a couple in the future? How do you feel about yourself as a sexual person? What do you need from a partner to help sexual healing go more smoothly for you? So it's about creating the healing from their inner wisdom, from their inner perspective, so that they have a vision of what that might mean. Just to go back to the generational study, sexual arousal and activity leads to anxiety, fear, and PTSD because of the inability to regulate and redirect away from hyperarousal and aggression. We don't know how to change those circuits. And remember, you can do this with a stranger or masturbating. So what does that mean? Remember that a memory of trauma, even if it's not sexual, can trigger a trauma experience. And remember that the threat response is the thing that triggers the fear and threat. And I'm just reminding you of all these. The physiological arousal is the danger system in your body. And the way that you protect yourself, particularly in pleasure rejection, is by numbing and disconnecting, or by kicking, right? By pushing out or folding in, pushing out or folding in. Fighting, freezing, or fleeing could be by going inside, dissociating. Also, we talked a little bit about this yesterday, but the ability to concentrate and being in the present is a real thing, the difficulty, because of the dysfunction in your subcortical circuitry. So it's actually a benefit for trauma survivors to not be able to remember. So you can imagine that this is an adaptation. Like, I want to learn how to forget. My brain and my body wants to learn how not to know what's happened to me. So the idea of intimacy and how we shut down happens when sometimes we forget that this person is someone I can trust. I felt like I could trust them, and then I forgot. I trusted them yesterday. Today, I feel like I'm going to taint them with my stuff. So before we shift gears, I'd like you to think about this for a moment. I want you to take out a piece of paper. This is your own personal journey with sexuality. I have all my clients do this as well. And it's really two basic questions with meaning underneath it. One is, what does sex mean to me? And how has sex made me who I am? So what does sex mean to me is, how has sex played a part in my life in the past, right? Because the meaning of sex is going to influence how I've had sex, the parts that it's played in my relationship, how I've acted out, how I haven't had sex. Maybe I've avoided sex. Maybe I feel guilty about sex. Maybe I've shamed other people for sex. And then how has sex made me who I am? That has contributed to my socialization within my community, within my relationships, how I respond to intimacy. So I'll give you an example that I use in a lot of my trainings. My mother told me that every problem she ever had in her life was because of sex. And I was really young, like 6 years old. So I grew up and created a career around teaching people that sex doesn't have to be the problem, it can be the solution. So sex played a part in my life in the past by creating a narrative that pushed me to learn what it could mean in other people's life, what it could mean around healing. Does it have to be the thing that causes problems for everyone? What does that mean, sex and problems? How can sex be problematic? How does it show up problematically? And then how can it be the thing that heals a couple? How can it be the thing that heals a relationship? How can it be the thing that heals an individual? Think about, what did your mother think about sex? What did your father think about sex? What did your parents think about sex? I kind of asked this a bit yesterday. What did your family think about sex in general? Was it hidden? Was it wide open? Was it don't do it? Was it don't do it until you're married? Was it don't get married, have an open relationship? Was it men can have sex but women can't? Was it the church says you can't? Was it they only have sex for reproduction? Like, was sex for pleasure, or was sex for getting, the business of children done? Like, what was your own personal journey with sexuality? I just want you to write it for a minute. You can burn it later, but just take one moment to journal for yourself. I need to give you that space, or else I know you won't do it. Have about one more minute. So just notice if something's coming up that's generational, or if something's coming up that's about an abuse history. Just notice what's getting activated for you. And then I'm going to stop for a few minutes to take questions. I also wanted to share with you that in South Korea today, there was a big win for gay rights in the Supreme Court ruling. A gay couple had lost their dependent health insurance coverage because they were gay, and it went all the way to the Supreme Court, and they just won so that they can qualify for allowing same-sex couples to share health insurance coverage, which is huge in South Korea. A lot of the questions I get in my classes where people are therapists in South Korea are, how do I heal my clients from being gay? So there's still a huge stigma around homosexuality in South Korea. So the fact that this went through is very powerful. So I just want to share that with all of you. And maybe we could take some questions.
Absolutely. All right, so again, lots of questions coming through. Looking at a question from Daniela that's had the highest number of upvotes so far. As a Christian counselor, I have a biblical worldview that I feel the counseling field is becoming intolerant of. You teach God is love and a supernatural healer, the author of Pleasurable Sex, Not Abuse. You guide us in love and sex through the Bible and prayers and faith.
Mm-hmm.
What would you suggest for faith-based counselors to still have a voice in the field?
I do get this question a lot. Before I answer it, I see that there's a note that people are missing some slides in the.
Yeah, we've had a few notes. I've been following up with those. If there are specific ones, yeah, go ahead, Tammy.
I think what's missing is that I have a lot of doubles, so I go back and revisit some slides, and I was like, okay, we talked about this, but now we're talking about it in relation to this. I think that's what happened, but I'll check and double check.
Sounds good. Yep, I've been trying to check as well. So
I'm sorry for the confusion.
So back to the question, what would you suggest for faith-based counselors to still have a voice in the field?
I think we need faith-based counselors, and they ask me this question a lot, and there certainly is a need because there's a clientele that is looking for faith-based counselors and Christian counseling. And I'm not sure what your actual question is, if it's about feeling shamed or disconnected from other therapists, or how to advertise yourself, or how to include God or the Bible in your training, or if you're asking me if I include that. Can you just ask me the question again?
Yeah, kind of getting to the heart of the question. Feeling that the field is becoming intolerant of biblical worldview. What would you suggest for faith-based counselors to have a voice in the field? I think you started by sharing that that's a need. And so maybe continue down that way.
I would make a suggestion that you stay in your lane to everyone. Like, if this is what you believe, stay in your lane, because there's people that need you and need that lane. And I think we try sometimes to be everything to everybody. Like, okay, I can work with Christian people, and I can work with gay people, and I can work with people who've had abortions or people who are against abortion. Don't try to be everything to everybody. Like, if that's your lane, be expert at your lane. Be really good at being a biblical counselor or a Christian counselor, or whatever you want to work with. That's the lane that we need. This is a huge, wide open field that is just beginning. So if you want to specialize in gay couples who leave the church and still believe in God and still want a Christian counselor, but they live in Virginia and they can't tolerate air conditioning and they're allergic to dogs, then that's who you should see. Like, really focus, because the fear is, especially for people newer in the field, the fear is that they won't get enough referrals if they don't say that they treat depression and anxiety and sexual abuse and trauma and open relationships and closed relationships, and like you don't have to do that. In fact, it's counterintuitive if you really get narrow on the population that you serve. You'll actually get more referrals that way. So if people know you're the expert in Christian counseling, then they will send you those referrals, and that's the practice that you should have. And don't worry about what other people say. And the field is going a certain way that may or may not be true. I mean, it depends on where you live. I don't want any of us to feel like we are repeating the patterns of divisiveness in the world. So I would hope that we could all be supportive of each other for the work that's really, really hard that we're trying to do for each other.
I can appreciate that. And I think one of the things, appreciate about the field is the diversity of voices and the appreciation of diversity in voices. So would you agree?
I would agree. My only issue is it is illegal in this country to treat homosexual couples or homosexual individuals by trying to, pray the gay away. And there are still therapists that think that they can treat homosexuality, and that in our country, conversion therapy is illegal. So I'm not saying you do that. I'm just saying that there are pockets of people who think that that's still an option. I just want to say that out loud on the recording.
Thank you for that. Let's see. So next question actually build on this topic. What are your thoughts about religious affiliation and sexual oppression? I know you spoke a little bit about that. Do you have any suggestions to assist clients in overcoming the sense of shame their current or past religion imposes on them?
Well, first, I think we make a lot of assumptions about, oh, you're part of a church, so you must have sexual shame or sexual guilt, or you must be repressed sexually. Not all religions are sexually repressive. Some are very sexually repressive. But like in Judaism, one of the reasons that you can get divorced is because your partner won't have sex with you. Like, that's legit. It's a mitzvah to have sex. So not all religions are sort of anti-sex. If you do have a sense of shame, there are some religions that the idea of sex becomes so scary and so forbidden that the first time you have sex with your partners on your wedding night, and then you haven't had any sex education, and you don't know how to have penis and vagina intercourse, and it's confusing, and it's unhappy, it's an unhappy experience, and it's disappointing, and you don't have anyone to talk to. So, I mean, there's a wide range here. For people who have any kind of sexual shame or guilt, the first part is education. Like, what is pleasure? Does this go back to, well, I was taught that, women should cover their faces and cover themselves down to the ankles because they are going to trigger unbridled lust in men? Or have I been taught that, I should only have sex for procreation? Like, what have I been taught? What's my education? And then how do I pursue the sex education that I didn't get that perhaps I want? I work with people often who have, like in other countries, who have religious prohibitions against masturbation. So a lot of the sex therapy interventions are go home and masturbate, find out what your body does, what you like, what's pleasurable to you. And if that intervention is not going to work for someone who has a religious belief about masturbation, then we have to figure out what other ways of self-pleasuring are going to work for that person. Particularly if you're a sex therapist who believes like you should have access to your own body and your own pleasure. If the shame and guilt is I masturbated once and now I'm going to hell, then we have to deal with the narrative that's in the person's mind, not just about masturbation, but about hell. Like, what is that self-punishment What is the punishment that's going to happen in relationship? And the basis of that is I'm getting cut out from my herd. I will be unaccepted. I will be alone. I will be punished. What's the community that they want? Where do they want to belong? So, you can talk to people about how to find good sex ed, how to find out information about their body, how to feel connected to a community, how to choose the community they want to feel connected to, how to explore the meaning of sex. What does sex mean to me? How has sex made me who I am? How do I feel differently or similar to what my parents taught me? Those are the things I think you should talk about in therapy as the therapist.
Thank you. Next question is from Brenda, and I think you covered a little bit on this yesterday, but we'll talk a little more. Are sexual fantasies that involve some kind of abuse or inappropriate relationship scenario usually the result of trauma, even an unconscious trauma, like early childhood, that's been blocked from consciousness?
I mean, I can't say what everyone's sexual fantasies mean. One of my earliest jobs was with a rape crisis center with rape survivors, and so many of them were horrified to admit that they had sexual fantasies about being raped. But neurologically it makes so much sense, right? Because they get to decide, what alley they're walking down, who does what to who, how it ends, what they do to the person at the end. And they're really overriding that traumatic experience with something pleasurable. So it makes a ton of sense neurologically. I can say that from where I'm sitting. From where they're sitting, their shame about it is almost greater than, the experience of sharing it. And it's almost like, I could go into a longer explanation, but in my book, Getting the Sex You Want, I talk about how fantasies are based on our biggest fears and anxieties. Even to the point of, like, if you're having a fantasy right now of being at the beach, it might be because you're anxious about sitting here for another few hours. Like, oh my God, I don't know if I could sit here on the Zoom and listen to this. So your brain is giving you a pleasurable fantasy to deal with what's happening here. It's overriding the neurological pathways. If you have a sexual fantasy of, in my book, I talk about a woman who came to me for claustrophobia. She is having panic attacks. And she had lived in a building that had an elevator that used to break down. And she would get stuck in the elevator and she would have panic attacks. And we also found out from peeling off her issues that she just didn't like to be trapped in anything, emotional intimacy, relationship commitment, a mortgage, anything. But her sexual fantasy was to be tied down, was to be trapped. And that makes a ton of sense because the fantasy is where the pleasure overrides the fear. So when she actually acted out that fantasy after a lot of therapy with her and her partner, it decreased the anxiety. So then she was stuck in an elevator not long after that, and she didn't have a panic attack. So the brain neurologically is working towards healing and decreasing anxiety. You may have anxiety or fear about not being in control at work. Like maybe you're a boss and you have to keep your corporation under control. You have to always be on time. You have to know what everybody's doing. You can't lose money. Your sexual fantasies are probably going to be someone else being in charge. If you're in charge of your family and your kids and your home and your business, you're going to want someone else to be in charge in bed. Those are very common sexual fantasy responses to what actually is going on in your life. It may be what you're afraid of, not what you really want. Does that make sense?
Yeah, fascinating too. Next question is from Marilyn, and she had put this in early during the talk. Appreciate your patience, Marilyn. I needed to understand more on how much self-disclosure is too much self-disclosure, especially when it comes to trauma, when the therapist and the client have gone through a similar trauma event.
Mm. It's interesting. It makes me think of the question about being a religious counselor or Christian counselor? Like, how much do you choose to share about your background? In the case of like being in the same church, do you say, oh yeah, this is my religion too? That's why you're coming to me, most likely. That's different than you coming to me because we've had the same trauma. On the other hand, if you're going to a trauma therapist, you want to know that they have some familiarity with trauma. If they've, had this amazingly easy life and they've never been through anything difficult, they don't really understand what trauma is. They may not ever really get it. It might be hard for the client to really believe that you are going to help them. I think there's certain things that we can all relate to each other as humans, and we shouldn't hold back those experiences. But I don't think it's ever appropriate to share your really personal trauma with somebody that's in your office as a client, because then you become more peers, and they're not looking for a peer. They're looking for a therapist. They could talk to their friends, but they're looking for you. And if you say, well, I've worked through my trauma and this is how I did it, it can be somewhat condescending. This is also a question that authors ask me a lot, because I coach a lot of writers. And it's different when you write a book, because you share your trauma, what you've been through, and it's part of your story that you're sharing in the book as an expert. But even then, you can come off kind of condescending, like, I figured it all out, and this is how I did it. And you want to come off as empathetic and sensitive. And I don't know how to answer this. It's a balance. I mean, you can decide today, do you think I overshared? Do you think I gave you too much information? Do you think I told you too much about my life? Then you might be a more private person, and it might not work for you. If you felt comfortable with it, then maybe it gave you some education to take some risks to share your own story a little bit more. Maybe it would only be appropriate to do it in a training with other therapists and not with clients. I wouldn't share the level I'm sharing with you with my clients. I'd have to know more about your actual trauma and what you are thinking you should or shouldn't share with your clients too.
Good. Next question is from Brooke, and it's a pretty big topic, topic of narcissism. So dealing with a husband who has narcissistic traits, how do you handle couples in therapy when there's narcissism present? Perhaps this is his own training, but what do you think, Tammy? How do you want to take that?
I mean, we talked about this a bit yesterday, and I do agree it's his own training. There's a couple new books out about it that I think are good. I personally get very reactive to narcissism in the office. I can feel it in my body, and I find myself getting very triggered in a way that I don't when someone isn't narcissistic, and I can get entangled, if I may explain it that way, in unnecessary power struggles with clients who have narcissism. And the minute it happens, I go, oh, this is why it's happening. And I would prefer not to work with them. So you can't always choose, because you don't always know until they're there. But you cannot work with someone who is really narcissistic without confronting them. You can't, because they will sniff you out in the building, and they will know that they can manipulate you. And narcissism is just a protective, cover for the soft, chewy center that's inside. And they want to know that you can see that, but that you have to get through that tough shell first. And so they want to know that, I can see your bullshit. I know that there's a soft, hurt part of you inside, and that all of this stuff on the outside is a lie. But you have to really convince them, because they will do whatever they can to manipulate you. Now, from the trainings I've done, from the good therapists I know, one of the ways to get in there kind of quick is to remind them, like, I'm sure you don't want to be like your father was. I'm sure you want your kids to be better than you are. Like, to really go for the real true person inside, the person that has been affected generationally. People don't become narcissistic for no reason. It's a response. And just like the person that kicks the other person out of bed, it might be an archaic response personality wise, but it's actually genius in some ways to protect that hurt person inside. So we have to respect that too.
Yeah. All right, moving on. Question from Zika. Does a trial separation help after one spouse cheats? Does trial separation make it easier or more difficult or complicated to deal with betrayal?
I think that's a very individualized question. I think it depends on the couple. I think for some couples, it's the beginning of the end. And for some couples, it's you need space so you don't continue to hurt each other. I think a lot of couples who try a separation, what I've seen in my practice, and this may not be in your practice, I'd be curious to know. People ask for that when they haven't had enough of their own space in their own life. Like, we got married young, I've never been on my own. I want to know what it's like. Can I survive it? I need to get away from you to make any clear decisions because we've always been too codependent. We've never been differentiated enough. Like, I need to find myself. So in couples where, the other person, the hurt party, really needs that space to find out who they're becoming, whether or not that fixes the monogamy or not. I mean, it's such a broad experience. Like, everyone cheats for a different reason, and everyone breaks up for a different reason. Everyone stays together for a different reason. So I think if you frame it that way, like, who are you discovering in yourself as a result of the separation, then you can begin to integrate those parts into the couples therapy. And they can have a longer conversation about, is that part going to be welcome into the vision that you have of staying together?
Next is from Emily. She posed it as not a question, but I think there is a good question here. So talk about clients with panic disorder who struggle to orgasm because the buildup feels like the start of a panic attack. Mentions heart racing, flush faces, and so on. Thoughts on that? Is that something that you've encountered? Any advice or guidance?
Yeah, I mean, that's exactly what we were talking about sort of being triggered. And the physiological stimulation that feels like orgasmic stimulation can also feel like anxiety or panic. I tell people to slow down. Like, if you start to get to that feeling, it's kind of like edging, get to that feeling, slow it down, come back down, bring yourself back to the point of orgasmic inevitability, and then slow it down. And then bring yourself back to that point, and then come all the way back down, so that you learn that you have control over that time. If you're a man, you bring yourself to the point of ejaculatory inevitability, bring yourself back down. Bring yourself back up, bring yourself back down. And I have them practice, do it at least 3 times if you're in the middle of sex or masturbation or whenever that's happening to you, so that you don't just let yourself have an orgasm, or don't let yourself get to that point where you're like, oh my God, I want it, but I can't do it. Really practice that, what I call the waterfall, so that you have control over the experience, and it's not the ultimate goal. Like, okay, so if you don't have an orgasm now, you'll have one later. If you don't have it later, you'll have it next time. And if you don't have it then you'll still have pleasure. so that it's not such an anxiety provoking experience. That's one intervention that I might use.
Yeah, I imagine the anxiety then leads to shame cycles and all of that, so appreciate the feedback. We've got about 20 minutes until lunch. Did you want to take more questions? Did you want to go back to training? What would work best?
I'd like to go back to the slides if I may.
Absolutely. Turn it back over to you.
Thank you. And, okay, so I'm gonna go to, this is trauma and pleasures. The first foot, oh geez, this is not good. Okay. Okay, hold on, because there's some transition that's stuck here. Let me just fix this. I can do this very quickly, so hold on. And if you have any questions, now would be a good time to think about them. And what's going on with my transition? So we're gonna get rid of that. And that's not making me anxious at all, so we're all good. And so I'm going to show you this afternoon some clients sessions, and just what you were just talking about, like the thank you for all the support. The aspects of trauma and pleasure that are most shameful have to do with orgasm, or not having an orgasm, or being able to ejaculate, or not being able to ejaculate, or again, the seduction, approval, the feeling special, the things that are connected to the past. So the trauma connected to the confusion of pleasure, like almost the confusion or ambivalence around sexual abuse, can be worse if it's voluntary. So if I was forced into it, it's clear that I was forced into it, I can file that in my brain. But if I, quote unquote, let this happen because it was someone that I loved, I wanted their acceptance, their approval, their affection, I wanted drugs, I wanted money, or if it was an authority figure and it was what we call learned obedience, like, of course I'm going to do this. You know, this is what my father wanted. This is what my priest wanted. This is what the teacher told me to do. I don't say no. That confusion can heighten the anxiety and make recovery much more difficult. And if on top of it, you have a pleasurable experience. So voluntarily, I did this because they said they loved me when they were doing it. So I have a girl who, she was abused as a kid. And I'm just going to give you a trigger warning because I'm telling these sexual abuse stories. So you can get up and get water now if that's a problem for you. She was abused as a kid by the father of one of her best friends. And he would take her to the park with her friend. And they would go to the park and they would play on the swings. And then the father would say, do you want to go get a popsicle? The ice cream man's here. And she would feel like really special and accepted, and her parents didn't let her have sugar, so it was like a big treat. And then he would withhold the treat until she did a sexual act on him. And her friend never knew. She couldn't tell her parents. He would reward her then with the ice cream and tell her how beautiful she was and what a good girl she was and how special she was and how he loved her more than he loved his daughter. And so that just really messed up her head. And she didn't have a father. So she came from a single parent. She had a bunch of siblings. She never got any attention. She had to really fight to be noticed. So for her, the love, the affection, the popsicles, all of it, she like really looked forward to even going to the park. And she loved her friend. And so she had all these mixed emotions, like, how come I get the attention? How come my friend doesn't? Am I doing something on purpose to deserve this? What do I have to do to deserve this? So as an adult, she became very hyper independent. She didn't want to attach to anyone, even other women. This is a poem by Michael Xavier. I really like his poetry. It's called The Confession. I have only been a coward once in my life, and that is every single time I said I didn't need you, and I did. I've only been a coward once in my life, and that's every single time I said I didn't need you, and I did. And this reminds me so much of her and my other clients that I work with who are so afraid to depend on anyone or need anybody because the complications and the story, the narrative, the confused feelings that the trauma creates, the guilt and the shame of the complex trauma, post-traumatic stress. Not just the one time being forced, which I'm not taking away from the horror of that situation, but the complexity of the pleasure being involved, the affection, the attachment, the replacement of what you're not getting in your family, and then what it does to your adult relationships. The fear of getting attached to anyone. Why am I getting this? Do I really deserve it? What are they going to want from me? What am I going to have to do? What do they need from me? Is this really real? Are they just manipulating me to get something else? Very powerful. And then shame, the inside shame says, you know, if you really got close to me, if you really knew who I was, if you really knew what I've done, if you really knew me, you wouldn't like me. So shame keeps us from attaching or letting people in or admitting that we need connection or need anyone. And so shame keeps us here. And we can also do this complicated dance of come here, go away. I do need you. I do want you, but stay at a distance. Don't get to know me. Be over there. And that can come out as pleasure rejecting too. I want to be with you. I want pleasure with you, but my body's going to stay the hell away from me. Stay off of me. So part of, you know, what I was talking about before about the psychoed piece is teaching people that their response to their trauma is about resilience. The kicking part, the kick-ass part, the narcissistic part, the part that refuses to eat now because food meant a sexual manipulation, all of that is resilience. It's not a pathology. It's not, there's something terribly wrong with you. It's an adaptation that you used to survive, but it's also outlived its function. And that's the way I describe it. It's not working for you anymore. It worked really well back then. It was brilliant back then, actually, but it's not working now. And so you're not crazy. You're not broken. Your adaptations are just outdated. And I use this in couples therapy too. So in relationships, you might have been the distancing one, or you might be the pursuer. And, you know, back in your childhood, that might have worked really well. In order to get attention, you might have maximized and gotten loud and gotten attention in that way. But that's not working for your partner. When you pursue them to try to get them to listen to you, you get louder and more intense. It drives them deeper into the cave, because for them, the way they survived conflict as a kid was to hide. And so they create space around themselves in order to avoid conflict. And that's not working for them either now as an adult. So reminding people those strategies were important then. Those are young strategies. And now we have to figure out what your adult strategies are going to be. This is exactly what we were just talking about the sexual fantasies and how they can be disturbing. They can also be intrusive and very conflictual. So they may have fantasies of the trauma. This woman actually would have, and this is disturbing, so please protect yourself, turn off your sound for a second. She would have sexual fantasies of this man abusing her with a popsicle stick vaginally. She would have sexual fantasies of that way into adulthood. Okay, you could turn your sound back on. And the disturbing, intrusive part of that was that she doesn't think that actually happened to her, but the crossed wires in her brain of the pleasure, the sexual piece, and trying to rewrite her neurological pathways to add pleasure and to remove the fears. So he hurt me with popsicles is a real experience. I'm afraid of what happened. I'm still living in that anxiety. So to turn that into something sexual or that was actually pleasurable in her fantasy makes total sense to me as a clinician, to me as a researcher, to me as, you know, a therapist in this field. To her, it's intensely shameful. So letting people know that, you know, well, Dr. Tammy Nelson said that fantasies are always based on our fears and anxieties. So it would make sense that, you know, some of your thoughts and fantasies might be at their root things you're actually afraid of, not necessarily things that that you actually want. Or even if you do want them, it may be a way of working through your anxiety. So this woman that had panic attacks in the elevator, I worked with her as a couple. And to be honest, I could kind of relate to her. I'm very claustrophobic. And her partner came up with a safe word. They talked about consent. He and she agreed that they would tie her up with a silk ribbon, just her wrists. And she said that they had the best sex that they'd ever had. And yet for her, it was so confusing because she didn't like to even be in a car if she felt she couldn't get out of the car. Like she didn't like it when people lock the doors, like in a taxi or an Uber, she'd panic and say, let me out. And when she was in the elevator and the elevator stopped, she could feel the panic start, but then her body has a memory of pleasure that overrides the panic. Now, she did not have an orgasm. I know that's what you're thinking. But she did have a different deer path in the woods, a neurological pathway that didn't end in panic. Every time I'm in the elevator and it stops, I panic. Instead, every time I'm trapped, I panic. Instead, it was not every time I trapped am I panic. Sometimes when I'm trapped, I have pleasure. And so that pathway gets overridden. And that's why we have those fantasies of pleasure. So our sexual response cycle, that fantasy happens at different places in your sex life. So if people are really disturbed by their fantasy life or what's happening, you could explore the emotion before, like what were you thinking before you thought that about the elevator or the popsicles or whatever was happening? What were you feeling?
Unknown caller.
Oh, sorry. What were you thinking before or after? What were you feeling like was released as a result of that fantasy? What was released during the acting out of that fantasy, if that was a thing? I just want to make sure I'm still connected to you. And that was not you calling me. Okay, it wasn't. And also understanding that arousal is actually a sign that you are recognizing that you can be sexually aroused separately from the trauma arousal. So like the question before, what happens when you get physiologically sexually aroused, but it turns into a panic attack? If you can tweak out the fact that I'm sexually turned on right now, and I don't feel like I'm having a panic attack, you are actually teasing out your sexual flexibility. Like, I can do this now. I'm not feeling traumatized by it. That's actually a huge sign of healing. So you want to track those symptoms and be aware of what you're feeling sexually. What is a sexual feeling? You know, most women don't really know what it means to be turned on. Like, we are not taught arousal. We don't know necessarily when we're turned on in our bodies or attracted to someone. I talk in my other trainings about, you know, if we're attracted to someone on the school bus, let's say as young people, we think, oh my God, I must have a crush on them. I must be in love with them. Because that's what we learn in the movies. That's what we see on TV, that girls have this longing and desire. We're not taught about arousal in our bodies. Boys, on the other hand, get an erection. So they have this, like, what my son used to call the pop-up timer. They have this like indication of arousal that says, my body is doing something and it wants something. It's pointing to you, so it must be you. But women are not taught, like, this is what it feels like. You know, I get tingly between my legs. I get a little bit like breathless. My nipples are erect. I think I just want to have sex with that kid. It's not that I'm in love with them. I don't even know them. Because we're taught shame about wanting to have sex, first of all, as girls. And we're taught to disconnect from our bodies, right? We're taught to not be hungry. If we're hungry, we should just want, you know, salad or diet soda, or we should disconnect from our hunger so that we can starve ourselves and be thin. We're not taught what to be even be hungry for. In some of my trainings, I talk about how women will. I actually wrote my first book on what's eating you. It was about eating disorders and body image, and that's what got me into talking about sex, because these women would stand in front of the kitchen cabinets and go, God, I know I want something. Maybe it's chocolate, maybe it's ice cream, I don't know, but nothing seems to like satisfy this craving, this urge. And I realized it's because it's sex. That's what you want. You just don't recognize that because you've never been taught to understand what's going on in your body, what that craving is, and then giving yourself permission to have it or to want it or to feel pleasure in that way. And so practicing mindfulness, like coming into your body, if there's guilt and shame about that on top of it, not only do you have to learn to recognize it, learn to accept that it's happening, and then learn that it's okay that it's happening, considering what's already happened to you, right? And then you have to practice communicating that to your partner. So we did the body scan meditation, and I would practice that with patients, sending kind and compassionate thoughts to every area of their body. So when we come back, we're going to talk about how body somatic interventions work. Bessel van der Kolk, in his work on trauma, one of the most important interventions that he did in his clinic and in his hospital was yoga. And that yoga moves emotions through the body. It gets you into your body. It's a moving meditation. We are going to go into the last part of our day. I hope